assist you? Okay, thank you very much. I hope we all have the agenda on our desk. The first item is opening. Just want to take this opportunity to declare the public hearing open. And the second item is welcome and chairperson's remarks. Firstly, I just want to greet and acknowledge the MEC and your entourage, honorable members of Scopa, the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, Honorable Mabula Mgaba, representative from AGSA, representative from Treasury, the staff from the legislature, and all people who are watching from different media platforms. You are welcome to this public hearing. The department that is appearing today, or rather the entity, is LEDA, as led by the MEC of the debt, Honorable Chitereke Matibe. You are all welcome and hope that we will participate in a meaningful way so that we can assure or inspire the public with what we are telling them, with what we are accounting to them with regards to the public funds. As Scopa, we provide an oversight by strengthening the accountability, transparency, and integrity of the government and its public entities. And we derive mandate from the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, Section 114, 2A and B, which stipulates that the provincial legislature must provide for all mechanisms to ensure that all the organs of the state in the province are accountable to it and play an oversight over the state institutions. And it is against this background that we are all here to the public funds that we are spending. We are here to give account of the service that we are supposed to deliver to the public. We are here to give account on the compliance of all the processes that we are engaging in terms of service delivery and in terms of spending the public funds. Scopa is also having the responsibility of tracking house resolutions and monitor their implementations. Hence, we have requested LEDA to provide the progress of all resolutions starting from 2014-2015. How far are you with those resolutions in terms of implementing what we recommended and what was the House recommendation? And unfortunately, on this one, you have performed below the expectation. But we'll talk to that when we come to that presentation. And all these things can be achieved when the entity and the department MEC perform planning, monitoring, and evaluation, which are critical elements in building a capable, ethical, and developmental state. This can further be achieved through strengthening the internal audits control, where there are deviations, consequence management should be instituted. Very critical elements of accounting, consequence management. And MEC, I must in front say, in LEDA and its subsidiaries, there's no consequence management. And if there's no consequence management, it means you are not accounting, because it is part of accounting. And there are still a lot of challenges in terms of compliance. And I emphasize it to say not to comply with legislation is deliberate, especially at the level of a responsibility of director or whatever position of responsibility at that particular level when you are deliberately not complying with the legislation. We take it as intentional. So that is why we are emphasizing the issue of a consequence management. So today we are going to receive the report from LEDA and its subsidiaries from 2022, 2023, and 2023 and 2024. Before I can even conclude on my remarks, MEC, I just want to share with you if these files, big files that you are having, how many are they? 1, 2, 3. Do you know of them? And I can see when you're only having one smaller one. Are you aware of the contents of these files, of the report?
Yes.
Thank you very much. As the executing authority or executive authority who is directly accounting to Scopa, we are happy to learn that indeed you are aware of the responses that all the institutions or all the subsidiaries have given to us. And we also want to emphasize to all and in particular you, MEC, that whatever information that you are presenting or you are going to give out today, it is getting out to the public, and we believe that we take this information under oath, that as much as we are aware, it is painting the true reflection of the entity and its subsidiaries. So, thank you for that assurance, MEC. And we are going to move in this way. We are having on the agenda the introductions, whereby each and every one of us is going to introduce her or himself. But as and when we get into the session, as and when we are requested to speak, you must also introduce yourself. It doesn't matter how many times you spoke. If you are going to speak 10 times, it means you have said your name 10 times. And then from there, we'll give you chance to, we will give members chance to ask questions, which were forwarded to you, which were responded to you. These files are about the responses. And you will be given chance to respond. And then if members feel that they need to make follow-ups on the responses, they will be given chance to do that until we have satisfied ourselves that we have done justice to a particular item. So that is how we are going to move forward. And on item number 3, which is introductions, 3.1, we're going to allow the committee members, Scopa members, to introduce themselves. And let me start with myself. I'm Esther Mokwele, the chairperson of Scopa. If you can, yes.
Yeah, greetings, Chair. Greetings, honorable members. Greetings, MEC and your team. My name is Thabo Mabocha, and I'm a member of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts. Thanks.
Good morning, Chair and colleagues. My name is Faith
Chairperson.
My name is Limpopo Economic member of Scopa.
Thanks very much, Chairperson, committee member.
Thank you, Chairperson, and morning MEC and colleagues, and all honorable members. My name is Asnat Mathuman. I'm the member of this committee.
Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning, MEC, my colleagues here, and the team leader. My name is Matodi Caroline Montata Marcela, and I'm the member of this committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, and good morning, MEC and your entourage. My name is Honorable Mugaba, the Chairperson of Economic Development.
Thank you very much. This will be followed by the legislature staff.
Good morning. My name is William Mukare. I'm the committee coordinator of the Public Accounts Committee. Thank you.
Good morning, Honorable Chair, Honorable members, Honorable MEC and colleagues. My name is Kapuchero Neruyeni, the researcher for the Portfolio Committee.
Good morning, Chair, honorable members. My name is Carol Siwama, Communication Services.
Good morning. My name is Maragin Ondereli, Community Coordinator for Litigation.
Morning. Communication, can you please assist us with the mic? Nobody must talk without being on record, and that thing assists us to be audible.
Good morning.
Yeah, it is audible on record. Yeah.
Good morning. My name is Marabim Kondereli, Committee Coordinator for the Debt.
Good morning. My name is Musia Mujiba, Committee Coordinator. I'm assisting in the debt.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Nape Manaka from IT section.
Good morning. My name is James Makota, IT Services.
Good morning. My name is Puti Lehani, touch the office of the chief.
Good morning, Lawrence Shilavia, Research Manager, Office of the Chief.
Good morning, my name is Kate Mutala, the Legal Advisor.
Good morning, everyone. I'm the researcher for Scopa.
Good morning. I'm Benama Bishi. I'm the committee coordinator.
Okay. The Office of Auditor General.
Morning, I'm Lakile Drava, Senior Manager responsible for CMR Lidet.
Good morning, honorable members. My name is Pierre Deroux from the AGSA.
Morning, William Ramshal.
Good morning. My name
William Ramshava, Audit Manager for the Group.
Good morning. My name is Bel Mashiane, Audit Manager GNT from AGSA.
Can you stand up so that we see you?
Good morning. My name is Bel Mashiane, Audit Manager GNT from AGSA.
Good morning. I'm Khadija Beta, Audit Manager Agency.
Okay, Provincial Treasurer.
Semenya, Provincial Accountant General, Limpopo Provincial Treasury.
much, Chairperson, and good morning to you, and good morning to honorable members. My name is Mati Bechtereke Baidui, MEC for LEDA. I request that we do self-introduction of the team.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Good morning, everyone, ladies and gentlemen. MEC. My name is Chris Litore, Chairperson of LEDA.
Good morning, Honorable Chair and the members of Scopa, Honorable MEC and colleagues. My name is Matozera Tumbo. I'm the head of department for LEDA.
Good morning, Chairperson, Honorable members, MEC, and all present. My name is Takani Makuba. I'm the Group CEO of LEDA.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, honorable members. Good morning, MEC. My name is Zakani Kambule. I'm the Deputy Chair of LEDA.
Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning, MEC and all honorable members and all colleagues. My name is Silence Makubele. I'm LEDA board member.
Good morning and all protocol observed. My name is Mlap Rosemary, LEDA board member.
Good morning, Chair and the members of Scopa, MEC. It is Advocate A.M. Mahapa, member of LEDA and CMR.
Good morning, Honorable Chair, members of Scopa, MEC, and everyone else. My name is Rutendo Mamusha. I'm the Group CFO of LEDA.
Good morning, Chair and honorable members. My name is Moteki Najake, CEO of A New Era.
Good morning, Honorable Chair and honorable members of Scopa. My name is Wongile Ramusi, CFO for Msina Makado Special Economic Zone.
Good morning, Chair, honorable members of Scopa. My name is Mwagumolewa, Company Secretary of LEDA.
We can't hear you, ma'am.
Morning, honorable members. My name is Mwagumolewa, Company Secretary of LEDA.
Good morning, Chair, honorable members. My name is Ramkumba Khatu, Chairperson of GNT.
Morning, Chair and honorable members, and honorable Chair, honorable members, Nazim Esa, GNT.
Good morning, honorable Chair, honorable members of the Scopa. My name is Matata Mukweli, CEO of GNT.
Morning, Chair, honorable members, honorable MEC. I'm Nziwa Mukubani, LEDA COO.
Good morning, Chair, the honorable members of Scopa, the MEC, colleagues, as well as the chair of the board of LEDA. My name is Mohalin Chaveling, the group executive manager for strategy, monitoring, evaluation, and organizational performance.
Good morning, Chair. Protocol observed. My name is Molatelo Dalani. I'm the shareholder representative in the LEDA board.
Good morning. My name is Gladys Makove. I'm the interim head of financial reporting, LEDA.
Good morning, Honorable Chair, Honorable MEC, and other honorable members. My name is Fatwani Mugibi. I'm the chairperson of New Era, a subsidiary to LEDA.
Good morning, Chair, honorable members, MEC, all protocol observed. My name is Mgwedeni Mpepu, Chairperson of Msina Makado Special Economic Zone.
Morning, Chair, Honorable MEC, HOD, Chairpersons. My name is Chikwa Irish Borobo. I'm the acting CEO of Msina Makado Special Economic Zone.
Batompe, idipite bupa umjo branding yes.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good morning, everyone. Honorable members, honorable MEC, all protocol observed. My name is Mampine Mushidi,
the Executive Manager, Corporate Services at LEDA. Thank you very much.
Yeah, if you can assist with the mic. This side.
Morning, Chair, all protocol observed. My name is Deborah Munyani. I am the HOD support staff. Thank you.
Good morning, Honorable Chair, Honorable members of Scopa, MEC, all protocol observed. My name is Maria Masemola. I'm the Chief Director for Enterprise Development and Economic Empowerment at LEDA. Thank you.
Good morning, Honorable Chair, honorable members, MEC colleagues. My name is Baldwin Ramaswan, Interim CEO of Limpopo Connection.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, honorable members and the honorable MEC. My name is Oli Khopong. I'm the Interim CEO for Fidako Motuwa at SAZ. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. I hope we all know each other now. And we go to 5.6, which is apologies. From the side of the committee, we have an apology from Honorable Mapoulo and Honorable Maida. They forwarded their apologies. I'm not sure if MEC, you have apologies from yourself?
Thank you very much, Chair and honorable members. Yes, we do. From the LEDA main board, we have got an apology of Ms. Magadagela, who is off sick. From CMR, we have got the apology of Mr. TJ Mutsare, who is the chairperson of CMR. Limpopo Connection, Mr. AI Pasha, who is also the chair. And from Risima, the chairperson, Mr. S. Nkadimen. And those are the apologies that we have from the chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you, and they are noted. Any other apology from staff? Or any component? Okay, thank you very much. We have noted those apologies. And we are done with item number 3 on introductions. We are on item number 4. Where, like I've indicated, we are going to ask questions, and we expect that the MEC will answer those questions as much as you know they are correct and true. But I just want to upfront indicate that LEDA is an important agency in the province, which is supposed to or facilitate the economic activities within the province, which the province depends on it for economic growth, which we depend on it to end unemployment, to end poverty within the province. And its functionality or sustainability is in the interest of everybody within the province, because if it is functional and sustainable, the province is going to benefit more. Will not have so many challenges that we are having of inequality, of unemployment and poverty, because the economy of the province will be growing, and ultimately the economy of the country. So as an entity, I think as and when we are getting into this public hearing, we want to assure the public that there's nothing that we take for granted. And that is why we want to hold each and every a subsidiary leadership accountable on what services are they providing, how do they spend the money. Is very critical, because it is an entity that touches ordinary people's lives, that can have a direct impact on ordinary people in the province's lives. So as and when we are getting into these questions, please try to be as honest as possible. Try to be as explicit in your answering as possible. I must upfront, because I know question 1 is going to deal with previous resolution, which is at the interest of Scopa, that we need to trace those resolutions. And to our disappointment, let me see. We are just given, I don't know, maybe we will simplify them as we are going to present. But to me, as I was going to, and the team as we were preparing, we could not get the essence of what is it that you are saying. Because the issue is update us on the implementation. On irregular expenditure, for example, you just have irregular expenditure of so much. We have taken consequence management. We're able to recover the money, or it was condoned. It can't even take a quarter of a page to talk to the progress. But we have big documents of more than 50, and they say it's detailed. But if you go to details, those details will not speak directly to what we want to understand in terms of the progress. They will be talking about a lot of things that defocuses us. What we want is to say, what did you do with this resolution? When they say the MEC must develop a comprehensive report on one or a breakdown on the total expenditure, what you expect is just from the onset, see the numbers. This is for what, this is for what, and from there, where we are. But if you look at those 3 pages, and you go through that page and you don't even get a fact that is talking to the progress. Where are we? We cannot establish where we are in terms of that position, because that is our interest. We know how far are we, and so that we are able to take it forward and assist the entity to resolve it. Because our interest is to ensure that all these resolutions are addressed. We can't every financial year when we sit in our public hearing talk about a resolution which was adopted in 2014, 2015, and it is not resolved for all these years. We want to see those resolutions being resolved, and for them to be resolved, we can be assisted by you to make progress and to record progress. Progress is, we have done this, we are here. And then me and you, then we'll take it from there to say, from here, we go from step 4 and 5 and it was concluded. So, but that is not what we are getting from this document that we are doing. It's very big. It's detailed. We're supposed to summarize it to say, on this resolution, we are here. So, but like I'm saying, maybe as you're going to present, you will be able to be very specific. But that wastes time, because the report itself must talk. We don't want to say after you have presented, we have a marathon of follow-up questions. If your things are detailed, we just say, okay, we understand, we pass to another question. But you find that you're going to waste a lot of time. After every presentation, everybody will be asking. And then from here, where are you? From here, what has happened? Which was supposed to have been just indicated from the onset. So I thought I should just emphasize that, so that even going forward or out of this meeting, if we were to recommend that we get presentations or those resolutions presented in a user-friendly manner, we do that. So colleagues, we are on item number 4, and we are going to ask questions. And remember, We have 2 financial years. Most of the questions in those financial years are more or less the same. So the approach will be, as we ask questions on question 1, we'll ask question 1 in 2022, 2023, and question 1 in 2023, 2024 at the same time, so that when you respond to all of them, because in most cases they are the same, except maybe in 1 or 2 issues. So we are going to allow members to start with the questions. If you can indicate, Honorable Member Muluni, you start with question 1. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chairperson. Manzinani Nkumbun Tamilini Colbert, member of the committee. Question 1. In the year 2022-23, page 2, resolution status and stagnant in the audit outcomes. Executing authority, the committee noted that Limpopo Economic Development Agency LEDA has not yet implemented all the House resolutions from 2014-15 to 2020-2021 financial years. Furthermore, LEDA has been stagnant with qualified audit opinion with matters of emphasis since the 2020-2021 financial year to date. Question 1A. Provide the committee with the status on the implementation of the House resolutions. B, in page 4. Why did the entity fail to implement all the House resolutions for all these years? C, still in page 4, why is LEDA stagnant in the performance of the audit outcomes? That is all in the year ended 31st March 2023, and the second file 2023-2024. Resolution status and stagnant in the audit outcomes. Executing authority, the committee noted that the House resolutions from 2014-2015 to 2021-2022 financial years have not been fully implemented. Furthermore, the public entity has been stagnant on a qualified audit outcome. Opinion. With matters of emphasis for the 4th year in succession. Question 1. Provide the committee with the status of implementing the House resolutions. Question 1B, page 3. Why were all the House resolutions not implemented for all these years? 1C, 2023-2024, page 4. Why is the public entity stagnant in the audit outcome? Question 1D, on page 5. What measures did the accounting authority implement to improve the audit outcomes? Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member Mbuloni. Honorable MEC.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and thanks to the question. Before I can answer, we have noted the issue that you raised, Chairperson, in terms of the responses that are there, which after we have responded, will require that our GCO and
GCFO elaborate rather than the answers as given here, so that we don't have, we assist. If there are follow-ups, there should be follow-ups on the issues that has been raised. But together with the chairperson of the board and the group CEO, the HOD, and the group CFO, so that those answers, as I look at them after your explanation, I can see they leave a lot of issues hanging, and we'll try our level best to try and explain on them. On question 1A, I would request that the chair of the board deal with the responses. After the responses, then through your permission, chair, then we'll allow the group CEO and group CFO to expatiate on those areas where they've just written points which requires further explanation. Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, MEC, members of Scopa, all protocol observed. My name is Chris Litore. I'm the chairperson of LEDA. For the period 2014-2015 to 2020-2021, the group had 69 resolutions. Of these, 42 resolutions have been resolved, while 27 remains unresolved. For the 2021-2022 financial year, 7 additional resolutions were raised, which are being dealt with. Progress has been made in dealing with unresolved resolutions, and an update on the resolution has been submitted to Provincial Treasury for evaluation to determine if these have been resolved to date. Refer to Annexure A for detailed progress on the implementation of the House resolutions. The table below provides a summary. That was question 1A. Honorable Chair, I'm not sure if you want me to read the table or should I go and answer the 1B? For the financial year 2014-2015, the number of resolutions were 12. Number resolved were 11. The number of resolutions not resolved was 1. That was with regard to revenue management. 2015-2016, number of resolutions were 8. Number of resolutions resolved were 5. Number not resolved were 3. Those were material impairment, irregular expenditure, and significant uncertainty. For 2016 and 2017, number of resolutions were 9. Number resolved 8. Number not resolved 1. That was regarding irregular expenditure. 2017 to 2018, number of resolutions 15. Number not resolved 10. Number not resolved 5. Those were key audit findings, regression in audit outcomes, irregular expenditure, fruitless and wasteful expenditure, and 3D entity. 2018 to 2019, number of resolutions were 11. Number not resolved were 6. Number not resolved were 5. Those were stagnant audit outcome, irregular expenditure, fruitless and wasteful expenditure, exceptional litigations, and material impairment. 2019 to 2020, number of resolutions were 6. Number of resolutions resolved, nothing. Number not resolved, 6. Those were irregular expenditure, fruitless and wasteful expenditure, exceptional litigations, material impairment, key audit findings, financial irregularity. For the years 2020-2021, number of resolutions were 8. Number resolved were 2. Number not resolved were 6. And those were regression in audit outcomes, exceptional litigations, material impairment, key audit findings, irregular expenditure, fruitless and wasteful expenditure. For the years 2021-2022, number of resolutions were 7, number resolved nothing, number not resolved 7, and those were irregular expenditure, fruitless and wasteful expenditure, property, plant and equipment, exceptional litigations, annual financial statement, revenue management, special audit. In terms of percentage, the number of resolutions that were resolved was 76, and I mean the number resolved were 42, and the number not resolved was the number of resolutions resolved were 55. Well, in terms of number, it was 42. The number of resolutions not resolved were 34. In percentage, it's 45%. The LEDA audit opinion consists of the agency and its 6 subsidiaries, and in terms of the audit process, so sorry, Honorable Chairperson, I skipped a response to question B. The group has not dealt with the House resolutions at the expected rate.
Yeah, maybe before you go to 1B, MEC, you know the difficulty, before you can even go to 1C on why you did not, the reason why you did not implement. In 2014, 2015, we had 12 resolutions. 11 implement resolved, 1 not resolved. Which is that one? I don't know, are you saying the HOD and they are going to deal with this one?
We will, sorry Chair, we will explain each one. The one not resolved is the revenue management, which was out of these 11, the one is the one that is indicated there. But they must explain, as you requested, Chair, as to how far are they in terms of each of them, as you requested.
That is what we want to hear before we go to the difficulties.
Okay.
Because we can't go to the difficulties even before we get the progress.
Thank you very much. Group CEO and Group CFO.
Good morning, honorable members. My name is Takani Makuba. I'm the Group CEO of LEDA. Question, resolution number 1 relating to revenue management, where we have failed to collect the rentals due on the properties, where we failed to collect the loans due on the loans that we have granted to entrepreneurs, as well as the money due from our subsidiaries in terms of the shareholders' loan. The main reason, particularly relating to inability to collect outstanding loans, is largely because some of those loans, honorable members, have subscribed, and as such could not be collected. We have looked at a number of interventions for collection, including looking at the debt collection process and enhancing the internal processes. But still, because of the passing of time for the loans that have been given, number of years, we could not be able to collect. However, in terms of the mitigation going forward, has been asked to strengthen our internal process, including policies and the threshold in terms of the approval of the facilities that have been provided. So that is the reason. Some of these loans, because of the passing of time, honorable members, what is critical for us is to, while we continue to collect, to write them off in our books. The intervention relating to that, we went to the market and tried to do what we call debtors factoring, to sell those debts, to be able to recover whatever we can salvage. However, the attempt that we have done twice so far, we could not be able to get appetite. So in the main is the passing of time, the old loans going back 2012. The money that we couldn't collect on the subsidiaries, shareholders' loan that we have given to the subsidiaries, majority of them are not in a stage where they are sustainable. And as such, they are unable to repay loans that they have been given by LEDA. That's really on revenue management why we couldn't be able to resolve this resolution. Intervention will be, as I indicated, write off from the books, and then still try and collect after write off for the purpose of the books. Thank you, honorable members. I'm not sure if the CFO through you can respond.
No, maybe. Let me see. Maybe let me give an example.
Yeah.
Resolution, you say this is resolution 1 of 2014-2015, which is not resolved, and the resolution is about revenue management.
Yeah.
What did Scopa said? What did the Scopa say? The Scopa said, which is the resolution which was presented and adopted by the House. The committee, let me go where it starts. The committee recommends that the MEC must take appropriate steps against officials who failed to take effective and appropriate steps to collect all the money due as required by Section 21. That is what we want to hear. And the second part of it, the committee further recommends that the MEC must compile a comprehensive report on all the monies which were due to the entity and was not collected. You say TNT, 2 million, IRA, 17 million. That is what this question is saying. And here, it will say, Mokwele, after investigation, dismissed, written warning. Here is the evidence. That is why I'm saying the response to this resolution will not even take a half a page. Because what you are responding like you are appearing. We do know. Question number 2, 3, 4 for today will say, why did you do what? Who is responsible? What are the measures? On progress, we don't want the measures. Already presented the measures and the challenges in the last hearing. And Scopa by then said no. We recommend that the MEC must go and deal with the affected officials. Now we want to hear that the CFO or the whoever has been charged or there was no there was nothing wrong with what happened, such things. So we're going to have difficulties with this resolution, to be honest, because it does not speak to the progress. It is repeating. Maybe if we go back to the files that you submitted in 2015, 2016, we may find the very same information. If we had time, I'm telling you, if we go to that file when we are appearing to before Scopa, this information will be there. So you are just repeating what you answered. That is what you answered. But now, we said we had you in 2015, 2016. But please go and give us a consequence management processes that, and also break down those amounts in terms of GNT, how much was the amount, ERA, just like that. The new ERA, the connection. So I don't know, MEC. Is this going to give us answers to recommend further on how to deal with or to come to the conclusion of these resolutions? Because we want to conclude, we want to solve this resolution. It's not in our interest and or the interest of the public to have this resolution every year when we have to account for the previous year. We still talk about something that was supposed to be resolved 10 years ago. Honorable Machete, Honorable Nembulun.
No, thanks very much, Machete Pesi, member of this committee. In light of the disjuncture in terms of the information provided and in the manner in which the MEC acknowledged, I take it that we should be able to make an improvement and be able to bring information that will be able to take us further. My view will be that perhaps we may not proceed so that we have got an ample time to deal with those issues. I take it that there is capacity, the issues that have been raised, if are given an opportunity, you could be able to improve and be able to give us a report, responses that will be able to take us forward. So that is my submission, Chairperson.
Yes, my suggestion would be that on the status of the resolutions, I think it's where they have to go and give the direct answers, and then we suggest the other date on the status of the resolution, and on other one from two we proceed as indicated, because there are some of the responses, but like you said on the resolutions that we need the direct answers. I think that will give us a proper answer and justice to the people of Limpopo.
Honorable Ma'am.
Chairperson, on the one hand, the outcomes of the resolutions stating that the entity didn't meet 45% or didn't resolve 45% of the resolution statement. And that is where we need to drill in, and the reason why. And let me just give you an example, because if we talk about debt management, there are, and in your Annex A1 you make reference to your debt collection and rental and EDFD. But in there are things that which supposed to be speaking to a plan on how you want to deal with it, because it says the MEC must take accountability or roll out, and apart from, on the one side it's holding people accountable, and secondly is making sure that systems are in place. And I can argue, and let me say where some of the systems might be lacking within the policy or within the framework that has been put in place. You are making reference that 493 million rand is being owed, comprising of 335 million rand, which is more towards your rental side, and 158 million is owed to your enterprise development and your financing side on that. But then you go one step further where I would differ to you. You say determine on how much of the 215 million rand is owing and is irrecoverable. So you want to go and determine that. And on your proposed action plan, on the second page it says budget plan. Now you want to allocate of a budget specifically to recover the 215. So you want to allocate a budget that is going to deal with the 215 million rand debt over a period of 4 years. Now I want to stop you there, MEC. I want to stop you there. Now I want to say legislation says the Prescription Act 68 says it lapses after 3 years. So it's very, so now you want to deal with debt after 4 years. There's another law that says if you haven't done anything for 3 years, this is ABCD that needs to happen. It means you reconcile, you put something forward to the accounting officer, which is in this case the board. The board needs to do certain things. The shareholder sits in there and they evaluate that information. There's certain things, because what I wanted to see here is to say, hey, these are the ones that is prescribed. B, these are the ones that we are busy with litigations, or which is continuous liability. A, B, C. You break them down into those 3 categories. These are the old debt that we inherited. This is from 14 to 18 or 19, 20. Now we are in this financial year. Let me see. And in the current financial year, these are the systems last year and this year, the financial loans or the prescription loans and the rental, and these are the things that has come place. I was actually looking at if you implemented the amendment of the credit policy, because the biggest problem that you've got is that you've got landlords now that are not paying you, and you're not acting on time. The deposits and the acting of time. Now, I would ask from the shareholder, which is the HOD, have you reviewed your lease agreements? Have you strengthened your lease agreements? Have you re-entered into much more stronger lease agreements? Because there are people on your contingency liabilities that are claiming 12 million rand, that you're having a fight over 12 million rand. I can take you to them. They're in here. As the chairperson said, you just need to look. And with all due respect to the chairperson and the CFO, if you make reference to numbers and figures, say to the members, Annex A1, AB. With honestly, chairperson, I don't want to be treated as a delinquent on this side, or think that we are not capable here. But the department or the people that has answered is not taking this committee seriously at all. Not at all. It sounds like you don't know where to begin and how to begin. And this is question 1. And there are many issues that goes within those things. I mean, we need to dig deeper into New Era. We need to dig deep in G&T. We need to take deep into why didn't the accounting officer take accountability against the board. These are issues that needs to be answered today. Chairperson, that is where I am. So we either improve on how we want to answer the members and drive the discussion, or we need to make a determination, but we cannot have that type of answers to the committees. It's totally it's not professional. It's not at the level where it should be.
You can
No,
see that there were difficulties.
Thank you very much. I think on question 1, as you indicated when we started, as you were highlighting issues that needs to be responded, we acknowledge that we did not respond as per the expectation of the committee. And I would suggest that we deal with question 1, other questions. This question 1, we can give Scopa further response as per the guidance that we've given us.
Honorable Mantata Mahasela, followed by Honorable Mabucha.
Thank you, Chairperson. Greetings again. My name is Makendi Caroline Mantata Mahasela. Honorable Chairperson, I think 2 honorable members have already said that they've suggested that as resolutions are not there from the department, So let's agree that the department will go and sit down and write down all the resolutions for us, and then they will bring them back. Maybe we'll get a day, and then we sit down with them, and then they give us the resolutions. Because we also have some questions, but I would like to concur with what the honorable members have suggested, that let's continue, and that this question number 1 will deal with it, and then but we continue with question 2, and then I think that thing we should have closed it long ago. Thank you, Chairperson.
Honorable Mabuja, I think there's a proposal.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. My name is Thabo Mabuja, a member of Scopa. Chair, I hear the proposals, Chair. However, I'm just thinking that it would be quite a challenge, because the answers to question 1 are precursor to the following questions. So it might be very difficult for us to venture into going to question 2 and the subsequent questions. Because, Chair, I don't think that the entity has really taken its responsibility to make us quite serious. Because you can see this is just a cut and paste, just for the sake of compliance and just appearing here, and then they just tick the boxes. So I think that really this is a team of highly qualified people, and I think we're expecting much from this team. However, so Chair, I don't know, the decision is yours, but it's going to be very difficult, because there are still problems there, new era that we must deal with, but they are not outlined in question, in their responses on question 1.
Yeah, I hear you, Honorable Mabuja, but the suggestion that was seconded was that let's allow the department to rework the resolutions, and then they be presented in the format that we are recommending. But we continue with question 2 on irregular expenditure and what. Of course, you are right, there's somewhere where there is an interconnection of that. But in question 2, question 3, it will be dealing with irregular expenditure, fruitless and wasteful for 2022, 2023, 2024, which others is a recurrence of the 2017-2018 or any other financial year we are agreeing. But I'm appealing to members to say let's have an agreement. The issue of continuing is seconded with question 2, unless if we have got a different view. Honorable Machete.
It's not necessarily a Machete-based member of this committee. It's not necessarily a different view. There were 2 motions on the floor, but I think after such a motivation, having identified the weaknesses that are there, and acknowledging that we must be able to move, that we grant that we move to question 2. We'll then deal with the issues that have been raised by Honorable Mabuja as and when we enter into that space, where there could be correlation in terms of challenges. Then we'll agree in terms of how to deal with them. But for now, we may proceed with question 2.
Thank you very much. Let's resolve it that way. We are continuing, but you have to understand and we see the difficulty that we find. We are not just here just to but not necessarily taking or making any impact or any other thing. We are here to make sure that you account. And then for us to make it to account, that is our mandate. We have to have all the information. We have to have the progress that we need. For example, if I have to maybe just give you a format, like I've indicated here, what we're expecting, we can do it in a table form to say this is the year 2014, 2015. Is resolution number 7. Because if it is resolution number 7, if it is not resolved with this financial year, even next year, it is still going to be resolution number 7. So if you don't mention it, we are just saying it is just a material, what. At a particular stage, it is going to be very difficult to trace it. So if we know that we've got resolution number 7 of 2014-2015, it will always be that resolution. Even if the analogous Scopa can come in, it will be the same resolution. So you write the resolution number. What was the resolution all about? Revenue management. What was the recommendation of Scopa? Scopa recommend that the MEC must take appropriate steps. Then the progress or status. MEC has instituted disciplinary procedures against this. Where are they? Where are these steps? Maybe you say, see annexure A. And then in that annexure, we will be seeing the establishment of disciplinary committee or the disciplinary process in itself. We'll be seeing that you have charged Mukwele and Mutimele and what. You have written letters, they are attached. We also acknowledge receipt of those letters. If it is a written warning, it has been signed by the relevant officials and also they are signed. If you have realized that this, because of after the investigation, after all these things, you're saying this should be condoned, you take it to Treasury, you'll be saying we have applied to Treasury, still awaiting a response. But your letter will be there to ensure that you have returned as an annexure, for example, that is there in the Treasury. Maybe even with a response from Treasury to say we are still working on your issue, or we are rejecting. And then you'll write that this matter was written to Treasury, but it was not condoned. The Treasury did not condone. That is the progress. So that when we come here, we start from where the Treasury refused to condone that a fruitless and wasteful expenditure. So now we will know what is the next step. We will know that you have taken action against official number 111123. Where are we? We're still at the stage where disciplinary hearings are in progress. So that we know that what we are waiting is the outcome of the disciplinary hearing. That is exactly what we want. All these others that will be there as annexures to show you that you are requested to make an investigation. We have done it, their recommendations. Whereas the investigation report is attached. You see, this file, it was going to be full of the attachment of the resolutions, of the progress of the resolution. So now is there, I don't know whether the attachment, they are not directly related to the resolution. In some cases, they are, but the resolution itself does not lead us to that particular progress that should be there. So that is our expectation when we come with those resolutions, and we'll be given a date. I think it should not be. It should not wait for the quarterly meetings, because with other committees we said no. When we have our quarterly meetings, we expect you to come with 1, 2, 3 missing. Yours is special. We'll just need those resolutions as soon as possible. So I think we close it at that level and we go to question 2.
I'll take question 2. I'll take question 2.
So let me give Faith, and then the other one will go to
Thank you, Chair. My name is Honorable Faith Sibapela. Question 2 on irregular expenditure. On paragraph 40, the AG was unable to obtain sufficient appropriate audit evidence that disciplinary steps were taken against officials who had incurred irregular expenditure of 21,609 million. 21 million. 609 for the company as required by section 51 subsection 1 of the PFMA. Irregular expenditure for the group amounts to 103,692,000. This was because investigations into irregular expenditure were not performed. Recurring matter from 2021-2022 financial year. A. Why did the accounting authority fail to take disciplinary steps against officials who incurred irregular expenditures as required by section 51, subsection 1 of the PFMA? B. Provide a breakdown of irregular expenditure. C. Who are the responsible officials? D. What action did the accounting authority take against the responsible officials? E. What action did the executing authority take against the accounting authority? F. What measures did the accounting authority put in place to prevent the recurrence of the irregular expenditure? On 2023-2024 financial year, Section 2 on irregular expenditure, executing authority on page 237 of the annual report, the public entity incurred irregular expenditure of 74 million. The irregular expenditure resulted from non-compliance with supply chain management prescripts. In paragraph 36 of the AG's report, some of the services were not procured through a procurement process which is fair, equitable, transparent, and competitive as required by section 51, subsection 1 of the PFMA. This is a recurring matter from 2022-2023 financial year. A. Why did the accounting authority incur an irregular expenditure of 74 million? B. Provide the breakdown of the irregular expenditure. C. Why did the accounting authority fail to procure some of the services through a procurement process that is fair, equitable, transparent, and competitive as required by section 51(1) of the PFMA? D. Who are the responsible officials? E. What actions did the executing authority take against the accounting authority? F. What action did the accounting authority take against the chief financial officer and other responsible officials? G. What measures did the accounting authority put in place to prevent the recurrence of this matter? Thanks, Chair.
Emerson? Thank you, Honorable Scopa.
Thank you very much, Chair. You can go through.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, Honorable Member of Scopa.
Remember, every time MEC, you must mention your name.
Honorable members of Scopa, my name is Chris Litore, Chairperson of LEDA. Below is the breakdown of the group irregular expenditure, and the narrative will follow thereafter on how the group is dealing with the matters. Name of the organization, Limpopo Economic Development Agency, Consolidated. Incurred 2022-2023 it was 21,609. Condoned, 0. Balance not condoned, 21,609. Comment, a condonment application has been submitted to Provincial Treasury. Organization Great North Transport. Incurred amount in 2022-2023, 101, 229, 198. Condoned, 83,900,000. Balance not condoned, 17,329,193. A condonment application has been submitted to Provincial Treasury for the remaining balance. Organization, Corridor Mining Resources. Incurred amount in 2023-2023, 2,153,288. Nothing was condoned. Balance not condoned, 2,153,288. Investigation is still ongoing. Musina Makado SEZ Ltd. Amount incurred 288,267. Condoned 288,267. Balance not condoned, 0. No comment. Total of the amount incurred in 2022-2023 is 103,692,363. Amount not condoned is 83,900,000. Balance not condoned is 19,792,363. No comment. The accounting authority performed an assessment into the irregular expenditure in line with the National Treasury Framework on irregular expenditure, where the following amongst others were performed. An assessment to identify possible irregularities was performed. A determination test to determine if losses were incurred was undertaken. Root cause analysis was performed. Officials responsible for the transgressions were identified. A determination on whether the entity suffered a loss. For the 2022-2023 financial year, the company incurred irregular expenditure of 21,609 rands. This irregular expenditure was discovered during the 2022-2023 audit period. Regrettable, at the time of discovery, the responsible official had retired and passed on. The transaction had been submitted to the Provincial Treasury for condonation consideration. Great North Transport. GNT incurred 101 million in irregular expenditure in the 2022-2023 financial year. Of the 101 million, 83.9 million was condoned by Provincial Treasury after an investigation process was undertaken in terms of the National Treasury Framework on unwanted expenditures. Disciplinary steps were taken against identified officials. The entity has submitted the balance of 17.2 million to the Provincial Treasury for condonment. This will be finalized soon. Disciplinary action has been taken for the entire incurred irregular expenditure of 101 million. Refer to Annexure C for disciplinary evidence. Musina Makado Special Economic Zone. The irregular expenditure incurred amounted to 288,267 rands, which related to training expenses wherein the service were procured without obtaining a minimum of 3 quotations as permitted by the SCM policy. The exemptions were not in line with Treasury regulations on SCM. The SCM policy was subsequently revised by the end of the 2022-2023 financial year by the board. The revised SCM policy does not exempt training from normal SCM processes. An internal audit investigation was conducted. The Provincial Treasury subsequently condoned the irregular expenditure in May 2023 and October 2024. The entity could not apply consequence management because the matter was a policy prescription as at that time. The SCM policy was subsequently revised by the end of the 2022-2023 financial year by the board. Corridor mining resources. The irregular expenditure incurred is 2,153,288,000, with the majority related to security expenses where services were extended beyond the 15% threshold of the original contract value. An investigation by the internal audit is currently underway. LEDA response to question B. A breakdown per entity is provided above, and a detailed breakdown is included in Annexure D. Investigations were conducted and the officials below were found to have caused the irregularities. Official Mr. S. Mpidi, position Head of Administration, retired and deceased. Entity LEDA Agency. Official Mr. Aishungwane, position Acting CFO. Entity GNT. Official Ms. B. Mukhavudi, position SCM Manager. Entity GNT. No action was taken against the responsible official. When the irregular expenditure was discovered during the 2022-2023 audit period, the responsible official had regrettably retired and passed on. This official is Mr. S. Mpidi. Great North Transport. Disciplinary processes were undertaken and warning letters were issued to officials who caused the irregularities. Refer to Annexure C for the investigation report and disciplinary evidence. Musina Makhado Special Economic Zone. The entity could not apply consequence management because the matter was a policy prescription at that time. The SCM policy was subsequently revised by the end of the 2022-2023 financial year by the board. Executing authority, through a letter dated 20 November 2023, referred to Annexure E, has among others reprimanded and directed the accounting authority to immediately implement corrective measures as required by Section 51 and brackets 1E of the PFMA. Answer to question F. SCM policies have been reviewed and procedure manuals have been developed and are being implemented. Quarterly workshops are being held with SCM officials to ensure consistent understanding and application of SCM-related prescripts and LEDA-specific policy. The SCM policy is reviewed regularly to ensure changes in legislation are updated and complied with. Bill evaluation and adjudication committees were trained by the Provincial Treasury to reduce the incurrence of irregular expenditure. The group internal audit performs proactive reviews of tenders, probity and audit in close brackets, prior to appointment to ensure that all SCM-related prescripts were adhered to, and Provincial Treasury is regularly consulted on to ensure common understanding and application of prescripts. Contract management has since been centralized to supply chain management to ensure efficiency. Regular meetings and training sessions are conducted with SCM officials to ensure they remain informed and up to date with the latest developments, policy changes, and best practices in supply chain management. These sessions also serve as a platform to address challenges, share insights, and enhance the overall efficiency and compliance of SCM processes. Answers to 2023-2024 questions. Question 2. 2A. LEDA irregular expenditure disclosure in the financial statements consists of the agency and its 6 subsidiaries, and in terms of the audit process, where one of these entities incurred irregular expenditure for the financial year, This will need to be disclosed in the consolidated financial statements of Liverpool. For the financial year in question, the irregular expenditure was incurred from Great North Transport, Corridor Mining Resources, and New Era Insurance. Refer to the table below indicating the details and the reasons for the irregular expenditure. Name of the company, Great North Transport. Incurred in 2023-2024 is 71,710,808,039. Reasons: delays in the procurement of contracted service providers due to lack of internal capacity resulted in the entity incurring irregular expenditure. Diesel procurement. GNT has since been approved to participate in the National Treasury Transversal Contract to procure diesel from 7 May 2023. Instances where the contracted service providers delayed the delivery of diesel due to monies owed by GNT, amongst other reasons, also contributed to incurrence of irregular expenditure. SCM reforms, SCM trainings, and improved internal controls have been implemented to prevent future occurrence of irregular expenditure. Corridor mining resources. The amount incurred in 2023-2024 was 2,683,891,000. The reasons: continued use of expired security contracts and payments made without supply satisfaction survey. From the company New Era Insurance, the amount incurred in 2023-2024 was 206,419,000. And the reasons for that is incurred as a result of actual service received from Makoto. The service level agreement with Makoto has been ongoing for at least 5 years and thus classified as an evergreen contract. Hence, the listing or inclusion as an irregular expenditure. The total amount incurred in 2023-2024 financial year was 74,601,118,039. Answer to question 2B. A breakdown per entity is provided above, and a detailed breakdown is included in Annexure A. Question 2C. In the financial year, irregular expenditure was incurred by Great North Transport, Corridor Mining Resources, and New Era Insurance. Refer to the table below indicating the details and the reasons for the irregular expenditure. Name of the company, Great North Transport. The amount incurred in 2023-2024 was 71,710,808,039. The reasons as to that: delays in the procurement of contracted service providers due to lack of internal capacity resulted in the entity incurring irregular expenditure. Diesel procurement. GNT has since been approved to participate in the National Treasury Transversal Contract to procure diesel from 7 May 2023. Instances where the contracted service providers delayed the delivery of diesel due to monies owed by GNT, amongst other reasons, also contributed to incurrence of irregular expenditure. SCM reforms, SCM trainings, and improved internal controls have been implemented to prevent future occurrence of irregular expenditure. Corridor mining resources. The amount incurred for that period, 2,683,881,000. The reasons being continued use of expired service contracts and payments made without supply satisfaction survey. The company New Era Life. The amount incurred in 2023-2024 was 206,419,000. The reason being incurred as a result of actual services received from Makoto. The SLA with Makoto has been ongoing for at least 5 years and thus classified as an evergreen contract, and the listing of inclusion as an irregular expenditure. Answer to question 2D. GNT conducted investigations and the officials below were found to have caused the irregularities. Official Mr. I. Tongwane, position acting CFO, entity GNT. Official Ms. B. Mukhaburi, position SCM manager, entity GNT. No investigations were conducted for New Era Life and Corridor Mining Asset. Answer to question 2E. Executing authority through a letter dated 20 November 2023 referred to Annexure E has, among others, reprimanded and directed the accounting authority to immediately implement corrective measures as required by Section 51, open bracket 1, close bracket, Roman figure E of the PFMA. The accounting authority was subsequently released on 30 November 2024. Response to question 2F. Great North Transport. Disciplinary processes were undertaken and warning letters were issued to officials who caused the irregularities. Refer to Annexure F for the investigation report and disciplinary evidence. New error. No action has been taken against the Chief Financial Officer and responsible officials as no investigations was performed. Corridor Mining Resources. No action has been taken against the Chief Financial Officer and responsible officials as no investigations were performed. Response to question 2G. SCM policies have been reviewed and procedure manuals have been developed and are being implemented. Quarterly workshops are being held with SCM officials to ensure consistent understanding and application of SCM-related prescripts and LEDA specific policy. The SCM policy is reviewed regularly to ensure changes in legislation are updated and complied with. Bid evaluation and education committees were trained by the Provincial Treasury to reduce the occurrence of irregular expenditure. The group internal audit performs proactive reviews of tenders, open bracket, probity audit, close bracket, prior to appointment to ensure that all SCM-related prescripts were adhered to, and Provincial Treasury is regularly consulted on to ensure common understanding and application of prescripts. Contract management has since been centralized to supply chain management to ensure efficiency. Regular meetings and training sessions are conducted with SCM officials to ensure they remain informed and up to date with the latest developments, policy changes, and best practices in supply chain management. These sessions also serve as a platform to address challenges, share insights, and enhance the overall efficiency and compliance of SCM processes.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Before we can hand over, I see there is an omission on page 6, Group CEO. The name of the person there was not indicated. I don't want honorable members to just assume. He said the official had retired and passed on, but no name was given there. So that before we can hand them over, at least there is a name. And page 9, if the
Under NC, you can indicate which year,
oh,
that we don't read the
page 6 of 22-23, there is no name indicated there. Question 2, 2022-23. Our response does not indicate, it's just say an official, and there is no name.
Good afternoon, honorable members. My name is Takani Makuba, I'm the group CEO. On page 6 of 2022-23, at the bottom, the last the second last sentence that says, regrettably at the time of discovery, the responsible official had retired and passed on, and that official is Mr. S. Mpidi. The same applied to page 8, honorable members, at section D, where in terms of our response, in terms of what action did accounting authority take against the responsible official, no action was taken against the responsible official when the irregular expenditure was discovered during the 2022-2023 audit report. The responsible official had regrettably retired and passed on, and that responsible official is the late Mr. S. Mpidi. Thank you, honorable members.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, on the very same page 26, there is also, I'm not sure if it's a typing error, the very same paragraph where it's talking about the retired official. For the 2022-2023 financial year, the company incurred irregular expenditure of 21,000. So I wanted to ask now, what was this for? Why did it come that we say it's irregular expenditure? But the matter that I also want to raise is the second sentence, that this irregular expenditure was discovered during the 2022-2023 audit period. So I'm just checking if, was there any typing error there? The financial year 2022-2023, the irregular expenditure was discovered 2022-2023. This new is not getting it right. Is it well captured? Okay, it's well captured this time.
Thank you, Chairperson. I think the CFO can highlight so that there is certainty.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, MEC. My name is Rutendo Mamusha, the Group CFO. So the 21,000 related to a property lease that we have leased from a service provider that had expired. So we continued to use it for about 2 months after expiry, and then that resulted in the irregular expenditure. And the 22-23 is correct. It is still within the same financial year, because these are from the ages report on the 23-23 financial year. During the audit of that year, they identified this as irregular expenditure, and then in the same year, we disclosed it in the financial statements. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, we'd appreciate that, at least that information, especially with the regular expenditure. It just be indicated even before we ask. We spend about 3 minutes that we will spend with other things. So that is why I'm saying time is money. And I hope from the point of view you will understand that the more time we spend on other issues, the more money will be using. Colleagues, there's the presentation. I'm going to open for questions for clarity. Honorable Machete, Honorable Small, Honorable Mabuja, Honorable Nambulu, in that order.
No, thanks very much, Machete, member of this committee. I just want to get more clarity on the measures that have been applied. Because despite the fact that you have reviewed your policies, but also you have ensured that there are quarterly workshops and so on. But the challenges that we face are a moving target from this year to that financial year. How effective are these measures in terms of your own understanding? Thanks very much.
Yeah, thank you, Chairperson. Just in the case where we're making the irregular expenditure that makes reference to the person that is passed on or that is no longer with the institution, you do make reference to a PricewaterhouseCoopers investigations report in that investigation. And that's on page 2 of 3 of the condonment of the irregular expenditure. But that PricewaterhouseCoopers report it's not on file. And I would not know if what the report recommends or not, if it states what it should be doing. So when we look at the Annex C, and I want us to delve a little bit, so I was just quickly looking at for it. You made very interesting your sort of settlement agreements within GNT, and I hope the SIU deals with some of these issues. And if they are, MEC, let's be honest here today and say that the SIU is investigating, because we know that the President has signed off the SIU investigation into GNTU, but there's no reference at all in any of the discussions to say case has been, this case or this irregular or fruitless or wasteful expenditure has been deferred to SIU. Not at all today. So I would expect that ABC that we will be honest with each other. You see, within the settlement agreement against the Great North and Ishmael Plongwane, 1.4 says the parties consider it to be in their best interest to resolve the matter amicably to avoid protracted litigation and costs associated thereto. Because the sanction goes to say, this man has been with us for 15 years, so let us just be, let's find a way to resolve this issue because we don't want to deal with litigation. So now I'm going to ask you, where's the investigations report into this? Where's your CRO report? Where's the action investigations report that speaks to the issue? Because it doesn't speak to it. Because are we covering up for colleagues here or not? Where's the recommendations? Where's the legal opinion? The NBC, where's the legal opinion that advises GNT that this is the best way to go? And if it's not provided, I'm going to ask that it will be provided to this committee. I don't expect you to talk from a point of where you might need to refer to a legal document because there is something. So the first time I'm seeing verbal final warnings. So it's about the audit opinion and it's about irregular expenditure. Failure to prevent irregular expenditure. 3 months warning. We've got irregular expenditure coming every year. Person should be fired. But you can't say failure to prevent, your written warning, failure to prevent irregular expenditure. What systems must be implemented? What new policies must be revived, strengthened, put up in such a document? So I said, and the employer doesn't even sign. Mr. T. Arun Kumise, he didn't even sign his verbal agreement report. They just go towards the end of the, hasn't signed that. So I suppose you think, a couple of years experience in the legislature, 20 years, we don't see things. So who's taking who serious here? Who are you trying to fool? It's because you've got to make reference to systems, management reports and issues. The other written warning is just as weak against Magidi, F. Magidi. If I read that, and she's still she's still here with us, those two people, they should be fired. There should have been other disciplinary actions because the transgressions has gone year on year on. So are those two employees with us? If they are, so where's the second, third, fourth disciplinary case? And if it's not, I'm looking at the COO and I'm looking at the shareholder. Where's the oversight of making sure that these things go through? We look at some of these Vera's reports, and the Vera's reports with the irregular expenditure talks to documentations that are not being presented. But why are we not holding people accountable for those documentation? Why are we not holding people accountable at the various depots? The whole diesel procurement and all the diesel that you are saying cash flow, you want to blame it on cash flow. But cash flow has got a procedure. GMT currently where we are we entering into lease agreement with other bus company or bus stakeholders, straightforward, in other provinces or other people to do your routes? Yes or no? What is your cash liquidity today? The contract that you so-called went out with BB Truck, but you absorbed those employees from another company into GMT. That organogram with the appointment, was that approved? A, by the accounting authority, B, by the legislature, by the group beforehand, before you agreed to the uptake of that with the time frames? Because MEC, I'm very serious when it comes to GMT. We do not have 50 buses running now currently. I'm not talking about the new ones that are supposed to come and when they are supposed to come. The buyout. Because for the people who sits here, who witnessed the turnaround strategy plan of GMT, never spoke about in that turnaround to give lease agreements for other bus company on their bus routes. Spoke about turnaround strategy within GMT. And if that is the route that we are now taking, when did the executive authority or the board took that decision? You see, Chairperson, I'm very passionate about GMT because GMT should be the pride of Limpopo. It should be one of the prides. It's this subsidiary that was responsible for 37 million people delivering, taking them home every day, picking them up to work. But we are no longer there. And so when we talk about the turnaround strategy plan, and I was looking at the times of the so-called business plan and when the boards took the decisions to turn around they call it the clean, when we talk about the clean administration report and the timelines of making sure that Schedule 3D companies were put forward, you made the turnaround within those time frames. September 2022, the first, having those first board meetings and actually dealing with the so-called turnaround strategy plan with the timelines that is being stated here. But when we look at the financials, we are not where we're supposed to be. The end of The withdrawal of financial assistance, HUD as the shareholder, to the subsidiary ends the end of this financial year now, 2024, was supposed to end. We're not supposed to give, if we hold to the resolution of the House MEC, we're not supposed to bail out GNT, New Era anymore. But we want to sit with the same people in GNT, with the same people in New Era. And I'm asking myself, where's the leadership? There are recommendations, so there are recommendations by Vera to state that that further investigations must take place, that the entity, so they do the entity and they ask that those investigations must take further place, internally and externally. Has there been any externally and internally CRO investigations beyond Vera taken place in the irregular expenditure? Because that's the recommendations that comes from some of these Vera's reports. I don't see any, Chair. I can make you a reference to some of the Vera statements that make sense. And I see the Chair nods his head. It is there. But I'm asking, because they're not here, and I'm asking myself, where are those external or internal investigations reports? Because it talks about the accountability of how we hold people accountable. That's the irregular expenditure on GNT alone that I needed to have clarity on. Honourable Chair, through to you. New Era's of not being able to deal with their financial affairs. Section 26(1)(1) of the PFMA requires each of the subsidiary on a quarterly basis to submit their financial expenditure plans and how they are dealing with the creditors in this situation on a quarterly basis. I will ask the shareholder, looking at LEDA's debt and credit analysis report, looking at the cash flow report of GNT, looking at the financial liquidity of New Era, is it possible for you, is it possible to give me one, I'm not asking one, just one, after that quarterly report, after that submission of that PFMA requirement, like the MEC said, the previous MEC Roger Manyama said, he's not happy with the actions of the LEDA board taken. Show me one strong letter of intent, approval to say to that subsidiary, A, you did not comply, your systems are failing, you are not doing ABC, after that quarterly report. Because the Act requires you to do that. And MEC, if the HOD did not do it, he is failing in his capacity as the shareholder. And then the board, it's a new board, I understand that. But there is accountability in it. The directors' bonuses that were given to the previous board, that irregular expenditure, why are we not chasing it? Why are we not opening cases of fraud? Why are we not starting a litigation process? Why? I'm asking why. Just because the person is no longer sitting in the chair towards the left, MEC, does not mean we should not hold him accountable. Because if we're not, I'm going to ask that we take the PFMA according to section 38, then start holding the shareholder accountable for those losses, and that the shareholder must pay. Those are some of my comments, Chair, that I'm just putting up here, and thank you.
Thank you very much. Indeed, GNT is one public transport mode in the province that was going to assist us to move towards the 2030 vision year NDP. So if we don't strive to move towards that vision, so it means that we are failing the people of Limpopo. So it's very worrying when we have got more than 90% of the regular expenditure of LEDA coming from the GNT. And the other thing that I also want to say, indeed, LEDA's disciplinary procedure. This procedure, and I'm not sure if you have labor people in here, where it can say verbal written, MEC must clarify the public. Maybe it's me who is doing it, who is not remembering this thing. According to my experience in terms of, that's why I'm saying unless otherwise, there can't be two things at the same time. You can't have a verbal and a written warning at the same time. And even this letter that was written, that's why we're saying sometimes we're just including papers in the file. You can't, a verbal is verbal. You can't have a letter signed, Honorable Smala. Why do I sign if you said, Mukweli, pass on? It is that, it's me who must in my diary record that on the 11th of February 2022, I want Mukweli because he has done 1, 2, 3. There's no letter, I'm not sure, that's why I'm saying, maybe the department labor in your entity will be able to prove us otherwise. But if I'm right, we want to clarify it to the people of Limpopo that we don't have verbal written warning, so that we don't mislead people. Now, the other thing under GNT, in 2022-2023, you are indicating that, in fact, you are referring to that Annexure C is fine. But you don't tell us about the 17 million, 17.2 million. Of course, you said you resubmitted. You're supposed to say you have resubmitted to Treasury Condonment. I think initially we submitted as 101 million, and Treasury only condoned 83.9 million, where you had 17 million, which was not condoned. But as you go there, you are just saying we have submitted it back to Treasury. You don't even say you have resubmitted, because to me it's a resubmission. But you don't tell us why was it not condoned in the first instance? And what did you do which you believe that the submission for the second time, it will be condoned? That's the question that I have around the 17 million. That it was submitted as part of the 101, only 83%, or 83.9 was condoned, and then they took back 17. But you are now submitting. Why are you submitting? How did you come to the conclusion that you are submitting? Have you done something? Were there recommendations from the Treasury to say do 1, 2, 3? Why are you not mentioning those things that you were requested to do 1, 2, 3, and you have done 1, 2, 3? That is why we are submitting condemnation. Honorable Mahosha.
Thank you very much, Chair. And maybe, Chair, before I start, I would like to express my disappointment in some of the members that are not here, especially I think there are some CEOs, or they're acting, or whether they are permanent, and some board chairpersons that were supposed to be here. But unfortunately, they are not here, because I think that it's very important for them to attend. And it's not like this meeting was communicated yesterday. So they need to take this committee very serious. If Lord, maybe they were used to taking it lightly, then that perception needs to change, colleagues. Number two, Chair, I just need clarity as to how many entities are subsidiaries of LEDA, because at some point I'm getting 6, at some point when I read in the documents, I'm getting 9. So I just want clarity, because there's some Bahara here, there's a Limpopo agribusiness, and maybe if they can just be clarity as to what really, how many entities are subsidiaries of LEDA. Chair, I'm going to speak on New Era, and I'm going to ask the MEC this question. Do we really need New Era? Is there value for money in New Era? Or it's just vibes? We're just vibing, or we've got this entity. However, that entity, there was a resolution from Scopa that this entity needs to relocate. However, the entity is still gallivanting somewhere in Gauteng. And LEDA has got many offices in the province where it can accommodate this entity. So, Chair, maybe if we can just get clarity on this one. Now, I also need to understand, there is this thing here, New Era is in cohorts with Imvume. Imvume is owning 95%, New Era is owning 5%. That relationship of Imvume and New Era, Chair. Now, Chair, get into the real issues. Chair, if we can go to page 7 of 2022-23, under corridor, on the bullet here, corridor mining, we are told that an investigation by internal audit is currently underway. But then when you go to 2023-24, they tell you that no action has been taken against the CFO and responsible officials, and no investigation was performed. So I don't know what is what there, Chair, whether it's a misrepresentation or what, because one would expect that in the subsequent financial year, you would get an investigative report outlining as to what happened in the previous financial year, and how did the investigation conclude, and then as to whether, or if the investigations are not concluded, at least a status update or what really is happening. But now we are getting misinformed here, or here we are making investigations, here we didn't do any investigation. So which is which, MEC? Now, on GNT, I think my GNU partner, Honorable Smale, has really dealt with it. Because there's equally a misrepresentation, MEC, that there's a warning letter that has been issued. There's a warning letter that has been issued, and it is Annexure F. But when you go to Annexure F, it's not a warning letter. It's a settlement agreement. So we need to be clear. Next time when you come here, please, we are going to read this document of yours. Don't make references of things that are not in these files. When you are saying a warning letter, one would expect to find a warning letter. We must not draw inferences there or no, but because they said warning letter, yeah, this is a settlement, maybe they mean this one. We don't want to draw any inference. We want to find the real thing. So next time when you come here, maybe we just be lenient, because we are told that it's a new board, it's a new management and what. But seriously, at this level, this is high level, we are not expecting such type of mistakes. Chair, Honorable Smale spoke about the issue of 2024, the resolution that was taken in 2019 that affects the finances of LEDA. I think that one will deal with it at a later stage, because I wanted to deal with it on question 1. But Chair, it seems like in most of leaders' entities, there is serious collapse of corporate governance. Therefore, the question that I would like to pose to the MEC in conclusion is that, are you not exploring an option of unbundling these entities? Because some of them, we don't really need them. Are you serious? Are you not considering the option of unbundling this entities, because where taxpayers' money is just going down the drain? Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Honorable Nampumbulani.
Thank you, Chairperson. Mazinanga Ndikadipfi Nampumbulani Tambeleni Colbert. The first one, in the overall performance of the group, going through these files, in particular the irregular expenditure and other related matters, I came to a conclusion that LEDA is only there to pay the salaries of board members and other employees. That it's not now self-efficient, or it can't sustain itself having this information. So maybe we have generally the turnaround strategy. So on the turnaround strategy is where we are going to see the life of the group, if efficiently and effectively implemented by the new board members. We were not doing justice to the people of Limpopo by the performance of the group, but specifically now on the irregular expenditure. Now, most of the irregular expenditure here is incurred, which were incurred, were related to the diversions from the procurement policy. There is mention of the reviewing of the policy, supply chain policy, attending workshops, procedure manuals reviewed, and so on. But to my little knowledge, when the corridor mining is just extending the security contract without anything, I don't understand. Because if maybe the previous supply chain management which was there, I don't know whether it do permit that the expiry contract have to be utilized without even renewing it properly or so on. So for me, there is an element of corrupt which must be dealt with on that regard. And also, when you say you take one quotation, I don't know, when you are making some of the laws, I mean the bigger supply chain policy in South Africa, you just extract from there. Whether there was a supply chain policy for the previous board which allowed to take one quotation for the other services which are exceeding a certain amount of money. Now, still on irregular expenditure, the new era and the corridor mining, like Mabuta is saying, I don't believe when sitting here, MEC, that the new era is doing justice to the people of Limpopo. They are doing nothing. Absolutely nothing. Maybe if we get some explanation and the situation then we have to understand. But for me, when I read all these files and also on the financial statement, when we go on there, we are going to that questions and so on. I mean, it's just putting the group in disarray, completely in disarray. And in page 9, under New Era and corridor mining, under what action did the accounting authority take against the chief financial officer and other responsible officials? There, no action has been taken against the CFO and the responsible officials, as no investigations was performed. In page 9 of 2023-2024. And again, on the corridor mining, no action has been taken against the CFO and the responsible officials, as no investigations was performed. But my 1 billion question is the group applying consequences management? This is the time the Premier is always saying things have changed, and we must see that change. We must not just render a lip service to the people of Limpopo. We must see a tangible change for the people of this province. And we are responsible for overseeing this expenditure. How on earth, in this universe, that something has been happening and there's not even a single investigations and no actions was taken? And this is a challenge for the new board. Challenge for the, when we come here next year, I think for the new board, they are listening and take note. When you come here next year, we must see the results. And we must say to the people of this province, these are the men and women who are equal to the task, who can take consequences management. The poor people of Limpopo. So I think I just want the answers why there was no investigations, no consequences management. People are paid a lucrative amount of money but doing absolutely nothing. So that is, Chairperson, my input.
Thank you, Honorable Nampumbululu. Just to correct you, it's not going to be next year. No.
This year?
Yes.
Thank you,
We
Chairperson.
want progress. MSC, our approach this year is that we're not going to wait for the public hearing to get progress. We are going to have quarterly meetings. And in those quarterly meetings, we will be expecting the progress on each and every matter that we are raising today. So we are saying in the next few weeks, the issues that we are raising must be submitted, and we see how far are they. But on the resolutions, we are not going to wait for the quarterly meeting. Yeah. We will have another hearing whereby the people of Limpopo will have to hear how far are the issues that have been there since 2014, 2015. So it's going to be a very busy year from now on. Quarterly, we don't wait for the year to lapse or for the next public hearing. Quarterly, we want to progress so that when we have public hearings, we don't dwell much on dealing with previous issues. We will just have to deal with the financial year that will be audited that year. Honorable Macheta.
No, thanks, Chairperson Macheta, person member of this committee. I'm just tempted to want to ask a few questions linking with what has been said here, but hopefully taking into cognizance that the MEC would consider that very seriously. If you look in terms of these reports, we can safely say that there's serious underperformance. And what do we do with that underperformance? Because it cannot continue like this. Of course, we are saying this because we would want to build the province and we would want to build the entity. But I don't believe that there's underperformance because there's lack of skills. I want to believe that there's lack of performance because we are not committed to the work of building the state. And I think all of us must rise to that challenge. What is it that we can do to ensure that we are equal to that task? There's skills here, but the skills that are here do not relate to what we are getting. And that becomes a challenge. And we can't continue to have this kind of situations and there's no action or consequence management. But I think with regard to the new board, when they will be providing that strategic direction of the company, because they should be able to provide that strategic direction. I believe that perhaps we'll be able to make an improvement. But what I'm saying is that there's capacity, there's skills and everything that is required to perform, to give us results, but it's not forthcoming. What is the problem? And I think that area is the area that the MEC must be able to take, as and when we meet at your own levels of your meetings, that it must be dealt with accordingly, because there is capacity. But that capacity does not come to assist in the manner that we would have wanted. I had thought that in building in what Honorable has been saying here, we should be able to add that even when we go back, we're able to be up to the task and we're able to deliver to the people of Limpopo. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable.
Yeah, thank you, Chairperson. Thank you for allowing me. You see, when I look at Annexure A, which is now the turnaround strategy plan of LEDA, Annexure B, which talks about the Limpopo Economic Development Agency, the clean administration, the report, that one. One of those bullets, and I just, on the, I just want to get it exactly for you. Chairperson, because I want to believe it's also a bit outdated because I couldn't get it in 2023. But on the second, on the page, it's not numbered, but on there it says resolutions of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts. It makes mention of a KPI there. That on the 15th of November 2022, you implementing of Scopa resolutions, and then the implementation and address the Treasury on the 15th of, that's 2022. But then I come towards 2023 and I'm trying to look at your milestones and your timelines, 2023. Maybe it was last updated in March 2023. So you would have expected you would see a more updated version of 2024, March 2024. And what I'm trying to say is that I'm wondering what we're doing if we're just doing tick box exercise. Actually, I don't think we're looking at what we're supposed to do. Because you've got 335 million rand of rentals that are not being collected. Nah, 335. I look at GNT. You've got an office rental that is going, that was ordered here at Viras, that expired in 2013, that you kept paying 541,000 rand. Yes, it's a supply chain management that must manage this, but where's your unit in LEDA of within the debt that makes sure that we double up, triple up on our legislative requirements to make sure that contracts before they expire, that we step in, that when they are going on. I mean, we've got, there was mention made about a lease agreement not signed and not being approved by the CEO, and it says not approved by CEO, but you still go and pay 107,000 rand towards that lease. Now, who must then be held accountable for that? You can't then just say, yeah, no money was lost, therefore we ask for condonement. It cannot be MEC. I am very concerned about the ability by LEDA and LEDA to do contract management over its properties that it has, or maybe doesn't know what it has. There's a big gap here, and these are all irregular expenditures that speaks to that. Your irregular expenditure on your legal fees and your professional fees on G&T of 3.6 million. Was it because there's no breakdown of that 3.6 million? Is it because all your creditors were chasing you to court and now you're going to fight the court case? Like the 10 million rand of diesel contract that you could not pay most recently? And then you don't want to appear in court? Let's be honest with each other, Chairperson, here. Safeguarding the institution. Because that is what I would ask MEC to provide us a breakdown. It's one thing to say that we are fighting litigation against company A, B, and C for like the Guyana fire, and I understand that, and there's maybe a question. But there's something that we don't pay creditors, and creditors goes after us, and we go and we're not doing the right thing. By the time the creditor has taken us to court, there was a lot of written in between A, B, C, D that talks about putting measures in place, making proposals towards either treasury or whatever. And I will ask that MEC that you give us that type of report to later on with the other ones that I just asked for. I just wanted to add that, I think, because G&T, as you rightfully say, is 90% of the problem here. 90% of the problem is here. And if we haven't got a strong oversight from the shareholder in dealing with rentals, rental agreements, service level agreements across the board, and the DDG that is dedicated to that with clear timelines, then there's a big gap. MEC, then we've got to make sure that we find the gap, we close the gap, so that we don't have these issues about contract lapses. We're paying for 5, 6, 7 years, or 10 years even a property that we did not even went into a lease agreement with. So I will just leave it there, Honourable Chair. Thank you for that second point.
Thank you very much, honourable members. Just to say, MEC, let's consider if, of course I believe that the province, when establishing these subsidiaries, the intention was good. Wanted to grow the economy of the province. But in the process, we have to go back and do a scientific analysis. Is what we intended to achieve, are we even nearer or in the direction of achieving it? The answer is no, especially with your new era, whereby there are challenges. So, and I've seen somewhere where you are also saying, because the Transwat is refusing to give information, so the intention is to break ties with that and then get another broker. You are going to from one problem to another problem, because the very same broker that you are going to establish ties with will also come with his or her own conditions. Remember, in business, you know that the interest is in making profit. Other than you, MEC, but now you have to provide services. These are entities that you are in. Some of them, they don't have interest in making the people of Limpopo better, except that they want profit. But they can't have profit on our expenses. They have to be accountable, because in one way or another, they account to us and they are funded by us. So we need to have value for money here. We need to say when the House has resolved that new era must come in the province, it must come in the province, or else it is declaring war. It is saying, no, the Limpopo do your Limpopo things, and now we'll do our things, and let them do them, and we it be very clear that we are no longer having ties with new era. Anyway, it does not benefit us in any way. Anyway, just to be honest, it does not benefit because it is not even making money for itself. So it depends on us directly or indirectly. So such entities are making LEDA not to get the clean audit. As long as a CEO of LEDA, as long as you don't manage, and I think that is where you are failing, to make to play an oversight role on these subsidiaries, which you will make you to underperform throughout your lifetime. So the sooner we have very practical and scientific measures on these entities, then we are going to sit here and lament every year, and we don't want that. The same as the corridor mines, that like I indicated that the issue of non-compliance is just deliberate. And if we have to be brutal, it's linked to corruption and fraud. Because if you have to do something and you deviate, what is your intention? You want to do something that is not wanted. So I think we need to be very, very much decisive on these underperforming entities. Because if you look at number F, talking about the measures that the accounting officer to prevent this irregular. The only thing to prevent irregular expenditure is to comply. These training workshops will never make us to, because when you are hiring an official of that level, senior official, we have got the expectations that even in the interviews, I think we will ask to say, what is the PFMSA? And it will take quote all those sections. So it's our expectations that he or she knows what is expected. And when you do training, of course training is very critical and it's the responsibility of every employer to train employees. But as a reinforcement, or as and when we have new legislation coming in, that is where we must prioritize training. But on the basic policy that is there, treasury regulations, the PFMA, so if they deviate, it is deliberate, and then for consequence management must be instituted. So the question is that how effective are these measures? Are we just writing them just to comply, or are we coming up with scientific ways to address our problem? Because until we come to that census, until we become very serious and say we want to deal with this problem once and forever, we will not talk about a workshop, we will not talk about training, because we believe that we have hired capable and qualified individuals, that you don't have to start. The only thing that you will do is reinforcement in training when you identify a particular gap. So we are saying, MSC, you have a very big task with this entity. And I want to comment as well. I failed to, or I forgot to mention this. I've gone to your files, the LTA and your file from that. That is why I have this view that you do not pay attention to it. Those files are fine. The resolution are clearly indicated. So my question is, under the same authority, but somewhere, somehow, you do not pay attention to this because those the other 2 files, you are indicating how far are you with other resolutions. Very clear. This one was condoned. This one is what. But what is the key? Thank you very much. You can just respond to some of the questions.
Thank you very much. Again, Matube Starake, MEC for LEDA. I will respond to a few questions and allow them to respond to other questions that are here. Let me start with this one. How effective is our measures on consequences management? I think for GNT, they are not effective because there is recurrence of irregular expenditure. What we need to do out of here is to go and look at the measures that have been taken, either verbal, written, verbal. We go and look at real measures that can deter this irregular expenditure. It has not been effective because it is the only entity where irregular expenditure is recurring over different financial years. Others, they resolve, they are condoned, they are fine. The reports that were requested by Honorable Smale, I think we noted them, but we must indicate that the SIU, the proclamation is there, the SIU is going to brief us. They will start the briefing tomorrow in terms of areas where we need. They have got a proclamation which says what is it that is needed to be done, and areas where we need them to support us, because there are multi-pronged investigation going on in GNT. We have got SIU, we also have instituted the report by actuaries to deal with pensions. We also reported the issues of GNT to the Hawks as a law enforcement to investigate. So there are 3 investigations going on there, and we hope, looking at the governance challenges that are there, after these investigations, GNT can move. Because GNT must, Chairperson, assist the province to grow the economy. We can only grow the economy if workers are being transported from areas where they are needed to the area of work. And it is GNT that must assist us. So we can't allow governance collapse to happen in GNT. If it collapses, then we are collapsing the economy of the province. There are multi-pronged investigations that are going on there. And as and when we come to report, as you said, quarterly, we'll be reporting how far are we in terms of all these multi-pronged investigations that are there. The bonuses for the previous board, or the money that they overpaid themselves, we have started the process of getting that money. From our side, or from my side as the MEC, we have written letters to them for them to acknowledge the debt that they have. Besides that, there is money that is due to the previous board. So we have withheld it in line with what they owe us. So we can't pay them the money that is due to them before we recover that money. Those whose money is more than the money that we are supposed to pay, we have given them letters, and the process of litigation is ongoing. Do we really need new era? My simple answer would be yes. We need new era. New era is one of the 3 licenses that we have, if I'm not mistaken, black owned licenses for for insurance. And in our view, together with the board of LEDA, we think New Era, if it is managed well, it can assist the province. One, it must, the model that we were using was that every entity is doing its own thing in isolation from the other. We have agreed from the strategic session that if we want our entities to work, the New Era can't insure Honorable Smale's vehicle before it insures the vehicle of LEDA and its subsidiaries inside. It must start internally. If it is to insure people, it must insure the staff of LEDA. If you look at LEDA and its subsidiaries, if that insurance is just, before it can even go outside, it insures the LEDA, LDA, and all its subsidiaries. We start internally. We think it can be revived. But besides that, we said we must explore how New Era can work with RISIMA. RISIMA is doing housing, and housing requires insurance as well. How can they relate and work together? We are working together so that we submit, because New Era requires us to submit a report to the Prudential Authority at the Reserve Bank on timelines given to us by the Prudential Authority. So those are the work that we are doing to assist New Era, but it must move its office from Gauteng to here. It can't function from there. It's the instruction that were given to the board that New Era must then start working from here, move to all our districts. The reason why it is not functioning, it's not performing because it is outside the province, and we have instructed it to come here. It can use RISIMA's offices or LEDA offices or any other offices that are there of entities and subsidiaries and start working. We have got offices in all our districts, and then New Era can then work from all those entities. Looking at the strategic session we had with the new board and what they think they can do, in my view, we can turn around all these entities in a very short space of time. We just need to be focused and implement the turnaround. We have revised the turnaround plan, the strategic plan which was there, and allowed them to make inputs into how they can turn around LEDA and its subsidiaries. Where from that session they've done, they will submit to our office, and then of course it will be submitted accordingly to the legislature. I think if we just put focus on all these entities, Chairperson, in my view, these entities can work and assist our province to grow. The other question was, aren't you thinking about unbundling all these entities? We in our turnaround plan, we are looking at all those. Which are the ones that we can support? They can support each other, like New Era and RISIMA, so that they don't work in isolation from each other. If RISIMA is working there, doing housing, insurance there as well, because every house that they need to do need insurance, and is in isolation with New Era. We think it can't work. We need them to work, all of them, and work together. The unbundling, if we find that this entity are not, we have got an option to divisionalize them. They become a division, no longer as an entity, but they become a division of LEDA. We have requested the board and its subsidiaries that they must put up, of course, an annual plan, but a 6 months turnaround plan, that as LEDAT we can assess on a 6 months basis, so that we don't wait for a year. And after a year you find that the entity is in serious challenges. The other one that I can look at, I think on the consequence management, we fully agree. The one for CMR and New Era, as indicated, I was whispering to the chairperson of the board here that he must go and look at those. We can't have irregular expenditure and there is no action, and there is no investigation. If there is irregular expenditure, there must be investigation, there must be action. So we commit that when we bring the other report, as and when we are coming, we'll indicate how far are we in terms of the investigation for those irregular expenditure and the report. But I will allow the, starting with the HOD, the Group CEO on matters that requires their attention. We can come back to the chair if there are any matters that they might have missed. But I'm also opening for other members if they have any issue to raise, more especially the board members. Through your permission, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable MEC. My name is Mato Zeratumbu. I am the head of department for the shareholder department of LEDA. I will try and respond in terms of the question that was asked by Honorable Smale and also other members, which says, does the shareholder department perform oversight on LEDA? I will say yes, it does so, of course, in terms of the provisions of the LEDA Act of 2016, the annual shareholder compact, which is signed every year on the 31st, and also at management level and executive level, LEDA convenes the quarterly M&E session around performance, which is inclusive around issues of expenditure and budgets. And the Honorable MEC on bi-monthly basis, he also convenes the executive management meeting where the leader and other entities' operations are discussed and guidance is given. And we do have minutes to show that this happens. The Honorable MEC has already responded to the issue of non-payment of board fees, and I want to relate it to these issues around whether we do oversight. When the now gone board leader came into office in 2019 December, between that December and February, that is when the issue of overpayment of fees occurred. So when LEDA discovered this matter, immediately the shareholder wrote to the leader board that you are overpaying yourself above the normal rates as provided for by Treasury regulations, and immediately they were told to halt it, which they did. And further than that, LEDA and Treasury did investigation, which came about with the resolution that those overpaid board fees must be repaid. And I think that the progress the Honorable MEC has already indicated that there are steps that have been taken, that the retainers will be kept, as well as those who have got more debt to LEDA, there will be follow-up legal processes to be able to get that money back. But I want to say that through the systems of oversight, that matter was dealt with. I know that this is notwithstanding that we have not yet recovered all the monies. And in terms of the engagement around governance and oversight, I'll show you a typical example if you were to go to the file 2022-2023 and you look at Annex E, which is the letter from the MEC then, giving feedback about LEDA's performance, following up other sessions that he has with the board, that he was not satisfied with LEDA's performance, and he has then indicated this is what he wants to be done. So indeed, there's always been this process that is overseen by the executive authority of the shareholder department to deal with non-performance by LEDA and their subsidiaries. I then want to go to an issue of LEDA sustainability and just to correct that in terms of the Scopa resolution of 2019-20, LEDA was meant to be sustainable by 31st of March 2024. And to that extent, just 6 months prior, which is in November, LEDA guided LEDA to develop the sustainability plan, which they must report to EXCO and Scopa every 6 months. The first one has already been completed, and the second one for the year is being submitted at the end of this month. The pillars for that sustainability for LEDA is that we have looked at the root causes of why LEDA is where it is at the moment. One of which is the issue of rationalization of cost, and each and every subsidiary then made a business case in terms of what are the actions and the resources that they require in order to be sustainable. And those are being implemented, of course, with the monitoring framework provided by LEDA, Office of the Premier, and Treasury. So indeed, if you look at the allocation by Treasury to LEDA, it was on the basis of that sustainability as per Scopa resolution. And of course, we know that if you look at the budget allocation of LEDA over the years, ever since that Scopa resolution of 2019-20, the budget has been declining to the extent that it's almost 1/3 of the budget that was there 5 years ago. But I think that the actions of the board, the actions of the shareholder, in terms of the pillars and the actions to implement, it does show that indeed they have accepted that there is a need for LEDA to go back to what it was intended, which is a 3D for profit listed entity. And that's why he's mentioning the issue of the strategic sessions and the resolutions to sustain a LEDA. Another of the second and last example I will give around the oversight and governance. When the issue about the non-payment of pensions came about for GNT, and the provincial government then commissioned a BDO investigation in 2021. Upon that release, LEDA was given the responsibility to implement that. And if you look overall in terms of that implementation, it does show that the guidance of the shareholder was very, very, very critical in terms of achieving certain things. One of which was to go to Treasury and say that because the non-payment of pensions was as a result of almost near-level bankruptcy of GNT, there is a need to capitalize the payment of pensions. And to that extent, Treasury then gave GNT 27 million to pay for the institutional debts, including the pensions. And I think that to date, after the starting of payment of pensions from 2022, GNT has already paid in excess of 49 million, and 996 of pensioners have received their money. Of course, there's a gap of around 167 pensioners who have not been paid, but it's a result of investigation as well as tracing. So overall, I think that if you look at the movement and making sure that is enforced, it is going very well. However, because the investigation by BDO only touched the period 2010 and 2017 and not the prior years, and the representative of pensioners are saying that you must look at those years. LEDA, once again, through LEDA, have commissioned an actuary services so that we can do the extra and interpolation of the years that are missing, so that we can identify the people who are supposed to benefit and the number of years in which they are supposed to be paid. And that is ongoing. As soon as it is completed, I'm sure we will be able to think about how much money is owed overall in terms of the missing year from that BDO investigation. And I think that the last issue was that LEDA must then report this matter to the law enforcement agency in terms of the possible violation of the Pension Fund Act in terms of PRECA Act. And LEDA has done so, and of course the primary law agency that will report these matters on is the SAPS Polokwane, who will then, upon looking and evaluating this matter, they will choose whether it goes to the commercial one, or choose whether it goes to auction otherwise. But I want to just indicate that in terms of governance, LEDA does take an opportunity to make sure, even though sometimes you will find that the provision says that LEDA must then indicate that LEDA must implement 1, 2, 3, but we go to the extent of making sure we get involved so that even when the matters are within the subsidiaries, they are implemented. And my last issue is the issue of the unbundling of subsidiaries of entities. That the EXCO resolution in around June 2021 dealt with the issues about the reconfiguration of public entities. Of course, looking at what is happening at national, because we've got a similar committee, the rationalization of public entities. And one of the resolutions, actually the resolutions talked about each and every entity in terms of what must happen. And in terms of the ones that we are discussing now, which is New Era and Limpopo Connection, they are supposed to get the strategic partner so that we can look at the hypothesis as to whether they should continue as subsidiaries. However, if it becomes impossible on the basis of market condition, then we'll look at other secondary issues like the MEC is mentioning in terms of merging, the possible one between RISIMA and New Era, as well as ensuring that perhaps it is divisionalized so that you might be able to reduce costs. So I want to say, not in defense, but just to indicate and using these clear examples that, of course, if you were to look at LEDA performance and how they do their files coming to Scopa, as far as I have been here, I think there is some improvement, but not overall improvement, which is something that we can acknowledge. But also, if you were to look at some of the things regarding the implementation of unwanted expenditure framework, we had to benchmark them with LEDA, that there is a need for particular processes that must be implemented. Investigation. They must constitute the Financial Misconduct Board for the loss and injury to government. And those things are only coming now. And of course, the Honorable MEC does believe that with the coming of the new board for the LEDA main board and the subsidiaries, some of these things that we have been discussing over the years might lead to improvements in performance, as well as to how do we respond overall to questions of Scopa and other parliamentary institutions. Thank you.
Good afternoon, honorable members. My name is Takani Makuwa, the Group CEO of LEDA. I just want to give a clarification on just one question by Honorable Mabota on the confusing around the LEDA entities, particularly the subsidiaries. I think when looking at the financial year 2022-2023, vis-a-vis 2023-2024. So we have got a total of 7 subsidiaries in LEDA. We have got Limpopo Connection, we have got New Era, GNT, Corridor Mining Resources, Musina Makado SEZ, Fetakumutubase Industrial Park, which become a subsidiary only on the 1st of April 2023, and then we then have RISIMA. There was a reference of Limpopo agribusiness. The HOD just mentioned about the reconfiguration process that took place around 2021. So the Limpopo agribusiness used to be a subsidiary of LEDA, then get collapsed into a division. So Limpopo agribusiness is now a division within LEDA. It's no longer a standalone. Then again, the number then go back, replaced by FTIC, which is Fetakumutubase Industrial Park, which then become an entity on its own. And prior to that, it was a division within LEDA. So maybe because of those periods. But in addition, honorable members, to the subsidiaries, LEDA also have what we call associate companies. It's an area where we are owning less than 50%. Our subsidiary Corridor Mining Resources also have entities that are, we don't necessarily own 100%, but average 55-65%. So perhaps what we can do as part of additional information provide, we can indicate both at the leader level in terms of the amount of shareholding and as well as the amount that we spend either shareholders loan and then what is it that we are holding at the associate level, including some of the insurance brokers, the OK Bazaars and other entities that we have, so we can illustrate that. And also include those companies that ordinarily would not see on the surface, but the subsidiaries of corridor mining resources. So we can provide those details, honorable members. I just thought maybe that would be the question, maybe because others have been covered by the honorable MEC and the HOD. We'll pass it to the Deputy Chair. Thank you.
Good afternoon again, honorable members. I'm Mr. Zakari Kambule. I'm Mr. Zakari Kambule, Deputy Chair of LEDA. I just want to respond to one question that was raised by Honorable Smani. I think the question was the leasing of buses and DNT, was that approved? So that was approved on the 30th of January. Following process, we are starting with the GNT board and then the leader board. Maybe I could also maybe provide you with information or what the rationale behind the leasing of buses. As you rightly pointed out, that in terms of the number of buses that we have, okay, they are not 50, they are 90 currently. But we're operating at 30%. So we still have to fulfill 70% of the available goods. And so we are correct that we cannot disappoint the people. We need to provide a service as well as improve the financial status of GNT. So the model that was presented to the GNT board as well as the leader board is that in addition to, in order to fulfill the 70% allocation, you got that 90, then we need some new buses, which the numbers has to be finalized according to the budget between 45 and 120. But then we still have about 160 buses. So that is why we decided to lease the 162 buses. So the turnaround strategy of GNT involved it's a three-pronged approach. Own buses, lease buses, new buses. And we have looked at the financial modeling and we can say to this house that that is key to the turnaround of GNT, obviously among other things, consequence management, but that financial model will be able to ensure that GNT is not just sustainable, but is profitable as well. Thank you.
CFO, are you fine?
The last speaker, are you trying to respond to the 17 million?
Your name?
Oh, this is my target. I can confirm that the new area is we saw the communication
yes, I'm going to take final follow-up questions. MEC, when we raise the issue of whether we need the new era or that other subsidy, it was based on its profitability. You know, like I've indicated, business is about making profit. And if they were alone, they would have closed. There's no doubt about that. If the business is there and it's not making profit, they close. But now they are not closing because they know that the government is there. We raise an issue based on that. And the other thing, maybe in the upcoming engagement, you can also privilege us with the information on the pension, like the HOD has done. Maybe update us where it is, because it is in our interest as an oversight structure to know how far this issue is. And the last one, and I'm mentioning this one because Honorable Small mentioned it was answered, or it was responded to the issue of the board overpayments. I know it's in the resolutions, and we defend the resolutions for update in the meeting. But there is also another issue related to the board, which is in the resolution. Maybe as we are going to update us, maybe even if it's not today. And these two things, the overpayment and in 2023, 2024, where the board wrote off a transaction without following the proper procedures, and who is liable. And I think even in this case, the board, and I'm not sure even the same board, it is liable, because if you don't follow the correct regulation or the prescribed regulations, you will write off the whatever transaction is very serious. And I'm saying we may not answer it now because it's in the resolutions, and it will be part of the response on the progress of the resolution. I just wanted to check if they are linked. Is it the same thing, or there's an issue of overpayment and the issue of writing off without complying to the legislation? You are noted, Honorable Small Mabuja, and let's just go straight to the question.
Thank you. See, Honorable MEC, this committee's main role is to make sure that we don't see any unwanted expenditure, full stop. Going with good governance principles. And it's from there where my arguments stem with GNT and the bus operators and the lease agreements. Because with BB Truck, we have to absorb the officials or the bus drivers or the people from that in 1890 when the contract is going. We have got, I don't know, 250 plus to 350 bus drivers. I'm not so sure what the actual number is now. You know, there's I might be out a little bit because we haven't seen a latest report. I know that, and I'm thank you for the Deputy Chair for being honest with the lease agreements, or the 160 lease agreements. But I am concerned about the process on how GNT follows the lease agreement in a transparent way and acquiring this lease agreement. Because some of these companies that we are approaching, and we have got local bus operators here that are fully female owned, 100% Limpopo owned, that are trying to get bus licenses or increase capacity, which don't get them. Let me just put that there. It is the case. We are shopping outside. We went to KZN. We went last year already, talking to people before the decision was taken, Deputy Chair. Before. So the discussions was, MEC, and I hope you don't have to respond. Yeah. And I'm glad the AG is here. Trips were taken to KZN last year for discussions. I will leave it there for lease agreements. And it comes to what is the aim And I'm very concerned that we are trying, that there are people within the ex-G&T or G&T group or personnel that are creating another entity, operating against G&T at the end of at the expense of G&T. You understand? And I do think, MEC, I'm going to ask you today to put your hand on it, to look at the transparency of the process, the legality of it, everything on a TLE, because it does concern me, and I'm glad that there are some new chairpersons on the board that might take that seriously. I'm putting it. I'm not asking for a response, but I'm willing to have a out of office discussion with you also, MEC, for the purpose of transparency, but for the purpose of record, I felt it was necessary to put it on record, and I will leave the discussion there. Thank you very much, Deputy Chair, for being honest at this stage.
Honorable Mabucha?
Yes, Chair. Chair, mine is on no error. I'm glad, I think this is the new CEO, because the CEO mentioned in here resigned. Yeah, Chair, there's been much talks about new error located, even in the previous financial years. So I thought that maybe when they were standing up, they were going to confirm to us that, look, our lease in Sentin is expiring next month. We've already, these are the plans that we have. Because we're going to come back here next year, and the new era will still be in Sentin, servicing the people of Gauteng, not servicing the people of Limpopo. So I thought that maybe when the MEC and his team are responding, we're going to at least attach some meat to the bone. Thanks.
Yeah, I think in our next quarterly meeting, we must get the progress that we see on how far are they passing the Metroport or Grasco. So we must get that indication. Honorable Machet.
Now, thanks very much, Machete, member of this committee. I just want to flow from the issue of the GNT pensions. It's a matter that it's receiving a provincial attention because there are many other issues that are attached to it, and which I think it should be resolved as quickly as possible. But as to how that must be done, that remains the responsibility of all of you from that side. But that matter must be resolved as quickly as possible, because it has received a provincial attention. It is as if government is doing nothing about that. And I think we must appeal that whether there are other stakeholders that are involved, which are not seated here, that will be your responsibility to ensure that you liaise with them, you deal with them, and are able to finalize on the matter. People are able to be paid, and at least there is a sense that government is able to assist. Because where we are, we are labeled as if we are not really assisting the people that are affected. And I think the board, as and when we are providing that strategic direction, also take that into consideration, that we are dealing with the issues that are affecting the people. And it can't be as business as usual. And I think in the subsequent reporting, it must be clear in terms of when are we intending to finalize this thing. And if it is finalized by then, we'll appreciate, so that it does not just keep on coming and we are not really be seen to be concluding on the matter. I had thought that I must be able to give that emphasis on the basis of what the chair said, because I view it as a matter that must be resolved as quickly as possible, and we be given a report. I know there may be other stakeholders that are involved, as I said, but it is your responsibility to ensure that they also make sure that that matter is dealt with. If it implies that some form of joint meetings must be called in, and we are able to sit at that level and find ways of how to deal with that, give that matter special attention, we will be able to appreciate as a committee. Because we are coming from these communities and we are getting information as relating to the pains that these people are going through. And I think if we could also create that joint committee to specifically look at that, deal with that, ensure that we resolve it as quickly as possible. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much. I think these were just input that will assist us to go forward, because our approach is not just to say why is it not happening. We also, where possible, if we can advise on way forward to do. So I think the input here was to say fill the gap so that we are able to move forward. Unless if you had something that you want to respond.
Thank you very much, Magistrate again, MEC Lidet. I think we take note of the inputs given to us.
Okay. In that case, we will recommend that we break for lunch. Lunch is ready, and then we will come back and continue to deal with question 3. It's 11 minutes past 2. Can we come back at 20 to 3? That's 30 minutes. Enjoy your lunch. for us. And I hope that you enjoyed your lunch.
Yes.
So almost Small will read the questions on our behalf. Yes, the same approach. Yeah. And this will make
All right. Thank you, Chairperson. Honorable MEC. Question 3 deals with fruitless and wasteful expenditure for the financial years ending 23, ending 24. 2023 financial year is fruitless and wasteful expenditure executing authority on paragraph 37 of the AG report. The AG reports that effective steps were taken to prevent fruitless and wasteful expenditure to the amount of 3.440 million for the company as disclosed in note 57 to separate financial statements as required by section 51(1)(b), Roman figure 2 of the PFMA. Fruitless and wasteful expenditure for the group amounts to 12,000,005. The majority of the fruitless and wasteful expenditure was caused by interest charged on overdue amounts. On paragraph 40, the AG was unable to obtain sufficient appropriate audit evidence that disciplinary steps were taken against officials who had incurred fruitless and wasteful expenditure as required by section 51(e), Roman figure 3 of the PFMA. This was because investigations into fruitless and wasteful expenditures were not performed. A. Why did the accounting authority fail to take effective steps to prevent fruitless and wasteful expenditure as required by section 51(b), Roman figure 2 of the PFMA? B. Why did the accounting authority fail to put systems in place to prevent interest charged on overdue accounts? D. How much fruitless and wasteful expenditure did the accounting authority recover? E. Provided detailed breakdown of the fruitless and wasteful expenditure. Who are the responsible officials? G. What action did the accounting authority take against the officials? H. What action did the executing authority take against the accounting authority? I. What measures did the accounting authority put in place for the recurrence of the anomaly? And to the current financial year, fruitless and wasteful expenditure, executing authority in paragraph 38 of the AG report, the AG was unable to obtain sufficient appropriate audit evidence that disciplinary steps were taken against officials who had incurred fruitless and wasteful expenditure to the amount of 17,462,431 rand as required by section 51(1)(e), Roman figure 3 of the PFMA. This was because investigations into fruitless and wasteful expenditure were not performed, recurring matters from 22-23 financial years. A. Why did the accounting authority fail to take the disciplinary steps against officials who had incurred fruitless and wasteful expenditure of 17,462 million as required by section 51(1)(e), Roman figure 3 of the PFMA? B. How much fruitless and wasteful expenditure did the accounting authority recover? Provide a detailed breakdown of the fruitless and wasteful expenditure. D. Who are the responsible officials? E. What action did the executing authority take against the accounting authority? F. What action did the accounting authority take against the CFO and responsible officials? And G. What measures did the accounting authority put in place to prevent the reoccurrence of this anomaly? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Small. Honorable MEC.
Thank you very much, Chairperson and honorable members. Marty Bechtereke, MEC leader. I'll request the chairperson to deal with the responses.
Thank you, MEC, Honorable Chairperson. My name is Chris Litore, Chairperson of LEDA. The response to question 3A is the accounting authority could not prevent the incurrence of fruitless and wasteful expenditure at the agency because of the financial challenges faced by the entities in the group. LEDA has incurred fruitless and wasteful expenditure due to late payments of accounts amounting to 3.4 million. The agency has had financial challenges, that is liquidity challenges, for a couple of years. These challenges resulted in an inability to pay creditors within the prescribed payment period. This liquidity challenge is due to LEDA's financial support to Corridor Mining Resources, Agribusiness and Limpopo Connection for their salaries and wages and operating expenditure and the continuous recapitalization of New Era Life. LEDA prioritized salary payments of these entities over payment of creditors, which resulted in interest being charged. Based on the fruitless and wasteful expenditure report by the internal audit, there was no official who caused the fruitless and wasteful expenditure. The expenditure was due to lack of cash flow by the agency. To address these issues, the accounting authority has developed a sustainability plan aimed at improving the group's cash flow, which will ultimately eliminate future occurrences of fruitless and wasteful expenditure. In addition, the fruitless and wasteful expenditure identified has been written off by the board. Great North Transport. The entity incurred fruitless and wasteful expenditure amounting to 8 million. This emanated from penalties, the Department of Transport and Community Safety, and late payment to creditors. Due to the poor state of the fleet, DNT experiences frequent breakdowns resulting in a declining flow of buses over the 12-month period. This has an impact on cash flow, which resulted in late payments to creditors and the incurrence of penalties from DTCS as they penalized GNT for not operating buses on the contractual routes. GNT has implemented an acquisition strategy that includes the procurement of new buses, leasing of buses, and refurbishment of the current fleet to improve profitability. This strategy will result in improved revenue. Musina Makado Special Economic Zone. The expenditure was incurred as a result of late payments of AXA invoices. The invoices were emailed to the former CFO who had resigned from MMSCZ in June 2022. No other employee would have known about the invoices. AXA was informed about the resignation of the former CFO. However, invoices were still emailed to the incumbent. Attorney General South Africa was informed and the interest was subsequently reversed by AXA because the error was on the AXA side. Corridor Mining Resources. The total fruitless and wasteful expenditure incurred amounts to 466,810,000. This resulted from interest being levied on late payment of creditors. Negotiations are underway with creditors to reverse most, if not all, of the interest charges. New Era Life. The fruitless and wasteful expenditure resulted from an overpayment of a claim by 35,000. A claim was erroneously paid to the wrong recipient and the amount could not be recovered. No further actions were taken by the company and the amount was written off as a bad debt. Such incidents never occurred since. Response to question 3B. LEDA has systems, close brackets, that is timely capturing of invoices, monthly creditors and conciliations, close brackets, in place to prevent fruitless and wasteful expenditure. However, due to financial support to subsidiaries, as indicated in A above, This significantly constrained leaders financially, resulting in an inability to pay debts as they arose. Question 3C. The accounting authority performed an assessment into fruitless and wasteful expenditure in line with the National Treasury framework on irregular expenditure and fruitless and wasteful expenditure, where the following amongst others were performed. An assessment to identify possible irregularities was performed. A determination test to determine if losses were incurred was undertaken. Root cause analysis was performed. Officials responsible for the transactions were identified. A determination on whether the entity suffered a loss. Based on the investigation reports performed by internal audit, there was no finding of misconduct or fraudulent activities associated with the occurrence of fruitless and wasteful expenditure. As a result, no action was required by the accounting authority against any official. G&T. Based on the investigation reports performed, there was no finding of misconduct or fraudulent activities associated with the occurrence of fruitless and wasteful expenditure. As a result, no action was required by the accounting authority against any official. MMSEZ. Interest charged resulted from invoices sent to an incumbent who was not in the employ of the entity as indicated above. The interest was subsequently reversed. As such, no official was responsible for the incurrence. The table below depicts the incurrence of fruitless and wasteful expenditure for the year under review and the respective amounts investigated and written off. Name of an organization: Limpopo Economic Development Agency Consolidated. The amount incurred was 3,440,472. Condoned or written off 3,440,472. Great North Transport. The amount incurred was 8,058,486. The amount condoned was 8,058,486. Limpopo Connection, SOC Limited. The amount incurred was 384 rand. The amount condoned was 384. Corridor Mining Resources. The amount incurred was 466,843. No amount was condoned or written off. Musina Makado, SEZ Ltd. 3,815. Amount condoned or written off 3,815. Resima Housing, nothing was incurred. Hence there was no reason to condone anything. New Era Life, 35,000 was incurred. No amount was condoned or written off. Total amount incurred was 12,005,000. Total condoned was 11,503,157. 3D. There were no funds recovered. Fruitless and wasteful expenditure was investigated in line with the National Treasury framework on irregular and fruitless and wasteful expenditure. The outcome of the investigations was indicative of incurrence due to lack of or inadequate funds generated by the various entities. There was no indication of misconduct or fraudulent activities associated with the incurrence of the fruitless and wasteful expenditure, and no official was found to be liable. Refer to Annex F for the investigation reports. 4E. A detailed breakdown has been included. Refer to Annex G for the detailed breakdown. 3F. Based on the investigations performed, there was no finding of misconduct or fraudulent activities associated with the incurrence of the fruitless and wasteful expenditure, and no official was found to be liable. The official in the table above below are, however, responsible for the overall management of the entities and ensuring that sufficient revenue is generated. The name of the official, Mr. T.R. Makuba, position Group Chief Executive Officer, Entity LEDA Agency. Official Mr. B. Rama Sowane, position CEO, entity Limpopo Connection. Official Mr. King Karimeng, position CEO, entity CMR. Official Mr. M. Majake, position CEO, entity New Era Life. Official Mr. M. Mukwele, position CEO, entity GNT. 3D. No actions were taken as reported above. Based on the investigation reports, there was no indication of misconduct or fraudulent activities associated with the incurrence of the fruitless and wasteful expenditure, and no official was found to be liable. Fruitless and wasteful expenditure was incurred because of lack of cash resources. Refer to Annexure F for the investigation reports. 3H. The Executive Authority directed that the Accounting Authority develop a turnaround plan, open brackets, sustainability plan, close brackets. Implement and report quarterly. Refer to Annexure E for the communication and Annexure H for the progress on the implementation of the sustainability plan. 3I. Agribusiness has been dissolved and integrated into LEDA as a business unit. A strategic plan is in place to identify and secure a strategic investor who will oversee and manage the tea plantation operations, ensuring sustainable growth and development within the framework of LEDA. CMR was directed to recover the loans from Sifateng and currently receives 1.2 million per month. New Era is in the process of securing a strategic equity partner for which the target date of finalization is 28 February 2025. This will include all processes to be completed, such as due diligence and the shareholder and Section 54 approval. Limpopo Connection was directed to find an investor, and the process is at the early stages. GNT has implemented an acquisition strategy that includes the procurement of new buses, leasing of buses, and refurbishment of the current fleet to improve the profitability, and this will be finalized during 2024-2025 financial year. 2023-2024 questions. 3A, response to 3A. GNT. The Accounting Authority performed an assessment into fruitless and wasteful expenditure in line with the National Treasury Framework on irregular expenditure and fruitless and wasteful expenditure, where the following amongst others were performed. An assessment to identify possible irregularities was performed. A determination test to determine if losses were incurred was undertaken. Root cause analysis was performed. Officials responsible for the transactions were identified. A determination on whether the entity suffered a loss. Based on the investigation reports performed, there was no finding of misconduct or fraudulent activities associated with the incurrence of fruitless and wasteful expenditure. Refer to Annexure G for the investigation report. As a result, no action was required by the Accounting Authority against any official. MMSEZ. Interest charged resulted from invoices sent to an incumbent who was not in the employ of the entity, as indicated above. The interest was subsequently reversed. Refer to Annexure G for the internal audit investigation report. As such, no official was responsible for the incurrence. CMR. Insufficient cash flow to settle AG audit fees charged. The table below depicts the incurrence of fruitless and wasteful expenditure for the year under review and the respective amounts investigated in written note. Name of the organization, Great North Transport. Amount incurred, 16,819,048 rands. Amount condoned or written off, nothing. Musina Makado SEZ Ltd. Amount incurred, 1,338.05. Condoned, written off, 1,338.05. Corridor mining, 644,045 francs and 80 cents. Amount condoned, nothing. Total incurred 17,462,431 and 85 cents. Amount condoned 1,338 and 5 cents. 3B. No amount has been recovered. Based on the investigation reports, there was no indication of misconduct or fraudulent activities associated with the incurrence of the fruitless and wasteful expenditure, and no official was found to be liable. Fruitless and wasteful expenditure was incurred because of lack of cash resources. Refer to Annex G for the investigation reports. 3C. A detailed breakdown has been included. Refer to Annex H for the detailed breakdown. 3D. Based on the investigation performed on GNT, there was no finding of misconduct or fraudulent activities associated with the incurrence of the fruitless and wasteful expenditure, and no official was found to be liable. No investigation was conducted for CMR. 3E. The Executive Authority directed that the Accounting Authority develop a turnaround plan, close bracket, sustainability plan, open bracket, sustainability plan, close bracket, implement and report quarterly. Refer to Annex E for the communication and Annex 1 for the Annex I for the progress on the implementation of the sustainability plan. The Accounting Authority was subsequently released on 13 November 2024. 3F. No actions taken as reported above. Based on the investigation report, there was no indication of misconduct or fraudulent activities associated with the incurrence of the fruitless and wasteful expenditure, and no official was found to be liable. Fruitless and wasteful expenditure was incurred because of lack of cash resources. Refer to Annex G for the investigation report. 3G. CMR was directed to recover the loans from Sifating and currently receives 1.2 million per month. GNT is implementing an acquisition strategy that includes the procurement of new buses, leasing of buses, and refurbishment of the current fleet to improve the profitability, and this will be finalized during the 2024-2025 financial year. Thank you.
Thank you, MSC. Thank you very much. Honorable members, the response has been presented, so we can engage on the report. But I just want to start by maybe Slim who does not understand. So, on Annex G, on the investigation report, is indicating that the interest was subsequently referred to Annex G for the internal audit investigation report. So my question is, are these amounts reversed to the entity or reversed to who? Because it is indicated that there is an amount, there is interest, that amount is for interest, and the person who is committed an authorized expenditure. So I don't see money getting in and getting out or being reversed. I'm not sure. That's why I'm saying maybe Smith does not understand this table. The other thing is the report, investigation report, which is on Annex F, I think, in 2022-2023. about the recommendations of that particular report or that particular investigation. Because it is on Musina Makado SEZ, unauthorized, irregular, fruitless and wasteful expenditure investigation. And I believe that this person who was, or is the company or I don't know, but it looks like it is an external investigator. Because they're saying it's who? Veteras, something like that. Veritas, yeah. Where is it here? On G8. I just assume it's an external body. But the recommendation is management should initiate investigations on all irregular expenditures identified to ensure compliance with Section 51(1)(e), Roman figure 3 of the PFMA. And going forward, management comments, management agrees with the findings identified above. The irregular expenditure schedule will be updated to be in line with the determination and working of the internal audits. So my difficulty is, this is an investigation report, external. You will correct me if maybe I'm not correct, but I believe that it has been, this firm or whatever has been hired by the entity to investigate, to do an investigation. But what surprises me is the recommendation is taking the investigation back to say, now go and investigate. Yes. So it nullifies everything that they've done. If it was the other way around, it was going to be understandable. If the entity has done an investigation and thereafter recommend further investigation to this company, it was going to make sense. But what does not make sense to me is that the entity hires an external body to do an investigation, and in turn that body recommends that the Western company which hired it do further. I'm not sure you'll assist me if I'm not making sense, but I find it very weird. So I'm going to give other honorable members chance to talk. Honorable member.
Thank you. In page 10 of the year 2022-2023, it reads, the liquidity challenge is due to LEDA's financial support to Corridor Mining Resources CMR, Agribusiness, and the Limpopo Connection. I want to know on this fruitless and wasteful expenditure that the board or the agency has taken a decision to liquidate agribusiness because of the problems and leave out Corridor Mining Resources and Limpopo Connection, which are still causing a problem of being supported financially by LEDA. Looking at that situation, why only agribusiness and leaving out this Corridor Mining Resources and Limpopo Connection because they give a challenge to the group? Number two, at bullet number 2 there, to address these issues, the accounting authority has developed a sustainable plan. I think it's a 2030 sustainable plan. although some will be repeating, are you confident that the sustainability plan will resurrect this agency? And also, number 3, the poor state of the fleet by GNT. You see, there is a process of taking the functions from the Department of Transport and Community Services back to the district municipalities, MAC. And all the district municipalities have signed the intergovernmental authorization agreement with the Department of Transport and Community Safety. The study is being conducted by the Industrial Scientific Research. So with that dissolution of that power from the department, or transferring that power from the department to the district municipalities, do you think, if maybe the tender is issued, do you think the GNT will still be surviving? Having the declining of flow of buses and a poor state of fleet. During the festive seasons here around Limpopo, more than 2 buses were pounded by the traffic officers because of being in a poor state, and our people are not getting that objective of having an access to a reliable and efficient transport. And then if you look to, the number 4 in page 11, New Era Life. The fruitless, in page 11, the fruitless and wasteful expenditure resulted from an overpayment of a claim by 35,000. A claim was erroneously paid to the wrong recipient, and the amount could not be recovered. No further actions were taken by the company. It's where I don't understand that. You pay somebody, you know that you paid that somebody, you mistakenly pay that somebody. But you didn't recover that money from such an individual, and no action was taken. For example, if the money is supposed to come to me and it goes to Mabuta, and you know that this is a person who received the money mistakenly, but you didn't recover it, and it's written off. I don't know how, because now we have technology. If you send me money, you know who received that money. Lastly, let's go to 2023-24. In Annexure G, MAC, Annexure H. Annexure H, and in Annexure H, if you open the second page, it's written Annexure H and CMR. MAC. There is yes there and the details. I could not understand what is happening to those who are compiling these things. If everybody can read that, Annexure H, CMR, the next page. Lack if cash flow to pay an interest. Do you know that? Did you see MEC? Annexure H. H.
Yeah.
Yeah, yes. The second column. Do you see the greatest blunder in this sanctuary by your officials? It's cut and paste. Lack if cash. What does that mean? It's supposed to say lack of cash, but the whole page, lack if cash, lack if cash.
It's paste.
And also go to Annexure D again. You see, Annexure D. This copy and the paste. Annexure D. CMR again. The very same mistake, the whole page. And this is done by the person who is receiving money at the end of the month. Is it fair? Our board, our MAC and board member, is it fair to this? Just look at this mistake. And if I'm at home reading this, if I start with it, how can I spend my time reading the whole 3 files? Like if, the whole page, D again. So let's monitor these things and do a proofreading, because it's going now to the public. How if this going to the public? It's just an embarrassment. And I think action must be taken by those who are responsible. And then my last one is on CMR in terms of the loans. It's written in page 13 of 23-24 that CMR was directed to recover the loans from Cefateng and currently receives 1.2 million per month. This is the different year. But what I just want to know is that because of recovering this amount of money, can we see now CMR not dependent on LEDA, because it's just depending on LEDA for also the wages and so on. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. As I'm noting, Honorable Mabuta and Honorable Smart, just to a matter of emphasis on the mistakes that, if it was on one sentence, that there's typing error. Yeah, there is typing error when you want to write off, it says if. But if it goes the whole page, and you also go to another page, it becomes, and somebody earlier said, it looks like people are not taking us serious. And I took it like, but I can see now that indeed other people, not us in particular, but they are not taking their work serious. Because, yes, there can be a mistake, but to repeat it on the whole page and also to go to another section, a different annexure to do the very same mistake is unacceptable. But on the other hand, the issue, you raised, Honorable Nambulu, the issue of new era life. And that money, 35,000 could not be recovered. And we're not even told what has happened, what investigation, what efforts were made, what we are assured or we are given at the end of that paragraph is that such incidents never reoccurred since, as if it was an achievement. Anyway, that was never to happen in the first place. It was never to happen in the first place. What we would appreciate is to say, we tried to trace 1, 2, 3, and here we are. So you just go straight to say, paid into a wrong account, and we are going to write it off. Just a quick solution. So just a matter of emphasis, MEC, that indeed some of these things are very easy to resolve or to explain. You know that there are cases where you can't resolve an issue, but at least give an explanation or what are your difficulties. Honorable Mabuja and Honorable Smart.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. My name is Thabo Mabotja. I'm a member of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts. Chair, you know I'm a student at one of the reputable institutions, and I've been struggling to find a topic. So I think I found a case study with LEDA. So I'll be making my research based on LEDA. Chair, I want to start with New Era because this one seems like it's very close to my heart. Chair, there is a collapse of corporate governance at New Era. I don't think that there are proper control systems at New Era. And should we continuously keep on turning a blind eye on this sad reality? We'll consistently come back year after year talking about one thing. I'm sure if we can make consultation with those who came before us, or what was the situation with this entity, I'm sure they were going to tell us, or it was the same. They will come there, promise you heaven and earth, only to find Urawa. There is nothing that they will deliver. Because, Chair, the moment you pick up that you have made an overpayment, an illegal payment to someone, there must automatically be some sort of action that you initiate so that you avoid prescription. Because one of the common terms that we're used to as this committee is, no, this matter prescribed, and we are asking Treasury to write it off. We can't afford to have public coffers being written off. Even when public funds have been written off, the SIU has got a very strategic way of recovering such monies. Whether it is prescribed or not, the SIU is able to go and recover this money on behalf of the state, because this is not our money, it's taxpayers' money. So, Chair, we want to see New Era. I don't know whether they will go and just speak to these people that they've earnestly paid, or whether they'll go and engage some law enforcement agency so that we recover our money. But then, Chair, I just want to check, when was this? Maybe we might be thinking that this thing is prescribed, whereas this thing is a new matter. So let us check, Chair, as to when was this amount paid, and is it the only one that was paid, or there are other amounts that are paid but they are not mentioned? Chair, the other issue that I want to go to is MMSEZ. You know, sitting at home, I thought that it's all rosy at MMSEZ. However, we are told that it's just a forest there. There's nothing happening. But money is being channeled towards MMSEZ. So I'm just making a plea, MEC, that for you to be able to attract investors, the investors really need to see that their money will not just go down the drain. And then this investigative reports, I see there's an investigative report of Veritas. what other options did we try to explore? What other options did they try to explore internally? Because I think some departments are using their chief risk auditors so that they minimize the cost. You might find that for the entity to sanction this report, government spend lots of millions here. And this, the recommendations are just, yeah, like one chair. So we are saying, let us not, I know it's something that most municipalities currently are doing. They are not just focusing on requesting interventions from consultants and what to do, things that they can do internally. Is LEDA unable to can conduct its own forensic investigation or an investigation, even if it's not forensic? Chair, how much does the funding owe corridor mining? Before we come back next some few years, then we are told, no, that money is prescribed. We are told that we are being paid 1.2 million every month. Every month, yes. So, but how much does Sifateng owe corridor? And are there measures in place to ensure that when Sifateng default, we are able to activate some serious actions against them? And then on GNT, we are told that GNT is losing roughly 8 million subsidy from Department of Transport because they are not operating on certain routes. And then we are equally told that GNT has got a very poor state fleet that is putting the lives of our people at risk. And those buses are still transporting our people now. Now, Chair, isn't this going to subject GNT to a lot of litigation in the case whereby our people get injured in these buses, or the drivers? Because some I remember there was one accident somewhere here on this R81. The driver said, I told them that this bus is not a roadworthy, but they just said, no, just drive. So we have identified a problem that the buses are in a very poor condition. So isn't this going to subject working GNT to a lot of litigation? And lastly, Chair, LEDA is trying, every year we hear that LEDA is hosting investment conferences, and we have attracted billions and billions of rands. But we never see anything. Just after that investment conference or mining in Daba, I'm sure after this mining in Daba, we are going to be told we have attracted billions and billions of rands. But where are those billions going? Where are those billions, or are they just being pledged, but the pledges are never honored? Yeah, thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Smart.
Chairperson, I'll end where my learned friend ended up. I'll start where he ended. The PFMA 38A Ramathiko 1 says, the accounting officer for a department, trading entity or constitutional institution must ensure that the department, trading entity or constitutional institution has and maintains effective, efficient and transparent of financial and risk management and internal controls. CEO, board, shareholder, you are failing. And GMT. And I actually hope that the people out there today, the lawyers, are listening nicely. Because if you ever thought that you had litigation coming your way like Department of Health, it's coming to G&T. Because you've got 2 Veritas reports that say, A, you are putting unlicensed buses on the road. You're putting it on. There's no circular from any of you to say, stop what you are doing, you are wrong. There's no branch manager there, depot manager, that says, hey Werner, I'm on strike today, I will refuse until this disc is right, I will refuse until my bus is roadworthy. Hey Werner, bus driver, there you go. It's here in black and white. The next person that dies in a GMT bus, MEC, you will stand there and I will be the one I'll say, lock him up. Because they must lock you up. They must lock you up as the chairperson of board. You can laugh, but I'm very, very serious. I will mobilize the people to stand up until they get the services that they must. Because it is here. Chairperson, to say that no one can be held accountable. There's the breakdown per bus, per depot, on H, breakdown. This one owes so many in fines. This one, so much for creditors, so much in fines, and they go down. In each of them, Bapedi, 7,500. Gianni, Hoedspruit, 17,400. Seshego, 155,000. Bushbuck reached 37. And then they go up the next year, and the creditors' interest. They yet. So, MEC, I'm going to ask you a written question in the legislature because I'm very serious on this. To ask which bus, for how long, have been driving without a license. Because you've not only put the people at risk, but you've also put employers at risk, aboard. To send someone out there. Are you going to drive here with your luxury vehicle here without a license and not being roadworthy? You're the first one to complain. But we must let our people, the most vulnerable, be subjected to those things. There's the PFMA. There's the deputy chair standing proudly behind what they're doing for GNT. The first thing that should go out is that there should be no buses going out that's not roadworthy. When was the last time you did a roadworthy test on them? How often do you do a roadworthy test?
They won't pass.
Because we expect our people to go. But will you climb in that bus? No. I'm passionate, but it is wrong. And it is here for 2 years in a report. It says you are putting unlicensed buses, unroadworthy buses. 2 years in a row you've got a report that writes against you. You don't disclaim the report. So you've opened, my colleague next to me is right, you've opened yourself up for some serious litigation. Some very, very serious litigation. And I don't know when you will be able to turn that around and make sure that everything is A-OK and you've got a 30-day period, I don't know how long. But that is one of the issues. Let's talk about let's talk about your sale of properties and getting and putting that properties back into the system. Some of the properties you've sold, some of the properties you have you've reinvested back into even New Era got, even on page 5 of 30 of that report of even New Era got 1,000, I don't know, I think it's a million rand. I don't know what New Era is doing with $1 million if they are in the state what they are, but they were given $1 million. But here's something very funny here, Honorable MEC. I would very much like, I would want to see who did the market values, because you say you've got a professional market valuer that value before the property was sold, each and every one of them. Who was it? And maybe a copy of that value. Because it's very strange that the market price is 1,919,110 rand, and just 90 rand more, someone buys the property. Just 70 rand more, someone buys the property. Just 7 rand more, we buy the property of the market value. It's too much of a coincidence. When we talk about copy paste and we're talking about pre-fraud, pre-this, when I look at these values, something is off, MEC. And that talks to who did the market value, when, what time, when before the actual auction date. Was it done on site, yes or no? Did the guy to Google and just put a number? Because I know how state auctions go. The sale of property in Hoedspruit, is the figure right? That we sold each property for 19,754,000. Is that right printed there? We disposed of 24 properties in Moditlo Wildlife Estate and were sold at 19 million each. Now I'm going to ask myself, where's the market value? Because now there's no market values on these, but on the other one we put market values. And we put a professional, who was the professional valuer? Where can we have copies of that? And the breakdown of that? Because MEC, I can guarantee you if we go to these 30 properties, myself and you, and we take an independent evaluator, we are going to find something. Now we talk about fruitless and wasteful expenditure, and we're talking about what is good and what is bad. I understand that you need money, but not at the expense of government. Definitely not. And that evidence is not provided in this part. For me to make a judgment call to say the people that were responsible to solve those things, was fair value given? Who was the professional market? Did we get 2 opinions or 3 opinions or just 1? And what were the time frames? Because the skeletons are coming up now. This proves and this confirms, Chairperson, that the property section within LEDA and the management of the property section of LEDA is not being transparent as within what this legislation, what I just read to you, HOD. There's some serious issues there. With reference to the 1.2 million, what the loan repayment amount, because the group also gave out money to CMR at some point. Does that, in order to hold it afloat and everything, are some of those monies coming back to the group? Or is it just for CMR to expend? Because CMR does owe the group money. And I do think at some point you are supposed to get a return on your investment. And a certain proportion of that, MEC, I'm not saying everything must go back to CMR, but surely the group must also look at their best interest in this regard and also negotiate terms. Just like when you do e-notice and all of those things, you say province will take 20%, national you can take 80%. You negotiate terms. It's good to see that the people that you help start making money, but they must, if they don't pay you back, you won't be able to help others. So there are gaps, and there are gaps, and some serious gaps that must be seen. On a positive note, I will say this. It was good to see that Limpopo Connection and Wasteful Economic Industrial Zone is starting to giving clean orders and good governance principles. It's a good thing. It's good to see that they started to join RESIMA because we were talking about good governance, and I don't want to sound very negative today, but I will not take my foot off at some of the subsidiaries that are responsible to take LEDA down. And GNT, LEDA and New Era, they are there, and until they can prove that they show the true leadership that they must. Let me see, this committee has got a responsibility. It's one of the only committees in the PFMA that has got a strong mandate, and it has got to do its job. And those parties are failing. So to say that no people can be held accountable for wasteful expenditure. Go and look at one of the expenditure of CMR against them. It's the AGSA. Everything at AGSA. We keep on owning them money. But we expect them to do oversight and assist us in oversight. That should be the first account that we pay. Because from there, you take leadership decision. From there, you get guidance. And I see, I mean, 179 million, I think it's 179 or 179,000, I'm not sure. But I mean, it's something that we cannot be seen, MEC, that we owe. Any of our subsidiaries owe AGSA. It cannot be. The issues about owning transport, and it's right. And it's right that the Department of Transport gives fine to GNT and to our subsidiary. Otherwise, they won't be doing their jobs. And it proves to a government that wants to be responsible, but also proves something. But it talks to an in-house problem that has not yet been addressed for the last 4 or 5 years. And the Deputy Chair of the Board of Directors is here under GNT. There has got to be something done on those findings that was made by Veritas on GNT, on the bus, on the status of the buses, the licenses, because it will come back right onto your shoulder as the board. Thank you, MEC.
Thank you very much, Honorable Usman. And as we're going to give them a chance to wrap up on the question 3, I am just concerned about the GNT again on the fruitless and wasteful expenditure of 16 million, 16.8 million, which is as a result of penalties, interest, just interest and penalties. So it means if we're doing our things correctly, if we had a clean governance, or our sector dealing with all these things was strengthened, 16 million can buy how many buses? I don't know how much a bus is, but I think it can buy up to about 10 buses. So it is just going down the drain because there's no cash flow. You are paying late, all these things. And these things are doable. To prevent this thing is possible, and I think it's easy. If we can be able to manage the revenue, like we indicated that there's a challenge of managing revenue, there is a challenge of even not being able to manage contracts and all these things. That end up us having such a big company without anything in the bank and unable to pay creditors. This is very serious, and look at how it costs us 16 million. It's not 16,000, 16 million. We can buy so many buses which will be able to assist with what the problem that we are having. But the other thing is that we don't indicate the reason why Treasury, and it's not even the Treasury, because here you are writing on page 12 that this table is indicating condoned or written off, whereby this amount of 16 million was neither written off or condoned. Only the 1,338, and yeah, that was the only one which was written off. So my question is, why are we writing condoned or written off? Because these two processes are different and they are done by different entities. So there's no way that it can be condoned or written off. So that is also going to the commitment, because with fruitless expenditure, it is internal, it can be written off. So if you want to be condoned, is either it is when it is an irregular expenditure where you're taking your issue to the Treasury, and the Treasury is the only one who can write off the irregular expenditure. So writing it condoned or written off is very problematic. So let's encourage our staff to deliver this things. They must just do it. And I'm not sure if maybe she was not sure whether at a stage of fruitless expenditure is written off or condoned. That is why maybe a poor employee just said no, but they will see which one is relevant to them. They will choose. So you don't have to choose. So as you wrap up on this, and then dealing with the questions that we or comments that we given with regards to the regular expenditure.
Thank you very much. Again, Matibeshtareke MEC Lidet. I'll just deal with maybe two questions, and we'll start with the CFOs there of entities. I'm sure they're ready to respond, and we'll check if they are not covered. The question that I'll deal with is the MMSCZ. In the MMSCZ, we had a challenge of land. As we speak now, that challenge has been resolved. We have received concurrence from Treasury. We have received concurrence from Public Works. We have received concurrence from Department of Agriculture, meaning that whatever construction and anything that needs to start, it can start now. It's a matter that we have been battling with since our inauguration, or since we have been given this responsibility, and we can assure this committee that all the issues relating to what is left will be your issues relating to environmental assessment, but on the southern side. The northern side needed only the issue of land, because the other matters were already okay. So we are ready to start, and investment will flow in. The investors are there, they are ready. Despite our challenges of not starting on time, they never abandon us, because they can see potential of investment in that area. In terms of the investment pledges, we are following up on all of them. As we speak, we might want to come and do a table of the investments that we have done, and those that have committed, those that are starting, because some are already starting with the investment. We have Montagu, they are starting. We have got those who want to put electric charges in the whole of the N1 and N11, they are starting. We have got investment with Samanco, they are starting. Others will start at the SEZ. as and when now that, but we'll give a comprehensive report on the investment. We are no longer looking at only the pledges. We said if people pledge, we must follow up, so that in the next investment conference, we are saying we had received 120 billion pledges. These are the investments that have been done in our province, and these are job opportunities that were created. So all of them we are following up on them. Those who are in the mines, when we were in the mining Indaba, we had meetings with all of them, and they have pledged that they are ready to start. Some are starting, some are just dealing with the logistics of EIA and all these other things. But we are hopeful that by the beginning of the financial year, the investors will be ready, and we can be able to come and account that this is how far we have gone. I don't know which CFO will start, but yeah.
Thank you, MEC, Chair and Honorable Members. I think with regards to, my name is Swongile Ramusi from MMSCZ. With regards to the investigation that was done by internal audit, and it's the in-house internal audit, so we are using our internal resources to assist us with the investigation. We use shared services, so the internal audit resides in LEDA. So the 3,800 interest charged by AGSA in 2022-23, that was subsequently reversed by AG. As the report has indicated, there was no specific employee who was responsible. And the interest for 2023-24, so that was actually recovered. So an employee paid back the 1,300 into the MSZ bank account. I think maybe just to put on record, that was actually fruitless expenditure incurred for accommodation no-show. I think we made an error when we indicated that it was interest for AG, and we'll subsequently correct that, Chair. Thank you.
Chair. My name is Moteki Majake, CEO of New Era. I'm responding on the wasteful, fruitless and wasteful expenditure on the overpayment of the claim. So our team, this is a matter of 2021, 2022. So we engaged the recipient to try to recover the 35,000 which was paid into their bank account. This was part of one of the funeral parlors which we were working with, and subsequent to that, we improved our data collection, and then that partner, that parlor which we were working through, we subsequently communicated their agreement.
Thanks, Chair.
So I think he can repeat. We did not.
Just maybe come in the middle. Stand here in the middle somewhere.
Okay, my name is Moteki Majake. I'm the CEO of New Era. I'm responding on the 35,000 which was erroneously paid to a recipient. So we get the claims from funeral parlors. We initiate our claims, and then we process them in our office. And then the recipient of this claim was a wrong person. Our team then, this was a 2021 claim, followed up to recover the 35,000 rands. And then the person was a poor person, not that it's an excuse, and then they had used the money. So we tried to recover the money without success. But what we have done subsequent to that, Chair, was that we improved our data collection and to make sure that whatever claims gets paid to claimant is correct and to the bank account. We also included a delegation of authority or segregation of duties, that there's more people looking at any claim which goes out of New Era.
Thanks, Chair. My name is Rutendo Mabusha. I am the Group CFO. I'll respond to some and then hand over to the GC. So there was a question regarding how much the Sipateng or CMR, as at the end of the third quarter, they owed 53 million. So that has reduced from the year ended 2024 because of the payments in the year. So this year they have been consistently paying. And when you look at the annual report, because of these payments, the annual report for 23-24, you will notice that there's a huge increase in equity accounting because profits they started generating profits. So there was prospect, and then we are realizing that through the repayment of the loan. And a related question to that was, are they giving us any funds back with the loan that they owe? So CMR owes LEDA 235 million. So with the 1.2 million, unfortunately they can't pay back the shareholder. If they did, they're using it for their operations. When you look at their detailed income statement, they have operations that they need to pay for, including salaries. If we insisted on getting it back, then you would see an increase in the significant impairment. Because when we get it back, then we must pay for their salaries. That increases, it increases the loan. Because they're not generating, we would then have to still provide for impairment. So it becomes an issue in terms of how we would account for it. We would still have losses in the income statement. So they're using it for salaries, which is something that we are paying for on their behalf. And in terms of the properties were valued by professional valuers, and most of them was DDP. It's a well-known valuation company, but we will provide the detailed reports for both the Mudito and the Mpumalanga properties. And then in terms of doing our own investigations internally, if you notice, the reports from Veritas were in the 18-19 and 19-20 financial years. That was due to lack of capacity in the internal audit unit within the group. So that has been capacitated. As CFO MMSZ indicated, we're now doing this internally. When you look at leaders' reports as well, those were internally done by our own internal audit division. So that is assisting in terms of the free service. They're already getting paid, and then our fruitless and wasteful is moving much more than it did before because we were financially strapped, couldn't afford to appoint, and then now that we have couldn't afford to appoint service providers. Now that we have our own in-house, we're able to see a movement in terms of the old balances. And then Honorable Swani, you spoke about the 1 million that was paid to New Era. It was 12.8 million that was paid to recapitalize them because they had reached their minimum capital requirements.
Thank you, honorable members. My name is Takani Makuba. I'm the Group CEO of LEDA. I just want to clarify just on one point that has been raised by Honorable Smale on our Modito Wildlife Estate property. I think you had the understanding that the 19.75 million relating to per property, that is the total that we have received on the sale of 23 properties. So averaging about 858,000 per step.
Thank you very much, Chairperson and honorable members. My name is Matozera Tumbu. I am the head of department for Litigation. I would like to respond to a question on why is agribusiness the only subsidiary that has been divisionalized as opposed to other struggling subsidiaries, and indicate or refer to the process of agency reconfigurations, which earlier on I incorrectly stated the date of that cabinet decision as 2021. It was actually 2022, 20 July, wherein upon studying a lot of happenings or activities within LEDA since the amalgamation of various entities in 2012, they realized that many of these entities are not sustainable, and looking at various reports that came about sectorally, such as the VEST study on the cradle to the grave, the amalgamation report that was done by PricewaterhouseCoopers, and the national study that was undertaken by the Department of Small Business around the rationalization of entities. EXCO concluded that agribusiness, with the business that it has, it is unlikely to be sustainable. It has been dependent on LEDA since that 2012. It then take a decision that agribusiness must only concentrate on the issue of agro-processing, the commercialization of the properties that it has, and then divisionalize and delist as a subsidiary. So that was the decisions that was taken. The others that are related in terms of the likely direction we are going to go to was on New Era and LCX, wherein we are only dependent on them getting the strategic partner, so that we can make a determination thereafter whether we get a partner and we are sustainable. If we don't get a partner and we are not sustainable, we must go back to the drawing board as to whether the same steps that we took on agribusiness about divisionalization should follow, or there should be another way in which we deal with these matters. So it was a systematic process that was informed by previous studies and performance of LEDA since its inception as an amalgamated entity. Even though I was outside, just to confirm that ever since we inaugurated the Limpopo Investment Conference in 2021, and the record number of investments that we received, we have got reports on quarterly basis in terms of how far we are making in terms of reaching those pledges. But at the same time, the Honorable MEC and the Premier have now commissioned a clearinghouse where the investors who are finding it difficulties, there will be a clearinghouse at the provincial and municipal level to try and deal with the challenges, so that we can be able to realize all the pledges. But there is a sufficient progress, both in terms of the capitalization as well as employment. That report can be shared with this committee. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we are left with GNT. Roadworthiness.
Good afternoon. My name is Matata Makwele, CEO of JT. I'm going to comment on the...
If you don't mind, just a little bit more towards the middle. Some of us,
can come in the
hearing is a bit bad.
Once again, my name is Matata Makwele, CEO of JT. I'm going to be commenting in respect to the comment that was made about the roadworthiness of the buses. I need to first make an admission that indeed we are transporting commuters with buses that are not necessarily palatable for us to be doing that. The roadworthiness, the question was asked as to whether how many times do you do roadworthiness checks. It has to be done on an annual basis, but we also do on a daily basis before a bus leaves. Check, whether it will be in a position to sustain or stand the test of time on the roads. The only unfortunate thing is that, yes, indeed, we may have erred by not at times removing a bus that would have just a slight mechanical failure, or even the physical, the look and feel of that bus itself. We have put them on the road, as a matter of fact, trying to avoid a lot of other what you call challenges that we are faced with from a financial perspective, having to ensure that we catch up with the debts that would have been accumulated many years ago and all those kind of things. But at the same time, trying the best that we possibly can to ensure that we come up with a catch-up plan that has already been shared with the Honorable House in respect to the three-pronged strategy. So we do make an admission that it's something that we need to look into, and we promise that in the new financial year, things will be different altogether. I think that's the question that was asked, unless if there's anything else that I could have missed. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you.
My name is Matozera Tumbo. I would like to attempt to respond to the question as to whether the LEDA sustainability plan will ensure that the entity is sustainable in the short to medium and long term, because it is envisaged that the implementation of the sustainability plan will be implemented up to 2030. When this sustainability plan was developed in November 2023, LEDA and LEDET had an immense pressure that in the past it has not been reporting around the progress we have been making since the resolution in 2019. And therefore, at the time in which this plan was developed, we were only allowed then just to deal with the 3D entity. How do we make sure that LEDA maintain its 3D entity status? But when you look at the operations of LEDA, it has got both the 3D entity, which is for profit, and a large developmental mandate that is within the issues of enterprise development support and entrepreneurship, that has got to do with the issues of training, that has got to do with export development as well as investment promotion. Those areas, if you go to any other province, you'll realize that they are treated as a 3C. But because this is within LEDA, which is a 3D, in the end, and our argument and the business case for each and every business, we were not given any money for that developmental thing. So even now, you'll realize that area is suffering. So that's why when the Honorable MEC will be presenting the second report of the year for sustainability, he will highlight that as much as we are making progress for each and every subsidiary of LEDA, but on the area of not-for-profit, the 3C issues, the developmental issues, we are not making progress because we do not have funding in terms of that. And that was because of the constraint, of course, of the resolution. So it is important that even though we're saying that the 3D at some stage must do the CSI for developmental mandate, at inception, there is a need for capital injection so that we can make sure that we capitalize the LEDA loan book, which in future can have a lot of money to deal with other things. We can make sure that our training institutions that are now accredited can be able to be sustained and other things. Promotion of investment is normally a work that doesn't derive any profit, and those are the areas in which we are going to indicate in our report of sustainability that we are making good inroads where we have received money. There are areas where we are not making good progress, but on the issue of developmental, which is another mandate of LEDA, we will not be making as much progress given that we did not receive any money from year one where LEDA was supposed to be removed from the fiscus in terms of the grant, where the fiscus and the allocation was reduced substantially. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Matibe MEC LEDET. The other key issue raised by honorable members is the cut and paste issue. We have noted that. I think it's something we'll go and correct. It's so daring and visible that it's a cut and paste in most of the reports. In our report that we'll be bringing back to the committee, we'll try and check whether there is no cut and paste. It's just to be lazy in terms of putting up a report to the Honorable Committee, wherein you just go and repeat, just write one and drag to the whole 2 pages. I think we acknowledge, Chairperson, and we must sincerely apologize for that cut and paste which has happened. Lastly, just on GNT, because GNT is the talk of town, we are trying our best to revive that entity. And in my view, it's an entity, it's a low-hanging fruit. It's an entity that we can revive quickly. And when we come back to report here, you see progress. What is just needed there is deal with internal controls, because governance has collapsed. We must just deal with issues of internal controls, so that if there is diesel in a depot, we are able to see the diesel in line with the routes that it is taking. If there are spares that needs to be sent to a depot, either it's tires or any spares, we are able to account for that. And that only requires internal control. And our view is that the board that we have put in place is very capable to can deal with that. And we made sure that we put skilled people, even at a board level, who might have skills that matches even the people who are officials, because the chair of the board is a chartered accountant. We are trying our best to put people who can be able, in a short space of time, put internal controls. If we do that, when we come here, we'll be reporting something positive. But if we leave internal controls as they are, that entity is going to collapse. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. We now go to question 4. It's question 4 in 2023, 2024, and 2022, 2023 is question 6. They are the same. Who's taking it? 2022, 2023 is question 6. 2324 is question 4. It's on revenue management.
Thank you, Chairperson. My name is Honorable Limpopo TC, member of Scopa. The questions on revenue management. The first one is just the question 6, page 18, on the year 2022-2023. Executing authority in paragraph 38 of the AG's report. The AG reports that effective and appropriate steps were not taken to collect all revenue due as required by section 51 1BI of the PFMA. 6A. Why did the accounting authority fail to take effective and appropriate steps to collect all revenue due as required by section 51 1BI of the PFMA? B, in page 20, who are the responsible officials? C, what action did the accounting authority take against the responsible officials? D, what action did the executing authority take against the accounting authority? E, what measures did the accounting authority put in place to prevent the recurrence of this anomaly? And then question 4, in the year ended at 31st March 2024, page 14, revenue, question 4. Executing authority in paragraph 4 of the Auditor General's report the AG reports that on 31st March 2023, the AG was unable to obtain sufficient appropriate audit evidence that gross premiums were properly accounted for at the New Era Life Insurance Company Limited subsidiary due to the unavailability of accounting records. AG was unable to confirm the gross premiums by alternative means. Consequently, AG was unable to determine whether any adjustments were necessary to the rendering of services stated at 171,458,487 in Note 34 to the consolidated financial statements. In paragraph 37 of the AG's report, the AG reports that effective and appropriate steps were not taken to collect all revenue due as required by section 51(1)BI of the PFMA, recurring matter from the 2022-23 financial year. Then question 1, why did the accounting authority fail to provide the accounting records for the New Era Life Insurance Company Limited subsidiary? B, why did the accounting authority not take effective and appropriate steps to collect all revenue due as required by section 51(1)BI of the PFMA? C, in page 17, who are the responsible officials? D, what action did the accepting authority take against the accounting authority? E, what action did the accounting authority take against the chief financial officer, chief executive officer, and other responsible officials? F, what measures did the accounting authority put in place to prevent the recurrence of this finding? Yes, that is the last question. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Johnny. Honorable Emerson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I remain MEC Matibe, MEC LEDA. I'll request the Chair of LEDA to...
Thank you, MEC. Thank you, Honorable Member. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. My name is Chris Litore, Chairperson of LEDA. The response to 6A on the 2022-2023 report reads as follows. The revenue to be collected by the agency is primarily generated from rental properties and the disbursement of business loans. A significant portion of the outstanding debts originates from periods prior to the amalgamation and the formation of LEDA as an entity. The impact of COVID-19 has further exacerbated the collectability of recent debts, particularly for both rental income and loan repayments. Our primary debtors are SMMEs, which were severely impacted by the pandemic. Debts that arose prior to LEDA's formation have now prescribed and are deemed uncollectible. These debts are undergoing various approvals for write-off. We have initiated the process of factoring aimed at selling debts that have been fully provided for as bad. Management has developed a comprehensive debt recovery plan which is being implemented to recovering recent collectible debts and strengthening current debt collection practices to ensure improved revenue management is going forward. These practices include legal interventions. Below are statistics of these efforts and refer to Annexure A1 for some data and the collection strategy. We look at the graph there which shows summons issued, matters defended, letters of demand, blacklisting letters, AOD and settlements, eviction notices issued, eviction executed, default judgments, rental offs. rental write-offs. Table 1 and Table 2 show the age analysis for business loan books and rental debt, respectively. Table 1, age analysis for business loans. 10-year period ranging from the year 2002 to 2012. The amount under this period is 79,308,469,000. Over the 5-year period from 2012 to 2017, the amount is 42,731,458 rands. From 2018 to current, it's 45,943,820 rands. And the total amount come to 167,983,747 rands. Collection statistics over disbursements in the previous 3 years. Period 2022 disbursement was 9,539,449 rands and 53 cents. Collection came to 3,715,221 rands, which translates to 38.95% of the debt collected. In the year 2023, disbursement was 4,497,233 rands and 68 cents. Collection came to about 246,422 rands, which translates to 5.48%. In 2024, the disbursement was 2,137,598 rands 64 cents. Collection came to 2,105,931 rands 76 cents. This figure translates to 98.52%. Collection of loans disbursed reduced in 2022 and was extremely low in 2023. The impact post-COVID-19 was severe and negatively impacted collections, and SMMEs were hit the hardest, and these are our main clients. The changes in policy, which requires, for instance, cessation agreements for procurement loans, have improved collection in 2024, and thus far in the financial year resulted on 98% of loans disbursed being collected. Collections on rental debtors for the past 5 financial years. Description: rental raised in the year 2020 to 2021, 151,908,318 rands 69 cents was rental raised. In 2021-2022, rental raised was 162,052,322 rands and 9 cents. In the year 2022-2023 financial year, 171,391,807 rands 86 cents. In the financial year 2023 to 2024, 167,902,871 rands 33 cents. In the financial year 2024-2025, from April to November, this will be the year 2025, the amount of money raised came to 126,955,716 rands 99 cents. Rental collected over the years that I've counted, I will repeat the years 2020 to 2021, the amount of money collected was 99,976,593 rands and 11 cents. In the year 2021 to 2022, amount collected was 109,254,838 rands and 18 cents. 2022 to 2023, the amount collected was 110,737,418 rands and 91 cents. And 2023-2024 amount collected came to 130,979,680 rands 40 cents. And 2024-2025, the period between April to November, the amount collected was 77,415,262 rands and 82 cents. And in the year 2021, when we translate into percentages, the amount collected came to 66%. 2022, the amount collected came to 67%. 2023, the amount came to 65%. 2024, the amount came to 78%. And in 2025, which is April, May, June, July, August, September, October, November, 8 months, it's 61% that was collected. Collection has averaged 67% over the 5 years. The difference of 33% is being collected through the legal efforts being implemented as demonstrated above and a further consideration of factoring process. The response to question 6B is as follows. The names of officials referred to is Ms. S. Mpela and the position is Head Legal Services. Mr. M. Molepo, position Head Land and Properties. Ms. M. Masemola, position Interim Executive Manager, EDFD, resigned effective 1 March 2023. Mr. F. Magidi, Group Financial Officer, Group Chief Financial Officer, contract ended 31 May 2024. Mr. N.B. Mokobane, Group Chief Operating Officer. Response to question 6C. The matter has been referred to the Employee Relations Manager for action. Question 6D. The executing authority took the accounting authority to terms on the group's performance. Refer to Annex E for details. Question 6E. LEDA has reviewed and approved key policies, including the credit policy and leasing policies, which serve as the core drivers of revenue generation and collection within the group. These updated policies are designed to enhance efficiency, accountability, and alignment with best practices, ensuring that LEDA improves its ability to collect outstanding debts owed to the entity. By strengthening these foundational frameworks, LEDA is positioned to minimize financial risk and support the overall financial sustainability of the organization. Committees for approving disbursements of loans were constituted, that is, Management Credit Committee, Executive Credit Committee, and Board Credit and Investment Committee, to ensure that quality loans which are recoverable. Now we move to the years 2023-2024. Response to question 4A. The accounting authority failed to provide the accounting records for the New Era Life Insurance Company Limited subsidiary due to a breach of contract by Trans-Africa, the service provider. Trans-Africa did not submit the required documents to New Era Life and or its auditors, leading to a legal dispute. The matter has been officially enrolled at the commercial courts with the trial scheduled for 17 March 2025. Management is currently working with the legal team to gather statements and evidence, a process expected to be completed by 28 February 2025. The ongoing court case continues to negatively impact New Era Life's audit outcomes. However, the 2024-2025 financial year is expected to see minimal impact from Trans-Africa related transactions or account balances, which will also be addressed through the IFRS 17 transition process. Response to question 4B. The revenue to be collected by the agency is primarily generated from rental properties and the disbursement of business loans. A significant portion of the outstanding debts originates from periods prior to the amalgamation and the formation of LEDA as an entity. The impact of COVID-19 has further exacerbated the collectability of recent debts, particularly for both rental income and loan repayments. Our primary debtors are SMMEs, which were severely impacted by the pandemic. Debts that arose prior to LEDA's formation have now prescribed and are deemed uncollectible. These debts are undergoing various approvals for write-off. We have initiated the process of factoring aimed at selling debts that have been fully provided for as bad. Management has developed a comprehensive debt recovery plan which is being implemented to recovering recent collectible debts and strengthening current debt collection practices to ensure improved revenue management is going forward. These practices include legal interventions. Below are statistics of these efforts and refer to Annexure J for some data and the collection strategy. We see the graphs displaying summons issued, which is 376, matters defended 19, letters of demand 413, blacklisting letters 135, AOD and settlements 85, eviction notices issued 80, evictions executed 0, default judgments 54, rental write-offs 130. Tables 1 and 2 show the age analysis for business loan books and rental debt respectively. Table 1, age analysis for business loans. 10-year period which referred to 2002 up to 2012. The amount referred to is 79,308,469 rands. 5-year period 2012 to 2017. The loans that were is 42,731,458 rands. In the year 2018 to current, it was 45,943,820 rands. And the total amount comes to 167,983,747 rands. Collection statistics over disbursements in the previous 3 years. In the period 2022, disbursement was about 9,539,449 rands and 53 cents. And of that, the amount collected was 3,715,221 rands, which translate in terms of percentage to 38.95%. In the year 2023, disbursed was 4,497,237 rands and 68 cents. Collectible or collected was 246,422 rands, and that translates in terms of percentage to 5.8. In the year 2024, the amount disbursed was 2,137,598 rands and 64 cents. And the amount collected was 2,105,931 rands and 76 cents, which translates to 98.52%. Collection of loans disbursed reduced in 2022 and was extremely low in 2023. The impact post-COVID-19 was severe and negatively impacted collections, and SMMEs were hit the hardest, and these are our main clients. The changes in policy, which requires, for instance, cessation agreements for procurement loans, have improved collection in 2024, and thus far in the financial year resulted on 98% of loans disbursed being collected. Collections on rental debtors for the past 5 financial years. Description: rental raised. In the year 2020 to 2021, the amount that was raised is 151,908,318 rands and 69 cents.
Maybe MEC, because these figures are the same as those which were raised.
Yeah.
Yeah, we
Should I
can just
jump the tables?
Yeah, these tables, the figures are the same.
Okay. Response to question 4C, 4D, because also the 4C is the same table. 4D, the executive authority directed that the accounting authority develop a turnaround plan, open bracket sustainability plan, close bracket, implement and report quarterly. Refer to Annexure 2E for the communication and Annexure 3E for the progress on the implementation of the sustainability plan. The accounting authority was subsequently released on 30 November 2024. Question 4E. The Chief Executive Officer has approved the employee relations recommendations to perform a disciplinary action on the responsible officials. Refer to Annexure K. Response to question 4F. LEDA has reviewed and approved key policies, including the credit policy and leasing policies, which serve as the core drivers of revenue generation and collection within the group. These updated policies are designed to enhance efficiency, accountability, and alignment with best practices, ensuring that LEDA improves its ability to collect outstanding debts owed to the entity. By strengthening these foundational frameworks, LEDA is positioned to minimize financial risk and support the overall financial sustainability of the organization. Committees for approving disbursements of loans were consulted, that is Management Credit Committee, Executive Credit Committee, and Board Credit and Investment Committee to ensure that quality loans which are recoverable. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Yeah, thank you very much for the responses. So now it's time for the follow-up questions, which maybe if I can just start with the table of collection stats over disinvestment in the previous years. Yes, in 2024, it looks like the collection rate is increasing. But if you compare the amount of the 2024 and the amount of when it was the least collection, it is very huge. And that is also raising concerns over the performance of LEDA. If you look at 2022, they were able to disperse, the disbursement is 9,500. And then 2023 is half of that, or almost half, 4,400. In 2024 is half again, 2,000. As much as the collection has increased, but look at the amount where money was collected. It was only from the 2 million. But from 9 million, we are only able to, so on average, if we work it on average over the period of 3 years, you may find that we've collected very less, even though it looks like in 2024, the collection rate was very high. But the other thing is on the consequence management, especially when we are referred to K. Where we are referred to K, I think there is a profile where there's a mention of those who are responsible or who were held responsible. Limpopo, Magidi, Mukubani. And then in the 2024 also they are mentioned and they are more or less these are the officials that are held responsible. But in the annexure there or somewhere, maybe I'll be able to locate it first. All right. It is indicated that others, the two, I'm not sure if it is in labor and period, are still in the employment of the agents. The other one has resigned. The other one has also been employed in your department, MDC, in the Litigation. So my question is, how, I'm not sure when you are employing at that level of senior management, are there no a vetting of some sort, so that one person should not move from one department to the next while there is a cloud hanging? Because you can't move from leader and go to its shareholder while you are having some issues in leader. But we are saying on this one because there is a letter which indicated that the matter was referred to litigate for consequence management, and I think that is a need to commend leader, because that is when one case or one of the few cases where leader will be just firm on the issue of trying to implement consequence management. So we are appealing to that to litigate that next time we need to get a report on how far are the disciplinary action against a particular individual. So, but another one is the issue of D, where there's a question that says, what action did the executing authority take against the accounting officer? You listen to the response there. It is very, very, very irrelevant, because the agency is saying that the executive authority directed that the accounting authority develop a turnaround plan, sustainability plan, implement and report quarterly. Is it action against? To me, if you have to take action, it means consequence management. In our understanding, when action must be taken, what consequence management has been taken? This answer was going to be relevant when we're talking about the measures that can be put in place in order to avoid the recurrence of a particular. That is when you say, we'll have the sustainability plan and all those things. But as for the action, then some form of a consequence management was supposed to be instituted. Yeah. So these are the two issues that I think I should raise, and the others I will give chance to our honourable members. Honourable Smang.
Yeah, Chairperson, I was just trying to balance the numbers, because in Annexure A1, you are saying that the EDFD balance is 158 million. I don't know how old is this document that you put together, 158. But on your H analysis, you're talking about 167 million. Okay, so I'm trying, so either the one is very old or the one is not current or something. If I even look at your rental, comprising your rental, outstanding rental of 335 million, and I look at the numbers here, you are probably about the 278, 280 million on the rental graphs here. If I take the 5 columns and I take that, so it doesn't speak to Annexure A1. So Annexure A1 numbers does not speak to the answers. Very simple, just quick mathematics. So that's the first thing that I wanted to pick up and say. Secondly, what is your, because I want to also talk about the disbursement of issues and assistance towards that, and the shareholder make agreement that the entity or that the department is not really that supporting EDFD really financially. Was there underspend under EDFD that you went from 9 million down to 2 million, or was it due to maybe say budget cuts or austerity measures? I'm just asking a simple line item there. The issue around your occupancy, I would very much like to, because if I look at your rental income, you would you would think that it will rise because you've got so many offices, but it's not rising. It's coming down. So it says to me, you're either not charging, you're not collecting, which you're not doing, but your occupancy levels have started dropping, or your market related per square meters is off, or something is wrong, because it's supposed to have a gradual growth. So something is so has your occupancy rate dropped in your rental space, both commercial and not commercial, meaning your housing side and then your commercial side, your business side. Has that dropped, and to what percentages have that been dropped? MEC, what I would have wanted to see is that, yes, you've issued out summons 376, but to the value of what? Because I'm just trying to understand if it sometimes makes sense to go after, let's say, a small amount and a big amount. So it would be interested to see that analysis. Maybe not today, but I think it's important that one actually breaks that down towards that. The issues of the write-off of the rentals write-offs, the 130, I take it that there was, that it did go through proper board approval or through the accounting office, you know, through the whole issue. But what I don't understand from Annex to A1, you want to determine how much of the 215 million rand is irrecoverable, and over the 4 years. Then you are saying that you've got a human capital problem to facilitate the recovery of the 215 million, and therefore you're going to utilize interns. And my experience from interns might be, I don't know, maybe you're lucky to find legal interns or whatever that is. But right in the beginning of this discussion, early this morning, we were talking about the group becoming lean and is sufficient, and now we're talking about getting interns to assist, but we're also talking on the other side, we're talking about getting rid of people. That's simply what the discussion was at some point this morning. So I'm just trying to put the 2-3 together to understand how does that argument comes together. You're talking about a legal software that should be there, because you've got no audit trail of legal matters and recovery of legal costs. And you've got a legal software problem. And I'm asking myself, is the finances there to deal with software and the licenses thereof? Because it's not going to be a cheap exercise. So is this a realistic KPI currently, or is that a wish list? Is that something that's going to be implemented this year, or is that just, okay, this is what we want and we will do it when we can? I'm just trying to understand that conversation. So the amendment of the credit policy and how to be more tougher and more resilient towards people that either rent from us or either loan from the entity. What stops you from improving your current lease agreements or your current loan agreement? I mean, you can call for amendments. I mean, if I'm currently in your space and something was not done or was omitted, nothing stops you to go there and say this and then start negotiating some of those terms. You're saying that all debts that are 60 days in areas will be transferred to legal. Does that mean after 30 days, people will be then evicted? Because if I look at your evicted notices, you've done 80 evicted notices. Evictions executed, not 0. Now, I don't know if the sheriff you don't use or the court that you don't use, but I don't understand that one. Because how does that work? Because if you've got an eviction notice, it means that you legally went to court. You've got eviction. Why have you got evictions executed 0? Are you not implementing? Because that for me is, then I want to know what was the legal cost on your eviction notices, MEC. So what are those eviction costs? If it's not being implemented or the court order is not being implemented, I see that as a fruitless or wasteful expenditure. Has the sheriff been notified, the sheriff of the court to evict? Where's the sheriff notices on the 18th? Because now I want to go a bit deeper into that analysis. Because we can all read it differently. And if I'm reading it wrong, you can say I'm wrong. So here we've already got and I said it earlier, the property management is problematic. And will continue to say, because this graph here shows me already that. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Mabucha.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Thabo Mabucha, a member of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts. Chair, I just thought that maybe New Era could give us some bit of information as to what really does their case that's going on trial on the 17th of March really entails. You don't need to dwell much on it, but at least just give us the substance of what is the matter before court. And then, Chair, I see there's an acknowledgement from LEDA that their primary income is basically rentals. And I think there is going to be a problem in the long run. Because you know, when an entity has only one source of income, it's financially vulnerable, because once the source declines or it gets disrupted, then problems will start arising. And then number 2 is that once you have one source of income, you will be limited. You will have limited flexibility and innovation. So, Chair, I'm really calling upon the MEC in their turnaround strategies with the new board and management, that they really need to look at other options, like partnering with triple Ps and stuff. But Chair, lastly, seems like we're going to spend the whole night here. On the graph that Honorable Small has been talking about, Chair, there are default judgments that have been granted, but we are not told what is the action that has been taken. Next thing that we'll know is that nothing has since occurred post this judgments being granted. So, Chair, I just want to get a sense from LEDA, or what is it that they are doing with these judgments that they are getting? Are they just piling up in some office somewhere and then nothing is being done with them, or there's some serious action that is being done? Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Mason?
Thank you very much, Matibe TB MEC Lidet. I'll request the CFOs to start with the issues.
Thanks, MEC. Honorable Chair, my name is Rutendo Mavusha, Group CFO. I will start with the discrepancy in the numbers. The 167 million in the table versus the 158 in the strategy. They were done at different times. So at the time that legal services drafted the collection strategy, it was much earlier than when we were responding. So when we responded, we used the numbers to date. So I think when we provide the updated Annexure 1, then we'll just update it as well so that it reads together. And in terms of the write-offs, there was a question on whether processes were followed. So processes were followed, and then these are write-offs that were also subjected to audit. These ones particularly that we're talking to here, and there were no issues raised on these ones. Then we'll talk to the other one with the issues when we get to the qualification area. But then these followed the proper processes. And then the 215 that was reported as irrecoverable, earlier when you started, you asked for a list that indicates which ones are recoverable, where are we, which ones are prescribing and whatnot. So we'll be able to provide that when we update Annexure A1, the status Annexure. And then in terms of funding availability for the legal software, currently I think we're all aware that LEDA is cash-strapped. But what is also happening is with that, we don't want to sit back and then say it's expensive while we don't know. So the team is going out currently. It's not something for the future. We're looking at it now just to assess how much it would be, and then if it's something that can be funded if it's affordable. So we're still doing an assessment of that system. So what it would help us with is, you spoke about the interns and their inability to do certain things. So that software is supposed to, so it would be able to age a debt, and then you feed it information as to at what point of the debt do we issue a letter of demand. It does automatically. And then at what point do we issue summons? It drafts, and then there's very minimal work that a human being needs to do, and then a capacity issue is then addressed in that respect. So that's why we're looking at the system, so that we avoid the revenue not collected due to capacity issues. So that's what we're exploring there. Some of the GCO, I think some of the property questions, can I give them to GCO overseas? And then to also cover the evictions and transfers to legal overseas tickets.
Thank you very much. I'm Nzewa Mukubane, Group COO, LEDA. I'll speak to the occupancy rate at the moment. At the end of quarter 3, the occupancy rate is standing at 85%. And you'll see those figures on the last column there. It was April to November, so those numbers will improve, and hopefully they will be higher than the prior years, because the occupancy rate that we have now is a little bit higher when we would be measuring it at the end of March 2025. And then in terms of the lease agreements, yes, we added clauses in our lease agreements to really make it easy to evict tenants when they do not pay. Because when we analyzed the lease agreement, it really did not have a clause that we could use without going to the court to evict tenants. And in terms of eviction notices, those are the notices that were sent by our own internal legal team. So they did not via the sheriff and the court. A reason being that at one stage, with less cash that we have, we were facing a situation where if we continue using external lawyers to pursue the tenants at that point in time during that period, would also compromise other expenses like statutory payments. Then we had to balance and use the internal sources that we have. And we know that in terms of that, it begins to delay a bit because internal lawyers or internal legal services do not go to court directly. You should via the external lawyers in terms of the practices of the lawyers. We can provide full report, and we should, in terms of those reports relating to the judgments, the default judgments. However, at high level now, I can indicate to the committee that those are defaults when we go to court and the sheriff, would go and you'd find that the company has nothing to attach. But we'll provide a full report when we provide the other report so that we account to the Honorable Committee for each judgment that is there. Thank you.
Just two things here. Maybe the HUD or the legal persons around the table can help me. We were talking earlier about warning letters and what is a letter, verbal letter and stuff. What force has your own eviction letter have got, for implementation? It's like you don't pay. I say, yeah, I'm writing on behalf of LEDA Group. I'm evicting you. You understand what I'm saying? What is that judiciary or that actual mandate that enforces that person? Is that because you've got zero evictions? I'm just trying to understand that power behind a sanction. You understand? I can ask someone to get out of my house, and if he doesn't want to get out of my house, he can stay there. I've got to go to the court and actually get an eviction. You understand? I understand the internal things, because when I read eviction, it means I'm thinking court. I'm thinking that is what my logic says. This is you writing a letter and saying, please vacate the premises. And it's two different things in my opinion. And maybe next time when they do drafts, it's like when you put verbal letters and written warnings or whatever, maybe there should be a better clarification, because when we speak in government about evictions in court, I'm used to I think differently things. So I just want to put it there.
Okay, thank you very much. But I think it was very clear that that was not
no, I understand what
issue, which might not have that
legal standing.
Yeah. But I think the first thing we must start by testing if those tenants can react to the instructions, and then if they are not reacting, then I think that we can go to the sheriff, and then it's better to start at an internal level so that you don't start by spending a lot of money. You were focusing, are you done?
New Era must respond. New Era on the
Thank you.
on the
Thank you, Chair. The gist of the case with Trans-Africa at the commercial court is what we believe that we are owed by Trans-Africa. So our current calculation is that there's 54 million rand which is owed to New Era by Trans-Africa. And then the commercial court, we had a meeting last week Friday with the senior counsel who are representing us at the court. Subsequent to that conversation, Trans-Africa wanted to change their plea because initially they were saying that they were not on the wrong. Now it looks like they have a weak case. So we are hoping that out of the 17th of March, the judge might see the positive towards a new era, and then there'll be some positive outcome.
Okay, thank you very much, MSC. Looks like there are no longer follow-up questions. And if that is the case, let's go to the next question. 6 and 4. No, I think we'll come back to 5 because 5 both financial years are different.
Yeah,
so let's deal with these ones which are common. So in 2022, 2023 is 4, 2024, 2024 is 6.
2022, 2023 is 4. Exception litigation.
Thank you.
Yes, litigation.
Exception
On litigation. It's a question on litigation.
Yes. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chairperson. My name is Honorable Limpopo TC. Question 4. 2022-2023, page 14. Exceptional litigations. Executing authority in paragraph 12 of Auditor General's report, the AG reports that the group is the defendant in a number of lawsuits. The group is opposing these claims as it believes that the claims can be successfully defended. The ultimate outcome of these matters could not be determined, and no provision for any liability that may result was made in the financial statements. Question A, why did the entity fail to provide liability for the litigation that may arise in the financial statements? B, provide a detailed description of the litigations in the entity. Then question, question 6, in 2023-2024, in page 20, exceptional litigations. Executing authority in paragraph 12 of the AG's report, as disclosed in note 48 to the consolidated financial statements, the group is the defendant in several claims. The group is opposing these claims as it believes that the claims can be successfully defended. The ultimate outcome of these matters could not be determined, and no provision for any liability that may result was made in the financial statement. Recurring matter from 2022-23 financial year. Question A, provide an updated report on the state of litigations in the public entity. Yeah, I think that is the only question.
Thank you, Honorable Mulone. MEC?
Thank you very much. MEC Matibe Lidet. I'll request the chair to respond.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Thank you, MEC. The response is, my name is Chris Litore, Chairperson of LEDA. The response is to questions on 2022-2023, which is 4A. It's as follows. LEDA disclosed contingency liabilities in line with the accounting standards as reported in paragraph 12 by the Auditor General. The cases which LEDA has disclosed are contingent liabilities and not provisions in line with the definitions and as included in the International Accounting Standards 37. Provision is a liability of uncertain timing and amount. Liability. It's a present obligation as a result of past events whose settlement is expected to result in an outflow of resources. Open brackets, payment, close brackets. Contingent liability. It's a possible obligation depending on whether some uncertain future event occurs of a present obligation, but payment is not probable or the amount cannot be measured reliably. Based on the definitions above, LEDA did not record a provision for the litigations as the contingent liabilities have not met the definition of a provision in terms of IAS 37. The register contains possible obligations whose payment is not probable. Once there is a court ruling or court order on the cases which warrants recognition of a liability, it will be recorded as such in the financial statements. Response to question 4B. The detailed contingent liability register has been provided in Annexure I. Responses to question 6 on 2023-2024 financial year. 6A. The root cause of the litigations and claims against the group stems from various factors, with the primary concern being cash flow challenges. These cash flow issues result in delayed payments to creditors, leading them to pursue legal action against the various entities within the group for non-payment of services. The table below summarizes the contingent liabilities cases per entity. LEDA agency, contingent liability in rands, 14.986 million. Total number of cases 12. Agribusiness 15.657 million. Now total number of cases 5. GNT 36.028 million. Total number of cases 8. CMR 3.080 million. Total number of cases 3. Grand total 69.661 million. Total number of cases 28. The detailed register on the above cases indicating status to date refer to Annexure M for details. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much for the response. Any follow-up question or any comment or input on the possible litigations? And I think the annexures as well are more or less than the same. Situ Honorable Smart?
Yeah, I see you make provision for the legal cost or the estimated legal cost, but there's not a column where you anticipate a situation that the case would be either successful or not successful, in the case of that. And I think this is where things are may be blurry, MEC, because I think even if because sometimes I think of issues that go to High Court or appears in the High Court, and you do lose those cases. And I think if you go to High Court, budget 600,000, and sometimes you might lose it or lose it with cost. I'm just thinking the estimates, maybe not all there. Those senior counsels are a little bit more expensive than what the estimates are here. I'm just saying that might be just for one session. So I'm just leaving it there, MEC. I know you're dealing with 3 issues at Makara Messina, special economic zone, 3 court cases. And I think you're already you might have exhausted your 600 maybe already, if you were both. If you were not both, then it is what it is. But yeah.
Yeah, I guess that was just a comment. And then
Just a comment.
Honorable Gentleman.
Yeah, I just see that this list of litigations, but for my opinion, there are much litigations which might maybe absorb a lot of money, and I think there are some easy exercise which maybe they may not even prolonged in the court of law. There is an issue of one is Somali, it's not related to give for the land which is claimed is the property for his late father, but not transferred to him, and LEDA claim that this is their property, and it's an ongoing matter in the court of law. But for me, it's just as easy as ABC for such. You just produce, permission to occupy or whatever, and take the history of the ownership, and then the matter is off the court. But I just cite it as one of the issues which are prolonged in the court of law. So I just want to know the update, or what measures are you putting to prevent these litigations? Honorable Mabucha.
Yeah, Chair, I see LEDA is owing AGSA. I just have one simple question to you. When are you paying AGSA, MEC? Thanks.
Honorable Budget, you're covered. Okay, thank you. Just, I think there's only one question. The other one from Honorable Namugo is just saying there are cases where you could just consider going out of
court, yeah.
by just producing evidence. I think that was an advice, and I would like to look at such cases. When are you paying AG?
You're disputing the count.
Thank you very much, Chairperson MEC Matibeli-Det. I'll ask the CFO to respond, because she's got the money, or not having the money. She must be the one that responds.
Thanks, MEC. Thanks, Chair. Rutendo Mabusha, Group CFO. So you see AG there because we didn't have the money to pay them. We've since received a budget adjustment, and Pierre and I are busy discussing interest. We will be paying it as soon as we are done.
Yeah, but I think that question was not just saying AG per se. Even if he did not say it in so many words.
Yeah.
It's just asking about servicing debts.
Yeah.
I think that is behind what is asking.
All right. Thanks, Chair. Rutendo Mabusha, Group CFO. So in terms of servicing overall debt, we have been, you remember with the fruitless and wasteful responses that we had. So the agency has not been liquid for a while. So that directly impacts our ability to pay for creditors as they fall due. So how you try and control it is avoid day-to-day procurement, but then majority of our interest and inability to pay comes from municipal rates and taxes. If we, like we indicated in those responses, when we are supporting LCX, for example, then we can't afford, in all honesty, to pay for municipal rates. So that then results in our debts increasing, and we prioritize those entities. So because every entity in the group was then financially strained, hence the sustainability report, then that brings the issue of inability to make certain payments, and then the group has to come in. Earlier, Honorable Fumali was talking about how CMR owes LEDA. They owe 230 million because of those salary payments that LEDA would need to do on their behalf, and a bit of expenses here, covering AG here and there where they can. So that would mean that there are some creditors who you are unable to make payments to.
Yeah, just Chairperson, again, MEC Matibeli, that we, in the budget adjustment, we requested Treasury to give us an allocation. Part of it was to deal with the historical debt that LEDA is having. Yeah. So as soon as they receive that allocation, then they should be able to deal with the debt that they have, more especially on institutions, for example, municipalities. Yeah. If you owe municipalities, we are also then crippling local government. If we owe other government entities, that's the money that we are trying to do to assist.
No, just to follow up on a comment. Yeah, I was just provoked, yeah. Because I remember the adjustment budget, public works were given, they were Treasury put aside, I think 150 million rand, if I was right, to assist departments to deal with exactly this thing. So you must, MEC must fight for your lunch check. That's all I will say. With reference to Makara Messina Special Economic Zone and activities being stopped, I just would like to confirm, are there no litigations currently under MMSEZ, under that subsidiary? I don't see them, but I heard something one day, and I just would like to confirm. And I'm not talking about the EIA processes. Please, I'm not into that. Talking about, let's say, contractors that might have started, have been stopped. We have just returned some of MMSEZ money from the budget process. With adjustment process that was directly affecting the MMSEZ.
Yeah, but Honorable Smart, I think we must not wish hand.
Okay, but then my question stays with litigation. Are there any litigations currently before MMSEZ?
Yeah,
let me put it there.
Yeah, okay, that is where you should end, and they'll respond to you.
I think on MMSEZ, because they are not part of this, there are some litigation which will then appear on the next financial year. Litigations are there.
Maybe that's for 2024, 25.
Yeah.
Did you hear Smart?
My suspicion has been confirmed. I will leave it there.
Yeah, no, you'll see it next year. You'll see it next year. Yeah, thank you very much. I think we're done with question 4 and 6. Can we go to 5, 2022, 2023? And then from there we'll go to 5, 2023, 2024, because they're not the same questions. Okay, yeah, no, 5 is into 20, no, not on its own. 5, 2022, 2023 is like 8 in 2023, 2024.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you once again. My name is Limpopo TC, member of Scopa. Question 5, page 16. 2022-2023 financial year annual financial statements, performance and annual report. Executing authority in paragraph 36 of AG's report. AG reports that the financial statements submitted for auditing were not prepared in accordance with the prescribed financial reporting framework as required by section 55(1)(b) of the PFMA. Why did the accounting authority submit the financial statements which were not prepared in accordance with the prescribed financial reporting framework as required by section 55(1)(b) of the PFMA? B. What action did the executing authority take against the accounting authority? C. What action did the accounting authority take against the chief financial officer, chief executive officer, and a senior manager? D. What measures did the accounting authority put in place to prevent the recurrence of this anomaly? Then question 8, in 2023-2024 financial year, page 23, annual financial statements, performance and annual report. Executing authority in paragraph 35 of AG report that the financial statements submitted for accounting were not prepared in accordance with the prescribed financial reporting framework and supported by full and proper records as required by section 55(1)(b) of the PFMA. Why did the accounting authority submit the financial statement which were not prepared in accordance with the prescribed financial reporting framework and not supported by full and proper records as required by section 55(1)(b) of the PFMA? B. In page 24, what action did the executing authority take against the accounting authority? C. What action did the accounting authority take against the chief executive officer, chief financial officer, and then the senior managers? D. What measures did the accounting office or authority put in place to prevent the recurrence of this anomaly? Yeah, I think that is the last question. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Mpuloni. MEC?
Thank you very much once again, Chairperson. Matibe Chitereke, MEC Lidet. I'll request the Chairperson of the LEDA board to respond.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, MEC. The responses to... My name is Chris Litore, Chairperson of LEDA. The responses to 2022-2023 questions, question number 5A, are as follows. The financial statements submitted to the AXA were prepared in accordance with the prescribed financial reporting framework except for New Era Life. New Era Life received a disclaimer audit opinion due to a limitation of scope, that is, information was not made available for the auditor to obtain sufficient and reasonable evidence to satisfy their procedures. This information related to a contract which was in place between New Era Life and a service provider named Trans-Africa broker in brackets. There was a breach of contract by Trans-Africa where documents were not submitted to New Era Life and all the auditors. New Era Life subsequently took the matter to court. The matter has been officially enrolled at the commercial court with the trial date set for 17 March 2025. Management is currently collaborating with the legal team to gather statements and evidence, a process expected to be finalized by February 2025. Currently, the ongoing court case continues to negatively impact the New Era Life audit outcomes. It is, however, anticipated that the outcomes for the 2024-2025 financial year will have minimal impact from Trans-Africa related transactions or account balances, as these will be recorded under the retained earnings line item. This will further be addressed through the IFRS 17 transition process. Response to question 5B. The executive authority took to terms the accounting authority Refer to the executive authority letter to the accounting authority. Refer to Annexure E for details. 5C. The CEO of New Era Life's contract was terminated. This is Mr. Mkhize. Response to question 5D. New Era no longer engages in underwriting managers' agreements and binder holder agreements, as these are the commercial structures that informed the relationship between New Era and Trans-Africa. New and existing brokers that are FSPs sign intermediary agreements, and those that are not FSPs are engaged in the form of juristic agreements. Compliance officers ensure that all brokers are appropriately regularized and policyholder details are integrated with New Era systems to ensure that the company has on-demand, real-time, and direct access to information. Brokers who do not have systems are given user access on New Era's platform. Regular site visits and audits are performed of all brokers to ensure that they are compliant and that their activities are consistently monitored. LEDA and its entities now prepare quarterly and half-yearly financial statements. These financial statements are subjected for review by the internal audit and the provincial treasury. Refer to Annexure J for the half-year financial statements and the internal audit report for the review of the financial statements and the findings identified by the provincial treasury on the review of the financial statements. And the responses to questions of 2023-2024 financial year, which is question 8, the response to question 8A. The financial statements submitted to AXA were prepared in accordance with the prescribed financial reporting framework, except for New Era Life and loans receivables write-off approvals at LEDA agency. New Era Life received a disclaimer audit opinion due to a limitation of scope. That is, information was not made available for the auditor to obtain sufficient and reasonable evidence to satisfy their procedures. This information related to a contract which was in place between New Era Life and a service provider named Trans-Africa, ROCA. There was a breach of contract by Trans-Africa where documents were not submitted to New Era Life and or the auditors. New Era Life subsequently took the matter to court. The matter has been officially enrolled at the commercial court with the trial date set for 17 March 2025. Management is currently collaborating with the legal team to gather statements and evidence, a process expected to be finalized by February 2025. Currently, the ongoing court case continues to negatively impact the New Era Life audit outcomes. It is, however, anticipated that the outcomes for the 2024-2025 financial year will have minimal impact from Trans-Africa related transactions or account balances, as these will be recorded under the retained earnings line item. This will further be addressed through the IFRS 17 transition process. The accounting authority submitted the financial statements in accordance with the prescribed financial reporting framework, except for the following. LEDA agency received a qualified audit opinion. The Auditor General found that loans receivable were written off without following proper processes in the credit control policies. The actual write-off occurred 2 years later than the board's approval, and the amount written off was lower than the approved amount due to delays in file verification by the legal process. Question 8B. Executing authority through a letter dated 20 November 2023 referred to Annexure E has, among others, reprimanded and directed the accounting authority to immediately implement corrective measures as required by Section 51(1)(e) of PFMA. The accounting authority was subsequently released on 30 November 2024. Question 8C. The Group Chief Financial Officer was released. That was Mr. Pumrani Makiti. New Era. The Chief Executive Officer of New Era was released. That was Mr. Kanda Mkizi. 8D. The group entities have developed detailed action plans to deal with AXA findings and a clean administration strategy to ensure that material misstatements in the annual financial statements are avoided. The Chief Executive Officer has developed a comprehensive audit action plan aimed at achieving a clean audit by the 2026-2027 financial year. The plan addresses the following key areas: ensuring the ongoing concern status of the group, maintaining accurate and complete financial records, preventing the occurrence of new irregular and fruitless expenditure, implementing consequence management, putting measures in place to ensure that all revenue due to the agency are collected, enhancing the quality of the loan and rental book. Additionally, the plan includes the establishment of a group finance technical team led by the Group Chief Financial Officer. This team is responsible for addressing financial management issues, including the following amongst others: entities within the group supporting each other to ensure that audit outcomes are improved and clean audits are maintained. The technical team monitors audit action plans for the group to ensure that these are being appropriately implemented. LEDA and its entities prepare quarterly and half-yearly financial statements. These LEDA and its entities prepare quarterly and half-yearly financial statements. These financial statements are subjected for review by internal audit and provincial treasury. Refer to letter on Annexure C for the second quarter financial statements findings identified by the provincial treasury on the review of the financial statements. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much. Members, any question? Honorable Mabu, maybe let's start with Honorable Smart in that order.
Thank you, Chairperson. I'm just looking at the time sequence of the resignation of the CF of the group CRPC, the CEO, which was on the 15th of November 2022. And I'm trying to align it with the annual financial statements that were not submitted. Because here we make reference towards the CFO directly, so no action has been taken against the CFO. And it's not clear, MEC, if a process of disciplinary action of accountability was instituted that leads to a resignation. This is a resignation letter. I leave the company tomorrow. It doesn't talk about an accountability process. It doesn't state that for me, that there was internal investigation within the group that leads to certain, the CEO, please answer the following questions, and which leads to a possible resignation. I don't know if this person just found better opportunities elsewhere and resigned from the group. And if I look at the timelines when we do financial statements and where our year-end funds, it's struggling when we're talking about the actual financial year where the statements were not come. This is the year of the disclaimer, when the disclaimer came, if I'm right. So therefore, within the disclaimer there are certain, hopefully, investigations or something lodged that leads to an outcome. So, I would ask, was there a process of a disciplinary action instituted or started, against the CEO? And why is there nothing against the CFO as well? Or is because there's a direct question that is not being answered of the CFO. So I'm asking that then.
Honorable Mabucha.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. It's Thabo Mabucha, member of Scopa. Chair, I think that we need to make it clear, more especially to the new board members and the new, I mean the CEOs and what, CFOs, that look, people are not just going to take wrong decisions whereas they are violating their fiduciary duties. And then when they see that it's hot in the kitchen, they just decide to resign and then walk scot-free, and then there'll be no consequence following them. I think, Chair, we need to draw a line that if members of the board violate their duties, they must know now where there are going to be serious consequences. And as Scopa, they must know that we've got that right to approach SIU without even getting approval from the MUC or from the legislature. We can approach the SIU directly and lay a complaint or any law enforcement agents. So MUC, we are humbly pleading with your new team that they need to ensure that they protect the state coffers with within the best of their abilities. Because we see in this report, Chair, there are certain things that have been done. The board has been approving things that are out without the necessary approvals, and we are not told what has happened to this board. The other thing, Smale is asking, Honorable Smale is asking, yes, we see the CEO has resigned. What action have you taken against the CFO and other senior managers? There is nothing that speaks to that. So, Chair, I really think that we need to be serious in our job. We really need to be serious in our responses to this committee, because you can't just bring a response here that is naked. We need a response that is properly addressing the question that has been raised by the portfolio committee. If a CEO has resigned, there are other actions that you can take against that particular person. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Chairperson. My name is Honorable Nkumburuni TC. Yeah, the first question is on the new era. It has been said that the management is currently collaborating with the legal team to gather statements and evidence to do the process. And the process expected to be finalized by February 2025, meaning the process of gathering these statements and the evidence so that you submit the correct statements to the AG for auditing. Then my question there is that what is the current status now, because it's February 2025, or you are waiting the 28th February so that you see what is happening? Is there any other process done, although if it is not finalized, to gather those statements and evidence? And again, on that one, it was indicated that the New Era Life is no longer concluding these agreements. And you indicated that it's because the commercial agreements are now concluded by LEDA. Why at the first place you agree or allow New Era to do these agreements with the other entities like Trans-Africa and so on? Why at the first place you agree or you give them the permission to conclude such agreements? And the other matter is already covered. I only have one question on the releasing of the Chief Executive Officer and the CFO of LEDA. Are you saying to this committee that the CFO and the Chief Executive Officer of New Era are or were released simply because of the financial statements? Or they are just, it's just a coincidence that they left LEDA and also New Era? And again, what do you mean by saying they've been released? I don't understand.
The one person resigned. That's all. The last page.
The last page?
No, on your file.
Yeah, it's just in page 24. The group chief financial officer was released. And also in page 25, the chief executive officer of New Era was released.
There is an annexure of a resignation letter.
He resigned. He wasn't released.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I just want the terminology here. So it should be indicated that they resigned. Because maybe when they resign, they give you a letter. If you are not accepting the letter, then you say they were released. Then the last one is say on the New Era, like it's a beautiful name, but hey, on the performance is contrary. As the group, do you think, coming back again, do you think your relationship with the New Era is paying dividends to the sustainability of the group? Thank you.
Honorable Macheto.
Thank you very much, member of this committee. I just want clarity on the issue of New Era Life having gotten a disclaimer. And the motivation as provided for is as a result of a limitation of scope. And the subsequent description of what a limitation of scope is all about, which I find to be quite contradictory. Because the question that arises is who limited the New Era Life, who led to the limitation of scope of New Era Life? Is it New Era Life itself, or is an external element that led to that? And what is it that you want to tell us that we're able to get a disclaimer because we had a limitation of scope? That is why I said even the motivation, the description that comes thereafter, I find it to be contradictory because it gives a particular information vis-a-vis the delimitation of scope as per the definition. So I had thought that it would be proper that we be clarified in terms of the limitation of scope. And secondly, on the issue of the CEO of New Era Life's contract having been terminated, which could have been an action that might have been taken. One would be comfortable if some form of information is provided in terms of how it has led to that situation, just on the two aspects. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Macheto. But I think it's worth mentioning that even though it's captured like the same, the group CEO and the New Era CEO that they've been released, which is a question, when you are released, are you fired or are you, what is it? But it is very clear on annexure L, there is a resignation letter of a CEO of New Era. So it means that it should not have been captured the same. If release means you have been fired, the other one was going to say another story. So they are all captured as if maybe they all resigned or they were all fired. Hence there was a question about what is the meaning of being released. So but with CEO of IRA, you resigned, there is a letter which is indicating that. So we're going to give MEC chance to respond to those questions.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and once again, Matibe MEC Lidet. I will just request the GCO, if you can, CEO, to start to respond. You will delegate if there are any other, either COO to deal with that. New Era is also there, they will have to respond.
Good afternoon, honorable members. My name is Takani Makuba. I'm the Group CEO of LEDA. I would like to respond on or give clarity on the matter relating to the word use released on the former CEO of New Era, because the current new CEO cannot talk on that. He was not there at the time, as well as the leader, former group CFO. So the leader, former group CFO contract, a 5-year contract, has ended, and then he left in end of May 2024. And then by the time he ended, he left, the audit process was still taking place for it. So it was really by expiry of his contract, not as a result of any consequence management. The CEO of New Era, following what has been happening, subject to the issue of the Trans-Africa transaction, he was then being taken through a disciplinary process. And then as a result of that, he then engaged that his contract then be terminated. So he was going through the process of disciplinary process. So he resigned during that process. That is the CEO of former CEO of New Era, and that information can be provided. Thank you, honorable members.
Let it follow.
Yes, you see, Chair, this is where my Jacques Smollett, member of this portfolio committee. You see, honorable MEC, this is where the problem lies.
Yeah.
In supplying documentation, because previously one of the GNT personnel had a plea application. There was a plea agreement. So if there's a disciplinary process and it leads to a plea of voluntary service leaving, then it's got a stake.
Yeah.
That was the concept, saying that we will not do A, B, C, D, C, D, E, F, or all of those things. And that's the first thing. And the disciplinary process comes from an internal investigation or an external investigations report. So if the Trans-Africa report or whatever that whole thing is, if it was done incorrectly so, it stems from internal investigations that says ABC, therefore we're going to start a disciplinary process. Now that thing is in the court. So I will ask MEC in updating the record for us on the next time, please indicate what led to the investigation of the CEO's disciplinary case, because there must be an official document that states. It's not just someone that stands up and says, this is wrong. You know, we are a professional services. So there are a couple of annexes that are missing that leads to this, that points a finger towards that. And it then says, if there are financial losses that the entity might have occurred or may occur because of this, I don't know what the court case would be. We're hoping that we're getting 54 million or what. I don't know what the cases are, but there might be some serious material misstatements that might arise from that, which you would then want to pursue. You understand? And I don't know what this voluntary resignation means, and if it's a blanket approach. I think MEC needs to be a bit more clearer coming back to us on answering that question. It relates to what my honourable member said. There's not enough meat around the bones here on answering this question. Thank you, MEC.
Yeah, I think that is a weakness, like you are saying, Honourable Suma, that if we allow, or maybe there's nothing that we can do when an individual sees that I'm going through the processes and he or she just resigns. So obviously there will never be any person who is held accountable.
Yeah.
Because every time we're about to continue the hearing, I resign and I'm gone, and then it is closed. So that is something that we need to close, the gap that we need to close from I don't know which sector or which level, but I think it's a weakness that will never enable us as oversight structures to do what we're supposed to do. So there were also other questions that were asked. If you can just...
There is an issue around new era.
Thanks, Chair. My name is Motiki Majake. I'm the CEO of New Era. One of the questions was about the statements of witnesses. So we have interviewed, the legal team has interviewed witnesses. They've collected all the information they require to go and present to the commercial court. Last week Friday, there was a close-up session in preparation for that meeting. So that work has been done to collect all the statements, and then the disclaimer and specifically about the limitation of scope. So the way the auditors would work is that they will need a actuarial valuation before they do their audit, and then that actuarial valuation will have been dependent on the policies which Trans-Africa will have been looking after. And then Trans-Africa refused to give us the information so that we can do a valuation. And based on that, the auditor said, no, these financials are disclaimed. And that's where the limitation of scope comes from, because the auditors didn't have enough information to give a confidence that the financial statements are true. And then, the issue of the former CEO is for the group CEO to comment about.
Are you what else can do if that's the case?
Yeah, I think we have covered, Chairperson. Some of the issues we have noted, the further submissions that we need to bring to the committee.
All right. Colleagues, let's go to 2023-2024 question 5. Question 5, 2020, because all the questions for 2022-2023 answered.
Yeah, finished.
So we're left with number 5 and 6 for 2023-2024. So let's do number 5.
Number 7.
Question 5.
Number 7.
7.
It's 5 and 7.
Are we not starting with 5? No.
Yes, it's
5
5, but
comes
it's not
before
6.
7.
5 and 7.
Okay. It's 5 and 7, so logically we should start with 5.
Five, yeah.
On operating expenses. Anybody to take it? Honorable Smart?
Question 5 deals with operating expenses. Executing authority in paragraph 5 of the AG's report, the AG was unable to obtain sufficient appropriate audit evidence that gross policyholder benefits and administration expenses were properly accounted for in the New Era Life Insurance Company Limited subsidiary due to the unavailability of accounting records. The AG was unable to perform the gross policyholder benefits and administrative expenses by alternative means. AG was unable to determine whether any adjustments were necessary to other operating expenses stated to 1,155,342,350 rand in note 62 of the consolidated financial statement. A. Why did the accounting authority fail to provide accounting records to account properly for the policyholder benefits and administration expenses? B. Why? Who are the responsible officials? What action did the accounting authority take against the responsible officials? Which measures did the accounting authority put in place to prevent the recurrence of this anomaly? That's it, Chair.
Okay, thank you. MSC?
Thank you very much. Matibe TB, MEC Lideta, I will request the Chair to give the committee responses.
Thank you, MEC. Honorable Chair, my name is Chris Litore, Chairperson of LEDA. The response to question 5A reads as follows. The accounting authority failed to provide accounting records for policyholder benefits and administration expenses because New Era Life engaged Trans-Africa as a broker under an underwriting manager's agreement and binder holder agreement. These agreements allowed Trans-Africa to manage policyholder information and transactions on behalf of New Era Life. When the relationship broke down, Trans-Africa refused to provide the necessary information which they had for all clients under their care. This resulted in a limitation of scope, preventing auditors from obtaining sufficient and appropriate audit evidence. As a result, the auditors issued a disclaimer audit opinion. This matter is still a legal matter currently before the commercial courts with the trial date set for 17 March 2025. 5B. Chief Executive Officer, New Era Life. 5C. The New Era Life Chief Executive Officer was released from his duties. Referred to letter on Annex L. 5D. New Era no longer engages in underwriting managers agreements and binder holder agreements, as these are the commercial structures that informed the relationship between New Era and Trans-Africa. New and existing brokers that are FSP sign intermediary agreements, and those that are not FSPs are engaged in the form of juristic agreements. Compliance officers ensure that all brokers are appropriately regularized, and policyholder details are integrated with New Era systems to ensure that the company has on-demand, real-time, and direct access to information. Brokers who do not have systems are given user access on New Era platforms. Regular site visits and audits are performed of all brokers to ensure that they are compliant and that their activities are consistently monitored. LEDA and its entities prepare quarterly and half-yearly financial statements. These financial statements are subjected for review by internal audit and provincial treasury. Refer to letter on Annex C for the second quarter financial statements findings identified by the provincial treasury on the review of the financial statements. The group entities have developed detailed action plans to deal with AXA findings and a clean administration strategy to ensure that material misstatements in the annual financial statements are avoided. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much. Are there comments? Because this question is coming for the third time, then it has been answered so many times.
This one is straightforward.
So can we go to the last question, which is question number 7?
Number 7.
Yes.
Okay. My name is Thabo Mabocha, a member of Scopa. Question 7. It talks about the achievement of planned targets. Executing authority. In paragraph 29 of the AG's report, the public entity over/underachieved some of its targets. A. Why did the public entity over or underachieve its planned targets? B. Who are the responsible officials? C. What action did the accounting officer take against the responsible officials? D. Which measures did the accounting authority put in place to prevent the recurrence of this matter?
Emerson?
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Mabucha. Emerson?
Thank you very much, Chairperson and honorable members. Matide Stereke, MEC Lidet, I'll request the Chair to respond to answers.
Thank you, MEC. Thank you, Honorable Chair. My name is Chris Litore, Chairperson of LEDA. The response to question 7A reads as follows. The LEDA group underachieved its planned targets due to several factors. The following are the targets and the reasons for underachievement. 400 billion export value target. 22 million of the total budget was not spent due to delays in the finalization of the transactional agreement between LEDA/FTIP and the appointed private company. 10 million loan disbursement target. A major challenge was that many SMMEs lacked collateral or security, leading to the rejection of most loan applications. As a result, only 2.1 million worth of loans were approved and disbursed. Number of leased square meters. Demand for LEDA properties declined due to increased competition in the property rental industry and the impact of dilapidated or impaired properties requiring maintenance or refurbishments. This has placed LEDA's assets lower on the priority list for potential tenants. For Musina Makhado Special Economic Zone targets, the planned performance targets were not achieved due to 2 critical board conditions that remain unmet, resulting in the suspension of bulk infrastructure projects. By the end of the 2023-2024 financial year, the following conditions had not been fulfilled: the unavailability of land and the incomplete townships establishment on the north side. Consequently, bulk infrastructure projects were put on hold. Additionally, the internal roads and stormwater project experienced delays because the necessary permits were not secured before the commencement of construction. 7B, the response is as follows. It's a table that has official position and entity. Official, Mr. T.R. Makuba, position Group CEO, entity LEDA agency. Official, Mr. N. Sewa, position Group COO, LEDA agency. Official, Mr. F. Magidi, position former GCFO, LEDA agency. Official, Mr. A. Shiburi, position interim head TIPS, entity LEDA agency. Official, Mr. Molepo, position head land and property, entity LEDA agency. Official, Mr. Masocha, position CEO, entity MMSEZ. 7C, no actions taken against the officials as the underachievement was driven by external factors as opposed to failure to execute their duties. The interim head for TIPS has subsequently retired from LEDA and new executive has been employed to oversee the division. Response to question 7D. The following measures have been taken. LEDA has established a catch-up plan as directed by executive authority, and that plan is reported on biannual basis. The Strategy, Monitoring and Evaluation Organizational Performance Division has been established to assist the group in setting smart targets and further monitor the performance on a quarterly basis. LEDA has reviewed its credit policy and qualifying criteria to enable majority of our SMME to qualify for loans. LEDA is continuing with external application for funding for the refurbishment of the industrial parks. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, that's the presentation. Honorable Masheta.
Yeah, I just,
in that order.
I just member of this committee. On the on C, I just want to check because there's a reference to external factors that inhibit progress that which was supposed to be carried by the relevant authority with regard to underachievement. There's a, we are reporting that this underachievement is as a result of external factors. But there's no indication as to what is it that we're talking about. So it's a hidden thing that we may need to uncover in order to understand, because when people are executing their work, of course we need to understand what becomes an impediment. And in this regard, the reference is that there was an impediment to under achievement, and therefore just get a sense of what is in it.
Thank you, Chairperson. Yeah. My name is Nempunguruni Tambeden Colbert. My first question is on the 10 million loan. Only 2.1 million worth of loans were approved and dispersed. My question is that did LEDA conducted workshops and seminars to make this available money and the conditions to the youth of this particular province? You see, MAC, we have a high rate of unemployment among the youth, and not even among the youth, among all the population in the province. But here is the opportunity that people are being rejected simply because of the security and any other additional things. And my take is that maybe if the leader conducted a very impacted workshops and seminars, not the workshops which are there for compliance, where maybe in the NYDA and the other sectors, youth are being assisted to have all those requirements in place so that it's dispersed. I'm not in good terms with this little amount of money, whereas a lot amount of money is there. Only people have to be updated on the requirements. The other thing is on the Musina Makado Special Economic Zone. You see, when the cabinet approved these mega projects, we were so happy that our people will get employment and so on. And it has already indicated in other questions. But my question is, on the internal roads and stormwater project, which was started and then stopped, simply because permits were not secured at a time of commencement of that particular project. My 1 billion worth question is, do you have a standard in order for your project to commence? Because this is a simple thing. You start a project without even getting the permission to do so. Then you realize that the permission is being required. By the time you are going to seek that permission, millions of rands were already spent on internal roads and the stormwater projects. Money were already spent there. But I want to understand which started between the commencement without a permit and then getting the permit afterwards. I think it's not a good judgment on this one. Simply, yes. The other one is on the catch-up plan. You said that LEDA has established a catch-up plan as directed by executive authority, and that plan is reported on a biannual basis. So on the plan, I just want to know the current status now. Are we in the position today to tell the people of Limpopo that that mega project is now running? And how many now other similar projects are now started, and also the estimated number of people getting employment there? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mavucha.
Thank you very much, Chair. My name is Thabo Mavucha, member of Scopa. Yeah, Chair. On this bullet number 2, under question A, I fully concur with Honorable Nempumbuloni, because there are many young people in MSc who don't have access to funding, who are really looking up to LEDA to make their lives very easy. And they are poor, they are from poor backgrounds, MSc. So much still needs to be done. It's really unacceptable that out of the 10 million, which in itself it's just a drop in an ocean. 10 million, out of 10 million, only 2.1 million is spent to assist SMMEs. We really need to take this mandate of assisting SMMEs very serious. Because in as much as we are fighting unemployment, and we need our people to create employment on their own. Now I'll go to bullet number 3 that talks about the dilapidated infrastructure that LEDA has. Number 1, I just want to check MEC if LEDA has got, I don't know what they call it, Chair, a property book, or all your properties, you know the asset, is it an asset register?
Yeah.
Yeah. That asset register. Okay. Yeah. Because they are, okay, there is one property that I know of that belongs to LEDA in Seshiro. That used to be a bottle store, but now it's a hub. It's actually giving us problems. It's giving the people of Seshiro problems, because now it's a hub for drug addicts to go and get their fix in that particular property. That property is in zone 2. It used to be what bottle store. I think it's called Greenside Bottle Store. If you can go there now, that thing is just a shell. They've looted everything. So that property belongs to LEDA, and there's nothing that has been done. It's just abandoned. So I'm just wondering as to how many properties are like that one. Number 2 is that in Seshiro, I'm from Seshiro, so you'll pardon me. Yeah, in Seshiro, Chair, we're very happy in 2016 when the, I'm not sure whether it was the President or the then Minister of Davis, when he announced an industrial revitalization program whereby we're told that the industrial park is going to be upgraded, and then it will have the latest technologies, and then our people will be able to create sustainable jobs once they acquire those factories and so on. But the truth of the matter is you can't compare the industrial park of this one, Networth Group here in town, and that one of LEDA. Those ones of LEDA have been erected, I think, in the years of apartheid. Until now, there's nothing significant that is being done to make sure that they look in they are appealing to business people to go and invest. Not invest, to go and list them and make business out of them. So I really agree, Chair, there is much improvement that needs to be done. The new board, you really have to do much to ensure that you attract entrepreneurs to go and list your warehouses, as well as the red tapes that are involved in the acquisition of those industries. And I thank you, Chair.
Yeah, thank you, Honourable Chair. Jacques Smollett speak on behalf of the committee. Chairperson, you see, when you answer A, the responses to A must come into D. So if you're not able to get the people to to have secured loans or have good business plans or C, that action of providing a hub or an institution that assists with improve business plans or make it work, it will then speak to you under expenditure. So you're not bringing that underperformance into D in there. Earlier, when I spoke about the budget, when I spoke to the debt collection and the rental income, it's coming down. Comment was made, no, it's going better. We are at 75%. You know, it's improvement coming. But here's the real issue why we are not filling the occupancy rate what we wanted to do, because the impact of our properties are requiring maintenance and refurbishment. Yes, you are talking about the industrial park. One, it's probably, I don't know which industrial park, because we've got a couple in Limpopo. There's a number of municipalities that has got industrial parks, and not just the Shepherd.
Yeah.
But what I would want to do is that that you are talking to a plan like your financial plan or your clean audit plan, a plan that actually then speaks to how do we address the issues of maintenance backlog, refurbishment, those dilapidated properties. Talks to that type of plan, like you would do talk about a turnaround plan to make your institution more viable. You will talk about a plan to turn around bad buildings into better buildings, or maybe even get rid of them if needs to be. But I mean, it doesn't filter into that space. It talks about budget allocation into that space, which I don't see coming through in MEC. That talks to that there is not a comprehensive plan to deal with your maintenance or your backlog issues. So if you are saying to me, I've got 100 properties, my maintenance backlog is 20 million rand, and we have prioritized it in the four following categories, and A, B, and C, most critical, less critical, or most financial viable in order to get rental income. That talks to a proper plan. So there's a lack. So I'm saying to the board, there's a lack of a comprehensive plan in order to deal with the real problem. So if you go to your debt report as A1, you talk about your challenges. You have not once spoke about infrastructure problems. You have not once spoken about maintenance problems. in A1. We speak about other issues, but what will revert or what will reduce your rental at the end of the day is the conditions of your building. And it has got to find expression here. So there's a distinction there, MEC, and it's just something that one picks up without pointing figures or to hold people accountable. I think if we are going to turn around the entity, the programs must speak to each other. They must link up to each other. Otherwise, there's a key focus on one, and on the one side it doesn't talk towards the other, and the whole thing will collapse. MEC, that is just my comment on that. And the issue about, when I asked about the litigation or issues about Mercado Messina's special economic zone, the litigation, possible. Starting and stopping a contract without having the necessary permits will lead and did lead to a fruitless and wasteful expenditure. And we will see that you did pick it up, but we will see it in the next Scopa report, because if we don't do things right, it will come and bite us tomorrow. And but regardless of the political pressures, I want to say to the executive authority, doesn't matter and the officials, let's do things right. Even if the politicians want us to do something, let's do things right, because it will bite us. And there's the first word of biting that has been, and I'm glad to see that people who's answering questions are admitting or are alluding to a possible better answer in the next Scopa year. Chairperson, I'm just leaving it there.
And you can't wait for that session.
No, I'm not waiting. No, it's Honorable Chair, it's just we are sitting with a new board here, and I'm sitting with a reliable, I think a MEC that wants to turn around. I mean, he has shown that he believes in the institution. He wants to believe in the institution.
Thank you, Honorable Smile. We are done.
Yeah, we are done.
Honorable Mantata Masalas chance.
Thank you, Chairperson. I don't have much to ask. I don't have many questions to ask. I've been listening. Honorable Chairperson, I just want to know about Mosena Makato Special Economic Zone. I heard Honorable Limpopo, he mentioned something about it, and I'm very much, I'm eager to ask that because I'm from Mosena, and as you have said that there's a lot of unemployment in both Mosena and Makado, let's say in Bele. We thought maybe this Mosena Makado economic, special economic zone will do something for our people to put something on the table. Last year we visited that place, ABC with NCOP, and you know what, we were very much disappointed to find that there was nothing there, nothing at all. We thought maybe they would have debushed something or done something, but there was nothing. We thought maybe we'll find an office because there was a budget which has been allocated for, especially for that. There was nothing at all. But my question is, there is this land issue at that place. There are people who are claiming land there. Maybe I can give an example of some of the people that I know. They are claiming the land there. So my question is, what is it that the LEDA is doing about that? Are you what they're demanding? What, in fact, what is it that you, as leader and the department, going to do about the land claim in Musima? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Let me see. I know the issue of Musina Makado is a transversal issue.
Yeah.
It's there in Coxstar. But if as Scopa we want to trace it, which department? Is it Litigation? And other departments are just supporting you, for example, in terms of land, in terms of the title deed and all those things. And then the second issue that I want to raise, of course it was raised, the 10 million where you spent only 2.1 million worth of loans which were approved. But I'm worried about the measure that needs to be taken or that leader is taking. You see, this measure of saying you are reviewing the policy, the credit policy and qualifying criteria to enable majority of SMMEs to qualify for loans. While we have a challenge of collecting, remember, we must not contradict ourselves, because we were addressing the issue of collecting loans and all these things. And now you are saying you are further relaxing so that you increase the problem of collecting further. So I think we need to come with very scientific methods or scientific ways of ensuring that our people can benefit from this fund without compromising the standard. Maybe if you were to say you will maybe have special criteria or review criteria on women and youth, I was going to understand. If it is just everybody will just come and you relax the criteria, then it's going to give you a problem at the end of the day. So, but there can be other methods that you can employ or strategies that you can use that can attract and make people who qualify to come and apply for this. So that is all what I wanted to say as you respond to the questions. And
thank you very much, Chairperson. And once again, I'm Matibet Terege, MEC Lidet. I'll just respond on one question on SEZ and then allow CFO, Group CEO, and the HOD to respond on others. The issue of land of SEZ is part of the Chairperson 6-point plan that we put, that when I become MEC I put to say these are the issues that we need to follow up to resolve the Musina Makado SEZ. One of them was the issue of the land, which we were operating on a land which has not yet been given to us as an SEZ. What we did, we requested National Treasury to give us concurrence, which National Treasury gave us concurrence. Because that land belongs to the Department of Rural Development and Agriculture and Rural Development. It was given to Agriculture and Rural Development as an agricultural land. For us to operate it as an SEZ, then it means National Treasury, one, must give us a concurrence that says we are giving you that land with no compensation. It's like expropriation of land without compensation. They must give us with nil compensation. Two, Department of Public Works, because land belongs to Public Works. Public Works must then say to Agriculture and Rural Development, we are giving you the land to you, before they give it to us, to you, to use for SEZ, because it was meant for agriculture. then it must be converted to be able to be used for SEZ, either through a leasing agreement or whatever, but concurrence is needed by public works. Then agriculture will then give the land to Musina Makado, to Musina municipality. Then Musina will then cede the land to the SEZ. So all these processes, we are running them concurrently. We have already engaged the Musina municipality. As soon as the letter arrives in Musina, because it is on the way, then Musina will then call a council, and the council will then cede the land to us as the SEZ. And then the process of all the issues around infrastructure development will start to work, your fence, your everything. As we speak, there are investors who are ready to get in.
I can believe that.
Yeah, they are just ready to start. And that process of us having, well, we must accept we have spent 8 years with nothing happening there. We are just hoping that at the beginning of this financial year, then something will start happening, and then jobs will be created. That is our wish. The land it belongs to, if there are claimants, the claimants will go to agriculture and rural development, because they are ceding to us. They won't claim to us, because we are also being donated the land, and they will donate, of course, with conditions that they will say, because they can't just donate a land without giving conditions. One of the conditions is that we must not resell that land. I'm just assuming, but they will give conditions to us. So if there are communities that are claiming, till now we don't entertain it, we proceed with the work. Because all those who are doing land claims, they go to rural development and land reform. If they get the land, then of course they will come and we negotiate with them in terms of the land, and of course with rural development, because land belongs to rural development and is ceded to rural development from public works. So if there is a community that has got a land claim, that land claim cannot come to us as LEDA and MMSCZ. It must go to rural development and land affairs. They will claim there. There is a process there that they have to do. We are where we are, as you indicated, that there is nothing which was happening, and I'm hopeful after the finalization of the land, there is a process of township establishment which we are running with the municipalities. After all the finalization, then the process of infrastructure development will happen. We have got an interministerial meeting with municipalities, Makado and Musina municipalities, that we engage on a regular basis on the issue of Musina Makado SEZ. And I will allow the money people to deal with the 10 million and 2 million, and then, yeah, they will give the response. CFO.
Thanks, MEC. Thank you, Chair. My name is Rutendo Mavusha, Group CFO. I will start with responding to the asset register. Yes, we do have an investment property register that lists all the properties that we have that are supposed to be for rental, and also a normal asset register for assets that we use. And then in terms of that specific one, I think the team that is run by the group COO will just look into that matter in terms of the bottle store specifically. And Honorable Thumali, I agree that the maintenance plan needs to find expression in the collection because they're related. So that's something that the divisions will also update when we bring back annexure A. And through the MEC's permission, if I can please, I'm going to give over to the COO to respond to the loans.
Thank you very much. I'm Tsewa Mukobane, Group Chief Operations Officer Leader. I will speak to the questions relating to the loans, and while we are accounting for the past, I will touch a little bit of looking forward in terms of what Honorable Smale spoke about. Indeed, we had challenges. We budgeted for 10 million rand to disperse for loans. And during the year, we received applications. Most of them, I think over 36 of them, did not meet criteria, particularly security of the loan. And this security criteria is critical and important as far as compliance with National Credit Act is concerned. Secondly, as far as ability to repay is concerned, because if we do not do so, we also increase uncollectability of the loans. So it becomes a balancing act in that way. But what we are doing in terms of trying to address this problem, because it is a problem, because the youth do not have security, and many other people who are not youth do not have security. We have engaged, and we are, continue to engage towards conclusions with other sister organizations who we can work with, and then they are showing that interest, where we can blend a grant, collaborating with them, getting that grant, and blend it with the loans, so that we can deal and mitigate the issue of not having security with that grant that we may get from those institutions. And then as and when business begins to take shape, we top up with the loans, so that we grow such businesses. And while that it's underway, we also, through a unit which we call business support, which basically deals with training and providing any other support that SMMEs may require, so that they become sustainable. We have partners who we are able to go to when they issue a call to say, the youth with a good business plan, come, let's give you the tools for the particular business that we want to do. So we assist them in that way, in terms of the applications and coaching those applications, to the extent that they were able to get such starter packs, and we have them in our annual report. We reported to such effect. And then in terms of the biggest issue, which is a product, because one of the gaps that we have is that we do not have specific products that are able to attract or are able to meet, funding, either from ourselves, as I was speaking about security, but from other institutions such as TTIC and so on. We have also engaged a program where we invited youth and others, but specifically our wish was to get more youth in it, and we did. We enrolled 22 ideas, and then we are working on them so that they are able to meet the criteria for funding from institutions such as DTIC and so on. And in that way, we should be able to bring more youth and other businesses into the mainstream, and then their business start. So these are just services that we try to put in place in order to ultimately, while we are dealing with the issue of loans, but we are able to still bring in youth and others into mainstream, and we can see SMMEs beginning to grow. And then in terms of the targets relating to trade and investment promotions, as it's reported there in the report, yes, we did not achieve them. And when we talk of some other external factors, that goes back to what I initially said, to say mostly, you know, because of our mandate, we have to bring economic activity, and we must cause it. We cannot leave it to chance, because then we are not an intervention as leader. So we did have targets where we intended to engage, you know, partners and so on, so that we can work on those ideas and do feasibilities, so that those feasibilities themselves can begin to show a scientific bankability of projects. But we did not really make it to that point when the year ended, and hence we did not achieve such targets. And then regarding industrial parks, we have a backlog on maintenance. What we are doing, we are leveraging on the Critical Infrastructure Fund, which is a program of the DTIC. Hence, Honorable Mabucha was speaking about Sesheu. That's one grant where we've got some money to refurbish 11 factories. And then we have also got some money to refurbish in Gwangwa. That is going on. We have applied, you know, for Toyando Industrial Park. While we are doing that, we have put up a measured approach. And I'm saying measured approach because when you have assets and when you dispose assets, it may look like you are liquidating yourself. Hence, I'm saying measured approach. That includes the land that Honorable Mahocha was speaking about, the Sesheu one, where we have identified and decided on assets that are currently not generating income, but they do have some value, and we, you know, intend to dispose them, and through that revenue, we are able to reinvest in these properties, refurbish and do some maintenance, as well as resuscitating the loan book, so that our loan book could actually increase, you know, to a reasonable amount, particularly looking at, you know, we planned to at least when we progress with the disposal, transfer 30 million rand into the loan book to take it from 10 million. The reason is we do have requests which are very genuine, where you find that an entrepreneur has got a business idea, it has passed all the stages, it's developed. Now it must go commercial, you need a plant. And then that plant costs 10 million. So we should be able to put in the 10 million on such. We have such a request, but we could not satisfy it due to the reasons that I've said. So these are just other measures that we are, you know, trying to connect and ensure that, you know, we are able to, under circumstances where we are still trying to find our feet on the sustainability path, you know, we are still able to impact on the economic development. Thank you.
See, all corners are from on a lighter note. Thank you very much. I think that was the last presentation. Thank you, COO, on that information. We have exhausted all the questions, all the responses where we did not understand. We were able to make follow-up questions, and we believe that now we are clarified to be able to make a conclusion and to make recommendations to the House as to what directions should LEDA take and its subsidiary. So without any waste of time, I think item number 6, as and when we were engaging, we were giving recommendations here and there. But I think that those recommendations will be item, we take it as dealt with. So we can go to number 7, which is comment by the AG.
Thank you, Chairperson. LEDA is... Thank you, Chairperson. My name is Pierre Deroux from the Office of the Auditor General. LEDA is very, or let me say, the AG is taking notice of LEDA because in Limpopo, local government is struggling. We want to see the economy of Limpopo increase and unemployment decrease. So when the AG comes to Limpopo, she also always ask what is happening with the economy, what is LEDA doing to improve the economy of this province. So we take serious look into the affairs of LEDA when we audit. We do not only look at clean audits, we look at does the citizens on the ground experience the same feeling when we provide better audit opinions. So from the AG's point of view, when looking at the audit itself, is for LEDA to recover the loans made to businesses and the general public, as also mentioned in the audit reports, and to curb losses made by subsidiaries and associates to increase their cash flows. Also the collection of rental revenue, and further to submit credible and accurate financial statements and performance information that is sufficiently supported by credible evidence and comply with legislation. So going into the audit for 24-25, we would like to see an improvement from the previous audit, that the qualifications that was raised will be, let's say, eliminated or resolved, as well as performance and compliance. So, yeah, thank you for LEDA and for this meeting today. As I can also see that the committee is also interested in the affairs of LEDA to make it a profitable organization going forward. Thank you.
Thank you. We have omitted provincial treasury. I don't know, I can see Mams Mayas is not there. You covered. Okay, thank you very much. Let me see your comment.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and good evening to the members of the Scopa Portfolio Committee, Standing Committee. I'm Mati Beshtarake, MEC for LEDET. Firstly, Chairperson, I want to appreciate the engagement that we received today. It was very robust and quite engaging, and we have learned a lot as a team, from myself to other members. It was my maiden appearance to Scopa. And whether it's maiden, it was just robust. It did not even sympathize with me. That is my first time that I'm coming here. You were very brutal, whether it's maiden or not. But otherwise, it was maiden not only for me, but also for the LEDA board. It was their maiden appearance to Scopa. We want to appreciate, Chairperson, the inputs that has been received and the recommendations as put forward by the AG. We commit to this committee, one, that we're gonna follow up on the key issues that you raised, issues around consequence management. I think the board is here with me. When I come back, I don't wanna be responding like I have been responding today. I would wish that when we come back, in areas where there is transgression, consequences must be applied. And consequences can't be written, verbal or verbal written or something. It must be straightforward. If it is verbal, it is verbal. If it is written, it's written. Where disciplinary processes should be followed, disciplinary processes should be followed. I think when we come back, we'll have a report that speaks to that. We must also indicate that we still have got question 1, which is on resolution tracking, and we commit as myself and the team that we are going to work around that resolution. I have already directed them when we were at lunch that they don't have to wait for next week. They must just go and start tomorrow, start working on the progress. You give us a due date for submission. When you give us a due date for submission, it must be something that is owned by all of us, from the board to us as the shareholder. And we appreciate the advice, we appreciate the inputs that have been given. All outstanding issues that we're required to submit will therefore submit to your honorable committee. And we commit that LEDA should be sustainable. I believe in LEDA assisting to grow the economy of the province. It is an entity that is meant for that, and there is commitment by all my directors and directors of subsidiaries that indeed we must put hands on the deck to try and improve LEDA. When I see LEDA and its subsidiaries chairperson, I see all of them are not a very difficult areas that we can encounter. We have resolved Musina Makado. We must resolve Fita Homu towards its designation, and we are hoping by end of the financial year it will have been designated. We must resolve GNT, LCX, New Era, and Resima, all the issues that are there. We are willing to work very hard. We'll come and give you the report. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, MSC. Thank you very much. We are on item number 9. We want to take this opportunity to thank all of you, LEDA, MSC, the committee, the staff, the AG, provincial treasury. The chairperson of the Wasteful committee has left, given apology, has some other issues to attend to. So we want to thank you, but as a way forward, I just want to go just to emphasize how are we going to move. Firstly, we said we are going to deal with, we're going to rework the resolutions. I've given an example of the format. What is it that you are expecting?
Yeah.
What resolution number, the year, either is irregular expenditure, the recommendation of Scopa, the status.
Yeah.
We have done the 1, 2, 3, find attachment, and annexure F. Then instead that we can go to the annexure, let them know where that is. If maybe you have got a question, you can also ask our researcher, he can be able to assist you, so that we can be, I'm telling you, on the all these resolutions can be on 2 or 3 pages, and then the rest will be just be the annexures where we refer, where we are referring. So if you are doing them well, is very smart. It's very smart and very direct, and it will not waste our time. That will give you a date to come and look at them. But with other issues that we raised where you have not complied fully, I hope you were noting. On quarterly basis, we are going to request the report on the progress of all what you have raised. we start to check the progress even before the next Scopa or public hearing, so that when we appear next year or whatever, if it is November, we'll only be dealing with the outcome of the audit report from the AG, other than still going to say we have a resolution from 2024, you spoke about this, we would have dealt with it throughout the year. We know that some of we may not be able to resolve everything because the nature, some of them are in court and all those things. But a lot of issues could have been cleared. That's the first thing. So such issues, we will take them to the quarterly meetings where we'll be informed to say submit on this date. We look at that. If we invite you so that we deal with those particulars. But on this resolutions that you spoke about, we'll give you a date. It's still part of this hearing. On quarterly basis, I think for example, we'll be expecting the report of the SIU on GNT, the progress on the overpayments of the board. As you said, you're taking the example, the new era relocating CEO new era. We are very serious about this resolution. We are going to take it again to the House, and this time it's no longer just going to be new era must relocate. It must be, it's going to be added with some very serious steps that can be taken, because you are our own. You must be in the province. We don't mind if Gauteng is assisted by or is benefiting, but we think that we have to be here so that we are able to support us. And we know that there might be challenges that Limpopo people also need to benefit from. When you are in Gauteng, they might know that it is a Limpopo, we're in collaboration with you, but because you are there, they can't relate to you as much as you can come to the province. So we are very serious on that, so we must start to do that one. But we also raise issues. We noticed that indeed, and we've been saying this thing throughout, that there is no consequence management.
Yeah.
Let's go and make sure that we comply. There's no compliance. Where there's no compliance, let's take a consequence management. And our actions must be both substantively and procedurally fair, so that we don't just say because today is Mukwele, we will institute this. It must be fair and it must be procedural. We must develop the smart target so that we're able to achieve that 400 billion. When I saw it, I said, oh, we've got a strong leader. I think it was so it was over ambitious. Yeah. So let's come up with smart targets so that we are able to achieve them, and strengthen the internal control. Let's come up with actions that will be able to address all these issues that we've been raising, and also strengthen our monitoring and evaluation team. I'm not sure at what all the subsidiaries have that section of evaluation and monitoring, because it's very critical that you'll be able to monitor, especially on the resolution, because the resolution are not just resolution of scope. That is an action plan that you must do, or you must take forward, which it was realized that it is lacking. It's something that you're supposed to do, but because you have not done it, then Scopa will come and say, you must do it. It is not necessarily a resolution of scope. That is something that you were supposed to do, and we are saying we want to monitor you, and up to that level where you are satisfied that that has been implemented. I know that we had a long day. Again, I just want to thank everybody for being patient up to this level. Tomorrow we're still coming, MEC will still be together. Yeah. We'll be still together, and probably with maybe the HOD and other people. So we're still going to continue to ensure that we account to the people of Limpopo, the people who voted for please lead us, make sure that we get services, and that is what we are doing. So the last item, which is item number 10, are there announcements?
Oh, thank you very much. This delegation is too big. The tea is not enough, but whoever can grab a cup is welcome. The delegation is rather too big. We did not anticipate.
Okay, it means now the action it will be on you. On the other days you say if you don't meet, we are going to get. So now that you are not going to meet, then we ask. This has come to this logical conclusion. Thank you.